I'd like to call to order the March 9, 2016 meeting of the Department of Toxics Independent Review Panel. We're here at the Byron Sher Room, the Cal EPA building at 1001 I Street in Sacramento. My name is Gideon Krakow. I'm the chair of the IRP, the Senate Rules appointee to the community member seat. Campbell, want to say hello?
Sure. I'm Arzu Campbell. I'm an associate professor at Western University of Health Sciences, and I am the member of the panel with scientific expertise.
Very good. We're also joined by our counsel, Deborah Barnes, our staff members, Larry Rolfus and Eric Areka. We have an agenda in front of us, colleagues. That was the introduction section. We're now going to move on, but first, if we can stand and salute the flag. Thank you very much. We'll now move into the announcements. We have a translator available if anyone needs the meeting translated into Spanish. That's Mr. Carlos Diaz de Leon. Where are you, Carlos? Okay, you're in the back there. If anyone needs translation, please see Mr. Diaz de Leon, and he will assist you. If you want to come and translate that little announcement into Spanish, please.
Muy buenos días. En caso que cualquier persona requiera traducción al español, a favor de pasar a verme en la parte posterior del salón, su servidor Carlos Díaz de León. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Restrooms are out to the left for the panel members, and the middle exit there for the audience. Exits, follow the green exit signs to exit the auditorium, continue down the stairs and out the lobby doors. There's a general public comment period and public comment periods during each agenda item. You'll have the opportunity to comment on the specific issue you're hearing about. If you wish to make a comment on any of the agenda items, please fill out a comment card. Those can be found at the back of the room. Once you've filled them out, please give them to Eric Areka, IRP staff. Eric, can you please raise your hand? Where are you? This meeting is being broadcast over the Cal EPA website. Webcast questions for a particular agenda item can be sent to DTSC public meeting at dtsc.ca.gov. And I want to thank our IT support. Jason, the webcast is functioning? Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Any further announcements, colleagues?
No.
I have none.
Hearing none, we'll move on to agenda review. This is discussion and possible action on the agenda and the context for the meeting. Colleagues, quickly want to go through this. We have item 5 is the minutes. We have agendized several groups of minutes for potential discussion and approval. I believe we have 3 of those only in front of us. I have not had the full chance to review those. I was hoping to run through them over lunch. Colleagues, have you had a chance to review all those minutes to discuss them at this point in time, or do you need more time as well?
I've had a chance to review 4 of the meetings here, and Mr. Rolfs and I have been working on those. I think they look good.
Okay.
The January 13 to 14 ones, I know that we have some minutes, but I don't know if we want to go ahead and review those and make sure that they're in the same format as the other minutes.
So you don't need more time to review them, right? How about you, Mr. Vice Chair?
I do not, but my only concern is on the, what was December 18th meeting in Los Angeles, if that's correct. The afternoon was weekly captured, and we might want to, we will need to look at that and consider if we want to do anything about it, or if what we have is acceptable.
All right, so sounds like you're ready to discuss it, though, so we don't need more time.
Definitely.
Okay. The next item is general public comment. The next item after that is the chair's report. Then probably around 10:30, or we'll see where we are, we're going to have a presentation from the department on the fiscal billing system. If you recall, colleagues, that's been continued from the last meeting. We're then going to hear a presentation from DTSC on its permitting program and its permit enhancement work plan. There are slides for that are on the website, in the back of the room, and in our packets. If you recall, this is the quarter that we are scheduled to really dig into the permitting, and this is one of the important opportunities to do so. We'll see how long that takes. The agenda says approximately 3 p.m. Hopefully it can be sooner. Then we're going to discuss in item 10 our organizational, operational, and administrative matters. We have, I believe, almost ready to approve our work plan and our meeting procedures, which we'll take at that time, and other topics. I know the public has some comments on our administration. The next item is this discussion of the site mitigation, recommendations. That's been postponed now twice, so I'm really, really hopeful we can get to it today. But it's going to be a touch and go, so we'll have to see. But I'm really hoping that we can get to that, colleagues. Then future meeting schedule and agenda, closed session. I do not believe we're going to have a closed session today, and then we will adjourn. I'm staying in Sacramento tonight. What time is your flight, Member Vizier?
I'm driving tomorrow. I'm fine. I'm
So you're
completely
flexible. And then Member Campbell, can you just let us know, what do you think is the absolute latest that you can leave today?
My flight is at 7, so I would imagine that I should probably leave here by 5:30.
Okay, thank you very much. So hopefully we'll go to 5:30 and get all of this done. It seems to me, colleagues, that this is in a proper order, that we don't need to move anything around, so I'm comfortable with the agenda as is, but welcome to have any comments or questions on that.
I'm fine with the agenda.
I agree with you, too.
Okay, fine. Any public comment on agenda item 4, agenda review?
No, Chair.
Okay, so we're going to keep the agenda as is, and we're going to move on. The next item is Agenda 5, the minutes of the December 8th, 9th, 18th, 2015, and January 13th, 14th, and February 10, 2016 meetings. We have certain minutes that I think have been prepared by our staff, and the staff believes are ready for submission. I'm going to turn this over to you, Mr. Rolfes, so you can tell us which minutes we should be looking at and that you feel ready to be acted on today.
We've got December 8th minutes, December 9th minutes, December 18th minutes, and the minutes of the last meeting, which was February 10th. We've not done the minutes yet for the January 13th and 14th meeting that will follow. Hope we'll have that for your approval at the next meeting in April. So 4 sets of minutes.
Just to clarify, the dates that you feel are ready are, can you give me the dates again, please?
December 8th and 9th, December 18th, and February 10th.
Thank you. So as I indicated, colleagues, I have reviewed these briefly. I'm going to do a little bit more of that right now, but do you have comments? I know you've spent some time on these. Anyone? Member Campbell?
I personally think that they were very well done. Thank you very much. We had some problems with the December 18th minutes, and the reason for that really is because we didn't have a webcast of the meeting. I don't think we even had an audio. Did we have an audio of the meeting?
No.
No. So that's why those meetings are the shortest. There was really nothing that we could refer to get better details on the December 18th. That being said, I think that it does encompass a lot of the matters that were discussed. I agree that they're not ideal, but unfortunately, because we really don't have anything else to aid us with the minutes, it's going to be this is the best I think that we can do.
Thank you. Anything further?
No.
Panel member Vice Chair?
Same concern. I think they're adequate. They're a minimalist summary. I actually attempted to contact Jane Williams to see if she wanted to add anything more to her section, and I was not successful there. I think the one thing I think we accurately captured Senator De Leon's comments, which I think is very important for this panel. But it's the December 18th meeting that I think it's adequate, and it may be as good as we can get.
Anything further?
None.
Great. If you can just give me another 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll take action. I apologize, colleagues.
No problem at all.
We completely understand.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do want to echo those comments and thank Mr. Rolfes and panel member Campbell for working so hard on these, and they are looking very strong. The only comment that I have is on the December 9th minutes, Mr. Rolfes and colleagues, on page 3 of December 9. Looks like item 8 there. It says joint presentation, and then there's my disclosures there. Do you see that in the middle of the page, Mr. Rolfes?
I don't have it in front of me right now, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So December 9th, on page 3, there's a disclosure about my relationship with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I think that the language there was sort of a summary of what I said, but I think it's important that that exactly what I said for that particular type of thing be in the minutes. I've been using the exact same language every time. The language that I believe is the exact language is in the other sets of minutes, Mr. Rolfus, on December 18th. And that is in the middle of the page 3 on December 18th. That's the language that is what I actually said. And I would like that language to be conformed to page 3, the disclosure of the December 9th minutes. You understand that?
Will do.
Thank you very much. So that's the only change that I have. Why don't we take these minutes one at a time? Is there a motion to approve the December 8th minutes?
I can make that motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the December 8th minutes.
Vice Chair makes the motion. Dr. Campbell seconds. Any objections? None. So those those minutes are approved. Now, a December 9th meeting. I did have that one change. Would anyone be able to make the motion to approve the minutes with that one change?
I guess for ease of recording, Vizier will make the motion to approve the December 9th meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we need to take roll call on this? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the December 9th minutes as amended. Any objections? Those are approved. How about a motion on the December 18th minutes?
My only discussion there, and I could see it going either way, is we had a lot of presentations given to us that are pretty succinctly, although I think accurately summarized. I'm fine with approving them as is, but the other option would be to go back to the people who made the presentation and see if they want to add a little bit more to them.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not, Chair.
So do you want to keep the December 18th minutes open to see if there's any public comment on them and then take them up at the next meeting?
Yes, let's do that.
Is there any objection to that?
No.
Okay, so we're going to keep the December 18th minutes open. How about February 10th?
One question though, with the December 18th, have we posted these already on our site?
They are posted as draft minutes on the meeting page of the website. We also have a page on the website for approved minutes now, and they would not be there yet.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if they have been posted, have there been any of the participants who have had a chance to review it? How long do we want to give, how do we want to make the individuals who made presentations aware that the minutes are there and we would like to get their feedback on it?
You want Larry to reach out to them?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, if we have contact information for them, we could reply. Yeah. But like I said, I was unable to get Jane Williams' contact information. I didn't, I could continue to try. I think I did not go through the Environmental Health Coalition, who is in San Diego.
I'm sure our staff could track them down.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like there's direction to the staff to track down the folks that testified on the 18th and solicit their comments and then come back to us with any revisions for our next meeting. How about February 10th? Is there a motion?
Vizier motions to approve the February 10th meeting.
Is there a second?
I second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve the February 10th meeting. Any objection?
No.
Hearing none, those minutes are approved.
Okay.
We're now going to move on to general public comment. The IRP will hear general public comment on issues within the panel's purview. Do we have any general public comment?
Yes, we do, sir. We have 4 emails. Oh, wait, never mind. Disregard.
No general public comment. Does anyone in the audience wish to give general public comment today? Ms. Brostrom,
There is one general comment.
can you give it to me, please? Welcome, Ms. Brostrom. We're working on this new format where we are closer to the audience, so it's a little bit different. Are both of these microphones working, Jason? Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is very close.
So we're going to try
implement-
to give 5 minutes for the general public comment. Thank you.
Great. I am here to speak during public comment to alert this board about a growing concern among community advocates and EJ advocates about the structure and ability of this board to do the job that we think needs to be done. I've also heard recently comments from employees of DTSC about their doubts that this structure and this board is able to do the job that needs to be done. And I think there are things beyond this board's control as the structure. I think that presents very large limitations in terms of the breadth of work that DTSC does, the limited amount of time, the difficulty in the panelists meeting between meetings and talking. So there are structural things beyond this board's control. Also, the highly technical nature of the work that DTSC does, it takes years and even decades to understand the technical nature and an ability to really get into the weeds on the documents and reviewing DTSC's work. So understanding that all of you have some degree of knowledge about hazardous waste, but I think it would be fair to say that at both the staff level and the panelist level, that the level of expertise needed to really get into DTSC shortcomings is lacking, and there's not much that we can do about that. There continues to be a concern about the lack of independence. We discussed this last time. We believe because of the highly technical nature of the task that you're called upon to do, you are looking to DTSC as the primary fact finder. You rely on DTSC as you need to in order to provide information, and yet you're tasked with reviewing that information and watchdogging the very agency that you're relying on for your information. So this leads to a conflict of interest. Again, I'm not sure how to get around it other than we have asked time and time again as advocates that we be provided a structural place within this body where we are relied upon for as credible purveyors of information. One thing we also do see from some of the panelists is an agency bias, and this is a little bit about what I'm talking about. And this happens across the state in many panels and boards that we go before, where agencies are perceived to be more legitimate and more trustworthy than communities. But I urge you to identify that bias in yourself and to push against it and recognize that the communities that we work with have been living and working with DTSC for decades, and they are experts. They really are. They know better than most DTSC staff who have been there for much shorter times what's going on in their communities and the problems that they're facing. I do believe that this panel cannot succeed without community support and community buy-in. So I do want you to take these comments seriously and really work with us to do what we can to fix the structural issues. And when we can't fix those structural issues, we ask that the IRP itself identify its own limitations. And then to work with us to identify ways where we can figure out structures that will work. We previously have worked really hard on instituting an Office of Internal Affairs at DTSC. This would be a body that their full-time task is to watchdog the agency and provide a consistent basis for reviewing all of their work and somewhere we can go to. We've also asked for a community oversight committee that is allowing the experts, the community experts, a real space to push DTSC to do the work that we need to do. So those are two ideas we've already had. We are open to thinking it through some more, but wanted to alert you that having been going at this for several months now, we do see some structural issues, and we want to address those. Thank you.
Just stay up there for a second.
Well, we're doing with with the law. We're let's see, bound by the statute too. And I don't, for some of the things you're suggesting, if I understand it correctly, would really be outside the scope of our authority. Do you agree, or do you see a way to get there?
Oh,
have.
I definitely see that this board has a lot of power to provide recommendations to the legislature and to the governor and to the budget. And a lot of these things can be done through legislation, through the budget, or even just providing that recommendation adds power to our advocacy efforts. And right now, the IRP is the only game in town. So a lot of people are looking to the IRP to solve all the problems, and it can't. It just can't. And so a lot of things, a lot of site-specific things are falling through the cracks. The communities don't feel that they're getting the help that they need. And so to that extent, if the IRP even recognizes its own limitations and gaps that it feels it cannot fill, that in and of itself would also provide us the space to advocate for what we really think needs to happen.
The discussion among ourselves, I mean, if some of these issues, I think, obviously, we would probably need to consider them in some depth and put them on a future, include them in the work plan. I don't know that we have quite a mechanism for emergent issues yet, or how to develop that, but that'd probably be something we could put off to discussion to this afternoon, but we probably do need to devise some kind of mechanism to say, okay, we need to consider this. Let's put it on the schedule.
Points well taken. Ms. Broster, and we'll do that later today. And again, one of the things we're going to talk about is how we do all of these things in one day, colleagues. And I think we may have to come to the conclusion that in order to meet the expectations, which hopefully are realistic for this panel, that it may be impossible for us to do this work in one-day-a-month meetings. But we're going to try our best today to do as much as we can. A question for you, Ms. Brostrom. You talked about, I understand the things that are external to the panel, recommendations, other things that can be done. But you mentioned a structural place, which I think you're talking about within the panel's operations, a structural place for the community to be involved. Now, we have general public comment. We have the ability for folks like yourself, which we've done many times, to present specially on more specific agenda items. Can you give us a little bit more of an understanding as to what your ideas might be in addition to those for, a structural place to make sure that the community voices are heard by the panel?
Yeah, two come to mind. One was actually something that was initially in your recommendation, which was a more formalized report back on the People's Senate recommendations and its report. We've done a lot of work already about what we see as the needs that DTSC needs to meet as a community. And this board had an opportunity to put pressure on the agency to report back to us. And this panel decided not to do that. That was the one recommendation that came out. And of course, that was very frustrating as it was a means for us to have some accountability sanctioned by the IRP. And we no longer have that. We will continue to push outside of this board to get those responses. But this board had an ability to do that and chose not to. The other idea is, as this panel goes through the different issue areas that it's tasked with looking at, it asks DTSC to provide a presentation, and they really are the main purveyor of information. We've done some kind of broad strokes, but we also, within each of these same areas, have a lot of in-depth knowledge about what's failing. And so side-by-side presentations is an idea.
Side by side.
You hear DTSC and then you hear the public.
Thank you.
Or not the public, but the People's Senate. I am talking about building on the work that we have done as the People's Senate.
The first thing you mentioned about the response to the site-specific things in the panel, what were you talking about?
I've heard the IRP say numerous times that they do not see their duty to look at site-specific issues, and that's also something that we disagree with. I think the language is general enough, and as Penny noted last time, we're not asking for you to go into each community to fix that problem, but the community issues are emblematic and are examples of the system-wide issues. And so that is another way that I think you should be hearing about site-specific issues, and following them through, so we can see, yes, this has gotten better, or no, this hasn't, as a way of holding DTSC accountable.
May I mention a couple of things?
Member panel, Member Campbell?
Thank you so much. Two things come to mind. One thing in regards to the site-specific issues, with Exide, we had just a meeting last month committed just to the issue of Exide. And from those presentations, it appeared, unfortunately, that you have a closure process and then you have post-closure processes. In the closure process, we were told that it would probably take 34 months for that to occur. Post-closure, 10 years. We're only here for 48, pretty much 24 months. Oh, shoot, that's right. 24 months, even shorter. And so, unfortunately, we can pose certain recommendations, but we will not even be able to see if those recommendations have really done much to improve it in the long term, kind of, what is the word I'm looking for? In the long term, basically, we will not be able to see if it's approved or not. That is a problem. Each of these site mitigations, and I was thinking, our role, is it to get the ball rolling, basically? But we will not know in our existence whether or not we have accomplished what we were set here to do, really. And I'm worried that some of these other sites, like the St. Susanna site, or some of these more problematic ones that have been polluted for quite some time, that it might even take a longer time for anything substantial to take place where we can say, all right, we really were able to succeed in mediating this site. So in terms of site mitigation, it is something that is very important. It's too important for us to kind of just touch the surface of it and just say, okay, we got a plan going, let's get it done. But we need to really understand some, at least for me, I want to have some concrete examples of what we can do to get something that is substantial, that will make the community happy. I mean, sure, we can put a word in legislature, you know, we want you to do this, 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 but it really doesn't make sense unless we have more concrete examples of exactly what we want to do, justify it so that it makes sense, and hope that it will lead to something successful. So for me, as a panel member, I don't want to just superficially look at it without even understanding it, without really knowing that what we're doing is for the best and we're not actually causing more harm. Because sometimes if we rush into these things, you can actually cause the pollution to become more of a concern if you're not doing it properly, which we learned when we talked about Exide and its closure. You have to really make sure that you're containing the site with negative pressure so that you're not actually releasing the pollution more so in the environment. So I understand your frustration and I understand the frustration of the People's Senate, but part of the frustration really comes from the fact that we want to try to do the work right. And in order for us to do so, we can't rush into any kind of judgments that may actually do more harm in the long run. So that's one thing to consider. I know it's frustrating. We're kind of frustrated here because we do take it very seriously. Site mitigation is a very important concept. But for me, I want to make sure that things are done correctly, because if we do more harm, that's not the direction we want to go.
So I think this colloquy's been helpful. Do you have a quick response to that, Ms. Brostrom?
I do, and I want to know that the People's Senate, when we began by creating benchmarks for DTSC in general reforms, and site-specific short-term goals from the community's perspective. We have fact sheets about each site that we took Barbara Lee to early in her tenure. We have roadmap to confirmation, which outlines exactly short-term goals. So we're not talking about we want to see what's going to be at the end of any remediation project. We have 3 to 4 things for each communities that could have been completed within 6 months. And none of the things that we have asked for have been completed. And this is what I'm talking about. We've created mechanisms to make your work easier because we are watchdogging as a group, DTSC as a whole, and at every single site that's part of the People's Senate. So we've done that work. And
None of them have been done? None of them?
I don't believe so. I'll have to look at the Exide one again about exactly what we looked for and asked for. But by and large, when and I'm not the one to assess success. I leave that to each individual community. So they're the ones that judges whether or not these things have been completed. And I have not heard from one community that they feel that the steps have been taken.
And you were saying before that we had the opportunity as a panel to ask the department to report on all of those, and we decided not to do it. Is that what you were mentioning? Okay. Vice Chair, yes, something to say?
One quick question. You said that you would like the People's Center or the appropriate group to give side-by-side presentations with DTSC. And the question is, wouldn't it be wise to also give either the permitted facilities or the responsible parties for cleanup that same opportunity so that we actually have a threefold look at it?
I mean, I don't see that there's necessarily conflict in terms of like we're on different sides. Because the way you're presenting it is like we're on different sides.
No. There's different perspectives, not different sides. They are also experts. You know, they can get the people who are actually out made the sampling plans, did all of that, and they too are engaged for decades in many cases. And so, but I think that their perspective would necessarily be different from the people, the residents, which would. Yeah, I always say that businesses or industries part of the community too, but the residents versus the permitted facilities are responsible parties, those responsible for cleanup, to get that perspective in addition to DTSC's perspective.
I'm a bit agnostic on that point. I represent the community, so that's,
I understand, yeah. But I mean, don't you think it'd be wise for the panel to, expand, encourage more perspectives so that we can get a bigger picture?
I mean, it's up to the panel. I don't see that the industry has been asking for it repeatedly as we have. And
I agree with that, and I appreciate your persistence. I really do.
I also, think that we've done a lot of lead work, not only on, in order to come up with a framework for how to hold a DTSC accountable, how to hold the IRP accountable now. So we've been at this for several years. So I think we are well placed already. Whereas, if there are other groups out there that want to have a similar role, again, there is a lot of work that has gone into it to get to where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Other additional public comment
There are 4 emails
for this item?
for agenda item 6.
Okay, go ahead.
To whom it may concern, please see below press release and attached letter that was sent to DTSC Director Barbara Lee on 2/12/2016. The letter highlights one of the ways in which DTSC has failed the community of Jordan Downs by issuing a no further action determination and deciding not to conduct further testing in the residential areas despite the fact that elevated levels of both lead and cadmium were found on the perimeter of the contaminated site, 9901 Alameda. The Jordan Downs Environmental Justice Coalition believes that the racist attitudes at DTSC impedes the health of residents and environmental justice in Jordan Downs neighborhood of Watts. Sincerely, Monica Shankar. Did you want me to read the lengthy emails or print them and give them to you after the meeting? Roughly 3 pages.
How long are the other 3 emails?
Significant. So you did want me to read the email? Okay. Press release, LA advocates demand reversal of state toxics department decision citing racism with agency. Within agency. Friday, 2016, February 12th, Los Angeles. Today, the Jordan Downs Environmental Justice Coalition, a Los Angeles-based environmental justice advocacy group, delivered a letter to Barbara Lee, director of the CA Department of Toxic Substances Control, demanding the reversal of a no further action determination issued by department following a series of environmental tests that revealed elevated levels of toxic chemicals and heavy metals in the Jordan Downs public housing community in 2014. Jordan Downs is currently undergoing a $1 billion redevelopment effort, which has suffered serious setbacks due to the presence of contaminants including lead and arsenic in the area. DTSC is overseeing a $31 million remediation of a contaminated parcel adjacent to the residences, but has largely ignored calls from the coalition for further testing and remediation in the public housing site, where over half the community residents are children. The group is also demanding the immediate establishment of an independent third-party compliance monitor at the site, citing overtly racist attitudes within the department that were revealed in a series of racist emails discovered in a Public Records Act request. Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, LAFLA attorney Alexander Hardinen, on behalf of the coalition, criticized DTSC for losing the community's confidence in its ability to prioritize the health of low-income minority residents. Senior toxicologist William Bozan, who signed the Jordan Downs NFA decision, was a key figure implicated in DTSC's racist email scandal in December 2015. Despite widespread community outrage over the content of the emails and the implications for the low-income communities of color that rely on DTSC to make fair and prudent decisions regarding remediation in their communities, DTSC has not reevaluated the cases overseen by the individuals implicated in the scandal. In a January 28, 2016 report to Governor Brown and the California legislature, the DTSC Independent Review Panel, established in 2015 and tasked with reviewing and making recommendations regarding improvements to DTSC's permitting, enforcement, public outreach, and fiscal management, recommended that DTSC immediately assign staff to revisit all no further action cases in the past 5 years involving William Bozan. According to the JDEJC and Hardinen's letter, the NFA determination was made in the face of samples suggesting elevated levels of contaminants in the sample area and was based on inappropriate assumptions, techniques, and interpretations. Despite samples being clearly over the state's action level, DTSC chose not to require additional testing to ensure the health of current and future Jordan Down residents is protected. Equally disturbing is the statement from the DTSC that despite being over the action levels, the sampling reflects what is encountered in other urban areas and therefore requires no action. This, coupled with racist emails sent by the DTSC staff with direct oversight over the Jordan Downs area, gives great concern that such attitudes have pervaded DTSC's decision-making and may have influenced the NFA determination at Jordan Downs. The community has concrete fears that if immediate action is not taken, Jordan Downs will become another Exide, Love Canal, or Flint, Michigan. The communities of color, which have historically been contaminated through discriminatory policies, deserve a clean and healthy environment in which to live, work, study, and play. Members of the JDEJC include the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, the Natural Resources Defense Council, Physicians for Social Responsibility, LA, the LA Human Right to Housing Collective, and residents of the Jordan Downs community. This one's from Azania Villanueva. Dear Independent Review Panel, I represent the Autumnwood community in Wildemar. Our homes were built upon toxic soil that has poisoned and killed residents. Over the last 5 years, we've tried to get DTSC to acknowledge the presence of toxic chemicals in our community, the threat to citizens living therein, and to take action to protect human life first and foremost. Several independent and government tests found dozens of toxic chemicals well above CHHSLS. Yet DTSC claimed there is no evidence of soil contamination. Analytical data, however, contradicted DTSC's findings, and it became clear that DTSC had in fact manipulated and omitted test results from its findings. DTSC staff assigned to Wildemar included William Boson and Theo Johnson, whose emails were recently exposed to show contempt for our community and others. At the January 14th IRP meeting, a recommendation was made that DTSC not look at Boson and Johnson's NFA findings, but at the actions and data that contributed to the findings. DTSC Director Barbara Lee told the IRP that there was no indication that the technical work done by Boson and Johnson were problematic and that it was validated by other agencies. Her statement to you is misleading at best. The EPA recently completed its review of DTSC's investigation in Wildemar. Though EPA said it generally agreed with DTSC, it made several findings that are of concern for the health of our community and raised serious concerns about the quality and integrity of the DTSC's work. For example, EPA found many unreported concentrations of chemicals high enough to cause acute symptoms of bronchospasms and fluid in the lungs, a system commonly reported in our community, along with many other cancer-causing chemicals. In addition, EPA found that DTSC excluded several chemicals from its final report, and when EPA asked DTSC for the basis of the calculations and conclusions, DTSC could not produce supporting material. DTSC had to ask the analytical lab for more data, which means all the charts and graphs DTSC produced at our final meeting were incomplete and misleading. EPA is recommending additional testing. Any mistakes, omissions, or inconsistencies in DTSC's data can be a huge problem as it is used by other agencies in responding to communities. These agencies rely on summarized data from DTSC. Therefore, DTSC goes unchecked because no one is reviewing raw data to make sure it matches analytical data to support the findings of DTSC's scientific staff. Bill Boson and Theo Johnson are making life or death decisions in my community. These are the same staff members who exchanged an email voicing concerns that if SB 812 passed, they would be investigated by Internal Affairs. It is therefore very troubling that the IRP allowed Director Lee to influence his recommendation on this issue. Clearly, all technical work done by Boson and Johnson must be reviewed. I'm concerned about the IRP's ability to reform the DTSC so that it operates to its full mission to protect citizens when the IRP is getting much of its information from DTSC and much of it is incorrect. Impacted communities should be allowed to contribute on an equal or fair share of information to be considered by the IRP. And finally, Barbara Lee has not made an adequate response to the People's Senate site-specific concerns sent to her July of last year. We need your assistance in getting answers now. Respectfully submitted, Sonia Villanueva, concerned neighbors of Wildemar, the People's Senate member.
Note that we were supplied, colleagues, with the cover letter from EPA as well as the detailed EPA response on the Autumnwood site that is in our packets. And it's something certainly worth looking at. Next.
The next one is from Denise Duffield. Dear panel members, I'm writing to express concerns about the IRP's capacity to impact meaningful change at DTSC and for impacted communities. Observations from the meetings to date are troubling. IRP proceedings have largely been composed of presentations from DTSC and industry, the very entitles that are responsible for putting communities at risk and which simply cannot be trusted to tell the truth. Indeed, we have already seen DTSC put forth false information that has influenced the IRP's decisions. At the January 14th meeting, Director Lee told the IRP that there was no reason to question the technical work done by Boson and Johnson, that their data had been validated by other agencies. Communities in Wildemar and Jordan Downs in Ag Park and near Santa Susana Field Lab beg to differ and vigorously dispute the data produced by Boson and Johnson and by DTSC repeatedly that has been used to justify its NFA findings. Director Lee also misled the IRP when she said there was no reason to respond to the People's Senate and the CEJC's July letter that she had already responded and could not comment on site-specific decisions before they are made. Her response was inadequate then as it is now. Communities want and need answers now. Not a single community has seen progress since Barbara Lee has been director. In fact, the situation for many years has gotten worse. At SSFL, DTSC is poised to accept a proposal by Boeing that would leave the vast majority of the nuclear and chemical contamination on its property not cleaned up, despite a petition signed by over 1,600 of community member emails and letters from many elected officials expressing their concern. There has been no response other than a letter from Boeing that mischaracterizes lies about DTSC's cleanup policy, to which DTSC has said nothing. This is outrageous. The IRP must find a way for communities to counter information provided by the DTSC and industry polluters. It must give communities equal weight when it makes decisions. Impacted communities have considered experience and knowledge that must be incorporated into the IRP's proceedings and structure. If this does not happen, the IRP will be of no use to communities whose health and well-being is jeopardized every day by DTSC's corruption and incompetence. It will simply be used by DTSC to give itself cover, which will further harm communities by perpetuating and sanctioning this very troubled, dysfunctional, and corrupt agency. I trust this is not what the IRP wants, and I urge you to work with the communities to find a better way. Sincerely, Denise Duffield.
Thank you to Ms. Duffield for that. I'll also note, colleagues, we were provided with information on the results of the supplemental testing in Ag Park. That should be in our packets. We got that this morning. Ag Park was mentioned at our meeting, I think, on December 18th. And anybody that looks at the results at what happened at Ag Park would be troubled. There's a no further action letter that required cleanup of total PCBs at 0.26 milligrams per kilogram, and they found levels as high as 76, which is 500 times above that level. I believe the no further action letter has been withdrawn, but that's the kind of stuff that really challenges folks' confidence in this department, and I think we should be thinking about what's happened at Ag Park and what lessons can be learned. But I thank Ms. Duffield for that comment. Next.
The last email is from Sydney Gordner. Dear Independent Review Panel, I live near the Santa Susana Field Lab in Los Angeles area, which has been contaminated by radionuclides and chemicals for decades. When I moved to the area, I was unaware of the history of nuclear work and the partial nuclear meltdown, as well as tens of thousands of rocket tests in the area, only a few miles away from my home. To learn that I had been raising my 3 children near this contaminated site, and to learn then of research showing elevated concern correlated to proximity to the site was horrifying. I am a member of the People's Senate, and I'm part of a large group of concerned local residents that has met several times with DTSC Director Barbara Lee. Over the last 6 years, I personally have had numerous experiences with the DTSC, which could only lead one to conclude that DTSC is controlled by the polluter and does not have the best interests of the community as their priority. Following the IRP meeting in Los Angeles, I was hopeful about the IRP's ability to help our community and with the much needed cleanup. Unfortunately, I am quite concerned with IRP's ability to make meaningful reform. I understand the IRP is getting the majority of its information from the DTSC, which has at times been false. Our community has decades of work on our complex site. Some of the documents are thousands of pages long. In order for the IRP to be meaningful, it must incorporate the considerable knowledge of the impacted communities, as many legislators have done in the past on our site. It is further imperative that Director Lee respond to the site-specific concerns outlined by the People's Senate. Her response was inadequate, and 8 months have gone by. It is absurd that Director would not comment on sites during the decision-making process, as community input is vital and part of the mission of the DTSC. Thank you for your time. Sydney Gardner, Rocketdyne Cleanup Coalition.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on general public comment, item 6?
No, sir.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Yeah, Eric, could you, and maybe this would be a matter of procedures, but forward those emails to me, and if not, all the panel members would,
I will send them to all panel members.
okay, thank you.
On to item number 7. Chair's report. I do want to just reiterate, colleagues, that we did receive a bunch of information on Autumnwood / Wildemar, as well as Ag Park overnight. We also received a letter from a lot of folks having to do with Exide. If you recall, panel members, we did have some very extensive presentations on Exide at our last meeting. And shortly thereafterwards, Governor Brown announced a $176.6 million cleanup plan for the Exide site. It was outlined in a Department of Finance letter dated February 17. Shortly after our meeting last month, the plan is intended to ensure that all residential properties, schools, daycare centers, and parks within the 1.7-mile radius of the Exide Technologies facility are tested, and that contaminated soil removed where lead levels are the highest and the potential exposure the greatest. So this is quite a victory for the community. It's a real measure of progress and quite an accomplishment for the director and her staff, and certainly indicates the governor's intention to put the resources in place to address the Exide situation. Just a couple quick notes on that, though, colleagues. The $176 million plan, which still has to go through the legislature and the details still have to be worked out, is nearly the budget for the entire department for an entire year. Not quite there, but it's almost there. So if this goes through, and once the department starts to implement these plans, it's obviously going to be, the single biggest project that this department is undertaking right now, and perhaps has ever undertaken. It's probably going to start, this year or next year, and I think we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. I think that we, as our in our charter, cannot ignore the biggest thing that the department is doing with a budget that's almost equal to the whole remainder of the department. So we'll have to find a way that's appropriate with our statutory authorities to make sure that we're considering what's happening. The other thing I will note is that the plan, at least the proposal, has included some degree of an exemption to the California Environmental Quality Act. You'll note that there's a letter from a lot of the affected communities strongly criticizing that. Someone the other day said to me that it was snatching defeat from the jaws of victory to try to do this under an exemption to CEQA. Hopefully there can be some degree of a compromise on that in a way that gives the community the assurance that this is being done in a way that's protective of the environment, whether it's through expedited environmental review or with a bunch of conditions that everyone is satisfied with that would serve as a functional equivalent to a CEQA document. But we're hearing, this panel is hearing strongly worded statements from the community objecting to that CEQA exemption, and that's in the panel materials that are in the back of the room and before you today. I also do want to identify an email that we received on March 2nd entitled The Environmental Justice Community of DTSC. This was an email sent by minority scientists at DTSC. They call themselves the DTSC Environmental Justice Community of Scientists. So this is an internal a group there that sent a very detailed letter to Secretary Matt Rodriguez raising certain concerns about the dynamics and the work environment at DTSC. This is not wholly unrelated to some of the concerns that were raised about the emails. I know that the department is taking these seriously and has initiated a process to ensure that its work environment is as healthful and appropriate as possible. But I, as the chair of the panel, when I see things like this coming to us from a group of scientists at this department, we cannot ignore it. So I wanted to make that clear, and we're going to look into this a little bit further. We'll figure out what our role can be in assisting the director and everyone else at the department in addressing these concerns, as I know they are certainly committed to do. So that's the chair's report. Are there any concerns or comments on that, or any public comment?
Sorry, go ahead. I am a bit concerned that we're revisiting this site mitigation issues. It seems that early on in the meetings, we always have representatives for Wildomar, the agricultural park, and Santa Susana. Site mitigation seems to be something quite important, and I know that in our interactions in this panel, it may be possible that the People's Senate feel that we're listening, but we're not doing anything. That in some ways they feel a little bit that we are kind of in some ways disempowered because they feel that they're constantly bringing forward these issues to us. But although we're hearing it, it's not as though we're doing anything concrete to address their concerns. And I know that with Excite, the concentration is on moving all these funds to try to clean that area. But I'm a little concerned that some of these other areas that have, in some ways, similar residents' concerns, they also need to be at one point addressed.
Well, we do have an agenda item 11 later on today.
Exactly.
And where we're,
If we can get to it.
yeah,
Yeah.
if we get to it,
We need to address some of that because I feel a little bit that there is a little bit of an idea that we're not really listening, because I know that every single time that we have our meeting early on, we have these views of look at these sites, and concerned citizens are coming and talking to us. And I think a little bit that site mitigation, I know last time we were thinking of moving it maybe to a later time point, and we discussed it amongst ourselves that perhaps it's something that we need to move forward, and it's something I think we need to revisit again.
Try to get to agenda item 11 today.
Yeah.
Anything further on the chair's report? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on. The next item in order is the fiscal billing system transition. Item 8, the Department of Toxic Substances Control will present and submit written information on its fiscal billing system transition. Good morning, Ms. Negri.
yeah, it's, IT helps on the way.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, just let me reiterate my appreciation for allowing me a little bit of time to give you an update on fiscal implementation. I know you have a lot of important topics to cover today, so I'll keep my remarks very brief.
Just for the record, could you restate your name and the organization you're from?
Certainly, my name is Francesca Negri. I am the Chief Deputy Director for Department of Toxic Substance Control. So the financial system for California, also known as Fiscal, is a business transformation project for the state government in the areas of budgeting, accounting, procurement, and cash management. The state agency implementing the project has been working collaboratively with all state departments and agencies to develop, to utilize, maintain an integrated financial system. While the implementation has been somewhat challenging for many state agencies, and including DTSC, the state's vision of creating one single financial management system for greater efficiency, accountability, transparency for the administration of the taxpayer dollars is well worth our effort and investment. Second slide. I'd like to talk a little bit about the financial technology landscape that has existed for the state in recent history and what Fiscal hopes to achieve with the implementation of this project. Much of the state has been operating under financial management systems that use outdated technologies and that are costly and difficult to maintain. These systems are not integrated and they do not operate under standardized financial management processes defined as accounting, budgeting, cash management, asset accounting, vendor management, and procurement. The objective with Fiscal is an integrated financial management solution to be used by state accounting, procurement, and budget professionals. For members of the public, as well as state officials and executives, it's designed to improve the transparency of California's financial management information, allowing the implementation of increased auditing, compliance reporting, and fiscal accountability while sharing information between the public, legislature, external stakeholders, state and federal and local agencies. So, next slide. So let's turn to how Fiscal's been implemented at DTSC. DTSC is part of Wave 2 of the state's transition and began working closely with Fiscal and their project leaders on implementation in the second quarter of fiscal year 2014. DTSC and Fiscal successfully implemented the budgeting and procurement modules of the system in late 2015. And implementing the accounting module required that DTSC and Fiscal work collaboratively toward resolving a few issues. Next slide. This is a process map of the Fiscal accounting system. As you can see, it's very complex, and our challenges were solely related to the grants, project costing, and general ledger areas of the accounting system. Some of the reasons why this process map is so complex is because of the increased functionality the system is supposed to provide. So in accounting, a few of the objectives of the Fiscal system are to streamline accounts receivable collections processes and allow for an offset capability which will provide for increased cash collection, and streamlining the payment process to allow for faster vendor payments, which will reduce late payments and bring the state into compliance with the Prompt Payment Act. Next slide. The challenges that DTSC experienced with some of the accounting modules in Fiscal impacted our ability to produce timely invoices. As you probably are aware, we issue approximately 1,800 invoices to responsible parties quarterly, and we have a unique and very complex accounting and billing needs because the system must track multiple sites and multiple responsible parties. Originally, we thought that we could work with Fiscal to incorporate that functionality within the Fiscal system. However, as we dove deeper into the system, we concurred that we would continue to use our system using Fiscal derived from, using data derived from Fiscal. Next slide. So, what is our current status? Well, I'm very happy to report that we have collaborated closely with Fiscal to address all of our outstanding issues. We have been able to issue all of our federal grant invoices, and we are at 85% completion in getting up to speed on our cost recovery invoices with the expectation that we will be current within a few weeks. So those are all the remarks I have for Fiscal implementation. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Negri. Deputy Director, Vice Chair?
Yes. What data are you using to integrate for your billing from Fiscal? I don't. That was 2 slides back, I think. No, yeah, I'm sorry. The last bullet on the previous slide.
We're using, we were trying to reconcile payroll data from the State Controller's Office with data we were receiving from the Fiscal accounting log. Okay. That was an area where we needed to resolve. Cost allocation process, which assigns cost to program activities, wasn't operating properly initially. And both of those issues, I want to make the point that the issues that we were experiencing are data configuration, debugging, troubleshooting, all of those processes are an iterative process normal with large IT implementations. And so it required that we partner very closely with Fiscal. We are very grateful for their commitment to DTSC. They spent a lot of executive time as well as management, and through all levels throughout Fiscal, they really committed to helping us resolve these issues in a timely fashion. So those issues are fairly common in this size of an IT implementation.
Yeah, I unfortunately very painfully understand that. But I was just wondering, so basically the data that you're getting is things like payroll, cost-related information. Okay.
Dr. Campbell?
Just a quick question. In terms of the technology landscape, that the slide that you showed, I believe it was slide number 2.
Yes.
Yeah, just wondering, yes, right there. So after fiscal, to what degree does the accounting become independent of so I know that DTSC plays basically plays an important role in having your own accounting professionals, correct? And I know that you have a department that takes care of the billing, for example, for the most part.
Yes, DTSC has an accounting unit, as most state agencies have accounting units. Yes.
Exactly. So with fiscal, to some degree, is there an oversight on the accounting department for DTSC? Does this fiscal kind of provide a degree of oversight? Is that what I'm trying to pretty much get to? Does it become a little bit, in a sense, you said that we want it for transparency, and also to make sure that everything is integrated as a whole. But I was wondering, does it also in some ways allow for some checks and balances to make sure that, for example, when we bill a certain time, that we're getting that money back, that it's not kind of going under the radar? Sometimes what can happen is if it's a lot of work, I could imagine, like with 1,800, you mentioned something, it issues 1,800 invoices quarterly.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, would fiscal allow us to have some degree of more control of exactly how many of those invoices have been sent out and how many of them have received payment? In some ways, would it make it a little bit more transparent in a sense of kind of making sure that nothing is sliding through the cracks?
Well, I want to say that, initially we were looking at that functionality within fiscal, but there are, so many different state departments with so many different financial needs and intricacies that, fiscal, while I think it's going to, create a system that is that financial management system for the state in general, isn't designed to meet every single department's unique needs. And so, again, we're going to continue to use our billing system with information we receive from fiscal. So fiscal won't be issuing our invoices, if that answers your question.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going, that it would be something that would be a little bit more sort of generalized to some degree, and a little bit independent of perhaps DTSC itself, because I noticed part of what was on that you mentioned, it was actually a slide in the previous presentation. There was a slide that was missing in here. You actually put the challenges in that we were going to discuss that as a separate slide. And in it, it does says that payroll data from the State Controller's Office has not reconciled with data from the fiscal accounting log. And I wanted to make sure that that could be in some ways.
That issue has been resolved. I want to say that we've been making very speedy progress toward the resolution of these issues with the commitment of Fiscal's team to DTSC, and with those resolutions we were able to put that issue at rest, which is why it wasn't a part of my presentation.
Okay, yeah, that's something that I was a little bit kind of thinking, that if you have some degree of oversight on the billing and making sure that it's all generalized and kind of transparent, it would in some ways improve the trust issue.
Right. I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anything further? So, Deputy Director, thank you for the presentation. I know that, or my understanding is that upon coming to the department, this was one of sort of your immediate to-do items. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
So congratulations on getting this done. I know that the director has a lot of confidence in you, and there seems to be a really great way to start by tackling a thorny problem and making tremendous progress on it in a quick period of time. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Now, I know that you didn't do this alone. Who in the department also has helped you crack this nut, so to speak, in the last few months?
Well, Deputy Director of Administration Andrew Collada has been instrumental in working with his staff and his budget officer, and I want to again call out, Fiscal staff, the executive officer, their management team has been absolutely committed to assisting us through this process, and I see us as one of the successful departments that's implemented Fiscal.
Hear a lot of things, criticism of the department, but this seems to be one of the successes, so I think it's appropriate to highlight the things that the department, it does right. I know it took some time, but it seems that you're getting there, so I think that it is appropriate to congratulate you on making a lot of progress on this. Can you go to the last slide just for a second, Director? It indicates here DTSC has issued 85% of its cost recovery invoices, which is a big number. Is there another set of invoices that other than cost recovery, or is that's the main part of the invoices?
I would say that's the bulk of our invoices. I'm looking over at Andrew to confirm, along with the federal grant invoices. Those were the two areas that we were experiencing some delays, and we should be caught up on our cost recovery in another week, maybe? Yeah.
So one of the things that this panel is supposed to be looking at is cost recovery and the backlog, and that's not a Fiscal issue. But do you get the sense that the implementation of Fiscal, and this is sort of following up on Dr. Campbell's questions, once Fiscal is up and running, is this going to assist in giving the department as good a means as possible to get a handle on all its cost recovery stuff moving forward?
Well, I think the work that the department has doing specific to cost recovery is going to make produce the inroads that we need to resolve that 10% of the cost recovery that we've been unable to collect, and we've been making some really great progress on that. The Fiscal system itself is designed, is an overarching system for state government to increase accountability and transparency, and so I'll leave it to those experts to talk about how that's going to be rolled out for information sharing, but I think in concert with Fiscal, I do believe that the department's specific efforts toward cost recovery is where we're going to see, the improvements being implemented.
And it makes sense to you to make sure that moving forward we integrate Fiscal into the ongoing cost recovery efforts to make sure that the department continues to strengthen its cost recovery approach.
Absolutely. Whatever tools Fiscal provides to us in order to allow us to be more transparent in that effort is we're going to be implementing.
So finally, now that all these bills are going out, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of RPs in the state that are going to be very happy to receive all of these. Would you be able to update us in a few months about how the collections are going on those bills and whether they seem to be clear, whether you're seeing some sort of any perceptible difference in disputes or other things? In other words, I'd like to get a sense from you in a couple, 3 months as to how the collections and the billing are going, because we do hear from time to time the regulated community talking about questions about the billing, and would you be able to come back and report to us on how the billing is going and whether the regulated community feels in general that the billing is fair and those kinds of things?
We can provide an update to you or your staff in a few months, certainly.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Well, a couple of things.
Vice Chair.
Am I correct in my assumption that the Bureau of Equalization collects some revenue for DTSC too? And that's integrated into Fiscal?
No.
And we are required, I believe, as one of our 90-day reports, I'd have to go back to visit for some kind of metrics on collection. Is that correct?
Sorry, what was the question?
On our 90-day report, was it budgetary specifically called out for progress?
Yes, it is part of the our statute, but I believe it is something that in our work plan we are probably going to address separately. So it says department progress in reducing permitting and enforcement backlogs, which what we decided to work on now, improving public outreach and improving fiscal management. So fiscal management is actually the fourth
Okay, so, but at that, by that time, if not earlier, we'll have develop some kind of metric or going forward, okay. That's for internal, because we can't talk to each other again outside of this setting, so I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just really quickly also, I noticed in your last current status slide, it says DTSC has issued 85% of its cost recovery invoices. Of that 85%, is that how much has been received also, or is that just what has been issued?
That's what's been issued, invoiced.
So how much of it has actually been received? I was wondering.
I don't have that information for you right now. I can certainly provide it to your staff.
I just want to know that once the invoices have been issued, do we usually, or does that mean that the success rate is similar to the amount that has, the billing that has been issued, that you get the cost recovery, or whether or not you can send a bill, but doesn't necessarily mean that you'll get payment for that bill?
Right, and I think we've just agreed that we would be providing an update in a few months on that. Great.
In response to that, and also Member Vizier's comment, our initial January report on the fiscal management side did have some data requests, and in that was this report we're getting today, as well as a request that we get some data by September 1st on the collections, billed and outstanding, and any solutions to barriers in that regard. So those are the kind of metrics that we'll be able to report on when we get to it.
Thank you. I now for refreshing my memory on that. Okay. And now really quickly, I want to take the opportunity to say, having recently been involved in this in government, this is a huge, this type of integration, both at every level, is so much effort, and this seems to have gone very well and successfully. And you hear so much about government too, where, well, we're using an antiquated system and we can't do this anymore. And I'm confident that that's no longer the case here. So that's a good job. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, kudos and ditto to that, and we'll look forward to getting some future reports on how it's all working in a few months. Anything further for the Deputy Director? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Is there any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Thank you. So we're going to move on now. Colleagues, just a time check. It's about 11:25, so we're probably 15, 20 minutes behind schedule today. We're going to now start the permitting presentation from DTSC, and we've got some Mr. Rolfus. We have on agenda item 9, which is where we are now. We're getting a report from the department, which is quite extensive, on permitting program. We're also getting a presentation from the Department of the Navy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do we have any other formal presentations on the permitting program today?
I believe Ms. Brostrom was going to make a short presentation on permitting as well.
But that's not a PowerPoint or anything, right?
No.
Okay. So we've got sort of those 3 formal placeholders here. It's almost 11:30. So how about we dive in and do a time check in about an hour and see where we are, and then we can figure out if we want to take a break after DTSC finishes its presentation, or whether we want to, go through and do a pretty late lunch. But can we make that decision in about an hour or after DTSC's presentation concludes?
I'm fine with it.
Is that okay? All right, we'll move on. I see the Director Lee is approaching. Welcome, Director. Congratulations again on the tremendous news on the X side. It's quite an accomplishment for your department. I know you worked extremely hard on that, and I think it takes a village to get something like that done, but everyone knows that you put a lot of time and made that happen, so congratulations on that. Implementing it is another story, and we're here to help you with that, but that's a very important step. So welcome, and we look forward to hearing this presentation on the permitting.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. For the record, my name is Barbara Lee. I'm the Director of the Department of Toxic Substances Control. We're happy to have the opportunity to talk with you today about our permitting program. Before I hand it over to staff to give you their presentations, I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. In addition to that $176.6 million that the governor has so graciously provided to the department for the cleanup in the communities around the Exide site, there are a couple of other things that have happened in the last month that I just wanted to bring to your attention. As part of the governor's action, his announcement awarding the funding, he also directed the department to do some very important work regarding lead batteries. He charged us with examining the handling and recycling of lead batteries under our pilot program through our hazardous waste reduction initiative. That's an initiative we're undertaking that has 3 pilot projects in it. We have an advisory group for that effort set up, for that initiative set up, and we will be looking for near-term reductions in the waste generated and released from the handling of spent lead-acid batteries under that initiative. In addition, the governor directed us to evaluate lead-acid batteries as a potential priority product under our Safer Consumer Products program. And our Safer Consumer Products program is not one that we've talked about much with this panel, although we did give you a little bit of information about it. But the Safer Consumer Products program allows the department, based on a scientific evaluation of products and the chemical constituents in them, to identify priority products. And when a product's been identified, the manufacturers are required to do a comprehensive analysis of the life cycle of the product and look at alternatives that can be incorporated into the manufacture of the product to make it safer. And that evaluation also includes looking for potential unintended consequences as a result of making those chemical substitutions. It's a very comprehensive and very forward-looking effort. And by evaluating lead-acid batteries as a potential priority product for that program, we'll be doing the groundwork that could lead to the identification of those batteries and the following analysis, life cycle analysis and alternatives analysis that could potentially reduce the exposure to human health and the environment, to the harmful constituents in those batteries, not just in California, but across the nation. So we're really excited to have the opportunity to do that work, and very pleased that the governor has that confidence in us to undertake such a big project. So we would potentially be happy to give you an update on that later in the year if you're interested in it. And then on the subject of the Safer Consumer Products program and the reformulation of products, you may have seen in the media the department released a study that it conducted looking at flame retardants in breast milk. And we found a 39% drop in the presence of PBDEs, which are a group of harmful constituents, polybrominated diphenyl ethers, that were found in human breast milk. We had a before study, and then there was a statutory action taken by the legislature to ban PBDEs from flame retardants in furniture. And as a result, now a few years after that has gone into effect, we've seen a 39% drop in flame retardants and breast milk. And there are some other studies that the department has done looking at the effects in cats, in house cats. There is some thought that these flame retardants are responsible for the sharp increase that was seen in the last decade or so in hyperthyroidism in cats. And there is in fact been a drop in hyperthyroidism in cats since the ban went into effect. So it underscores the importance of product reformulation, and that is the focus of our Safer Consumer Products program, although our program was not responsible for the specific ban on PDBEs in furnishings. it is looking at flame retardants in other products and has a work plan with 7 different categories where we'll be evaluating potential priority products and improvements that can be made for California in the future. So I just wanted to alert you to that. These are some things we've been doing that we're very proud of. Really great work by the staff. You're going to hear now in more detail about our permitting program. I believe I'm going to introduce first Elise Rothschild, my Deputy Director over the permitting program, and then we have a team of people to give you some very specific information about different aspects of the work we're doing on our permits.
Welcome, Deputy Director Rothschild.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Elise Rothschild, Deputy Director of the Hazardous Waste Management Program, and I appreciate the opportunity to present our permitting program to you this morning. My vision for the permitting program is that within 2 years, we will eliminate the permitting backlog, completing some of our most challenging, complex permit decisions that have taken years to resolve. We will continue our mission to issue protective and timely and defensible permit decisions in a more transparent, consistent, and structured manner. We will make progress toward our goal of issuing 90% of decisions within 2 years. We will measure our success through our ability to complete each year a minimum of 8 permit decisions, as well as issue and oversee annually 50 emergency permits, 25 Class 1 permit modifications, 8 Class 2 permit modifications, and 10 closure projects. Our ability to achieve these goals is a direct result of the improvements made in our organizational structure, processes, and tools. We have 6 presentations for you today that describe our process. Terry Hardy, our Special Assistant for Program Review, has been leading the permitting enhancement work plan implementation, and she will provide an overview of that effort. Next, we'll have Rizgar Ghazi, our Permitting Division Chief, who will present the permitting process and improvements that are being made. Next, we'll have Wayne Lorenzen, one of our hazardous substance engineers in the permitting program, will share our experience in the Lean Six Sigma program by applying it to the permitting process and the results, findings, and recommendations. Next, we have Tamara Zielinski, one of our senior hazardous substance engineers, who will provide an overview of some of our efforts to improve our financial assurances for facilities. Then we'll have Jim Markson, our Deputy Director of the Office of Communications, who will discuss the permitting enhancement work plan in the areas of environmental justice and public participation. And then last but not least, we'll have Josh Chucker, our Legislative Director, and Keith Kahara, our Division Chief of the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division, who will present the draft violation scoring procedure. Thanks for your time and dedication to this important effort, and I look forward to your questions and input on how we can further improve our permitting program. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Are you going to be sort of the MC with all these different people coming up, or how are we going to do that?
So I am going to be here, but not necessarily the MC, and they will just introduce each other as they come up.
Okay. So colleagues, I'm the worst violator of this rule, but we have a really strict timeline today, especially if we want to get to the site mitigation. So it sounds like there are 6 coherent breaks in the presentation.
Correct.
Please, and I'm going to do this today for myself, let's save the questions till the end of each of the 6. And we'll try to do it that way, okay? Thank you very much.
All right. Terry Hardy, thanks.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. We've made tremendous success and progress with our permitting enhancement work plan, and I'm happy to brief you on that today. But before I do, I want to introduce myself for the record. I'm Terry Hardy. I'm the Special Assistant for Program Review, and here we go. I want to briefly describe the events that led to our permitting enhancement work plan as a little context for you. In 2012, DTSC launched our Fixing the Foundation initiative to address issues that threaten the department's ability to achieve its mission and ensure accountability. To help its analysis, DTSC in 2013 hired the Cooperative Personnel Services, or CPS. It's an outside consulting firm to perform an evaluation of the permitting program. CPS identified several problems, including unclear standards for denying or revoking permits, the need for earlier and more meaningful public involvement, and the absence of standard processes that resulted in lengthy delays in permit decisions. Next slide. DTSC determined a concerted reform effort was necessary, and I was hired to oversee those changes. Early on, we determined that the work plan just shouldn't simply be a to-do list to respond to the CPS recommendations. What we needed was something bigger, a reimagining of our permitting process and the way we do business. So we had marathon brainstorming sessions. We analyzed the CPS recommendations. We incorporated elements from our new strategic plan, addressed issues from stakeholders, and included our own staff's analysis of needed improvements. We knew, for instance, that the regulated community and the public needed more clarity on how we operate. We knew we needed to be more efficient. We knew we needed to reach out to communities earlier and better incorporate their feedback into our work. In July 2014, the legislature granted DTSC $699,000 and 5 limited-term positions, a team reporting to me, and our job was to implement that work plan. Next slide. So that work plan, the result of that brainstorming and a 2-year endeavor for us. As is stated on the cover, it is a comprehensive roadmap to guide efforts to improve DTSC's ability to issue protective, timely, and enforceable permits using more transparent standards and consistent procedures. A copy of that plan is on our website. Next slide. The plan has 10 overarching goals and 86 action items to be completed over 2 years. Next slide. I'm happy to report that as of the end of February, we have completed 78% of the work plan deliverables, and we are on track to complete all of them by the end of June. But we did not stop at the borders of that work plan. As we went through our work, we identified more refinements and more improvements that we thought needed to happen. And so we've included those in an addendum for future work, and that includes boot camps for new permit riders, training for them, and further refinements of our guidance documents. Next slide. To date, we have completed a host of new materials, guidance documents, procedures, reporting requirements, and training courses. Also, we've developed electronic e-tools, including electronic tracking system for permit milestones and supervisor sign-offs. Next slide. You're going to hear more details about some of these deliverables in a moment. With each of them, we gave careful consideration to how to make them useful and efficient. The team wove in accountability measures and identified necessary training needs. Structuring and supporting collaborative work, we discovered, was also a key component. Here's an example. Permitting had largely been working in silos, and one of the most critical projects that we did were called Departmental Procedures Memorandum. These were roles and responsibility agreements that outlined what permitting did when they coordinated with other entities within DTSC, so enforcement or our legal office. Crafting these documents required that representatives came together and discussed how staff members interact and who provides what information. They established turnaround deadlines. They determined when documents should be peer reviewed and when they should have supervisor sign-off. We identified where documents were housed and were mindful to create a process that memorializes how decisions are made and approved. We believe they create a more consistent and efficient process that avoids time sink, underscores accountability, and enhances enforceability. Next slide. Our work plan team members were hired from outside DTSC and brought a fresh eye to our procedures. But we knew, however, that we could produce a lot of documents, and if we didn't have buy-in from permitting staff, if they didn't use the documents, we would not be successful. So our team members began to regularly participate in supervisor calls, made frequent presentations at permitting staff meetings, and visited offices weekly. We pulled in staff members to be part of working groups. In turn, they really responded. Some became champions, leading the development of efforts like peer review and early site visits. Some took on major deliverables, as you'll hear shortly. Over time, we saw staff from throughout DTSC become increasingly engaged and owning this work. This is a picture from a 2-day marathon flowchart brainstorming session, and you'll hear about those results in a minute. But
Even more exciting than our meetings.
Actually, it was really enlightening and brought people together to hear how the pieces fit together from throughout the department, how they interacted, and, long-time issues that had never been discussed were brought out and the pieces put together. So the whole process is much more efficient and meshes a lot better. So it was extremely, it was a great process. So, and I also just wanted to say that Elise Rothschild and Rizgar Ghazi, the head of he's the division chief for permitting, have been just incredibly supportive of this whole endeavor. And now I wanted to introduce Rizgar, and he's going to tell you about one of our cornerstone work plan efforts.
Any questions for Ms. Hardy before Mr. Ghazi takes the mic? Just a couple quickies here. So you have a permit enhancement work plan. You've indicated that you've closed out a very large number of the items. Do you intend to do some sort of written closure of the plan or some written summary of how it's all been implemented?
I don't think we had envisioned that, but it's a good idea.
You also mentioned an addendum. I think that's the word that you used. Was that an addendum to the plan?
Yeah, it's like a next phase. I mean, I think you'll hear a common refrain about continuous improvement because it just doesn't stop. So that would be phase 2, and things that we have identified here that we didn't have the time to do, we've moved over now. These are new things that weren't envisioned in the first work plan and moved it now to a second work plan.
So is that a written document that we could see?
It is a written document, yes.
Mr. Rolfes, can you please get a copy of that? You also indicated in here that you've got your 40 guidance documents, the 25 procedures, the 15 reporting requirements. I know we work with Mr. Law to make a request for the policy manuals on that. What's that? That's the procedures?
Yeah, I mean,
DPMs, I think they're called?
Yes, and you have those today.
Okay.
You received 6 DPMs today,
Okay.
as well as previously the 27 DPMs for cost recovery.
Okay. But we're just talking about permitting today.
Yes, you are.
So, Mr. Rolfes, I think it's important that, the 40 guidance documents, 15 reporting requirements, 25 procedures, 20 training modules, 10 e-tools. The purpose of this presentation today is for us as a panel to begin to get a handle on the permitting stuff and to make our own recommendations. Our staff's going to have to figure out which of these things you think you need to understand what's going on. Maybe you don't need them. Maybe you need summaries. We've tried to get them. But the whole purpose of this is for our staff and ourselves to understand all these changes that are made. It's a tremendous amount of documentation. But it's up to you, Mr. Rolfes, Mr. Areca, to figure out which of this stuff you need in furtherance of our mission to make solid recommendations with solid metrics for permitting. So thank you very much, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you.
Mr. Ghazi?
One quick question, actually. Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Let's do it orderly through the chair.
A quick comment was one of the things that just pleased me. let's say a decade ago, I used to, it looks to me like permits not talking to inspector. The permit writers aren't talking to the inspectors.
Right.
And that was clearly, and then adding enforcement and all the others, that's
This
a huge
DPM,
process.
yeah, I mean, it was one deliverable, but it was transformational in this effort. This talking, communicating, saying, this is what we do, this is what you do, this is how it works together. It really was. It was pretty amazing.
I'm very happy to see that.
Yes.
Dr. Campbell?
Just really quickly, with the work plan, I think I would like to go through that work plan also, and maybe we may think at one point that it would be kind of nice to go through maybe some of these 86 action plans, and you mentioned that 75 of them have been to some degree
Yes.
implemented.
You'll hear about some of those deliverables today. So you'll, if you have further questions, we'd be glad to answer them. But we're going to be talking about some aspects of financial assurance, Arlene Six Sigma deliverables, EJ deliverables, and something called the violation scoring procedure. So you'll get to hear, these are some of our biggies.
Okay, I noticed in like number 2, you have established performance metrics. Like that is something that would be kind of important for us to see. What are some of the metrics that you are thinking about, and what are some additional ones that we can maybe think about?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The department has been asked to provide performance metrics in connection with this work plan and also just in general for permitting. Mr. Rolfus is well aware that metrics is like on the tip of his tongue as we prepare our own recommendations. That's exactly what we need. The point is well taken. Anything
Okay.
further? Mr. Ghazi? Everybody has their own titles. Mr. Permitting Program Division Chief Ghazi.
Good morning. Thank you, Terry. Good morning, panel members. My name is Rizgar Ghazi, and my title is the Permitting Division Chief. I want to talk to you about one improvement in the Permitting Enhancement Work Plan that Terry talked about. It is the permitting process flow chart. It is the permitting process flow chart. I'll talk to you about how we developed it and how it came about. But before I do that, I would like to bring your attention to, by sharing with you, how this came about. Before DTSC's Fix the Foundation initiative identified one of the things that was missing was consistency in the processing of permit applications. There was also a problem identified in the CPS report. There was a lack of standardization in the permitting process. There was also various versions of the flow charts circulating around the department. The lack of standardization in the permitting process created a lack of consensus between our own project managers. This also caused inconsistent expectations from the facilities. So if a facility submitted a permit application to one project manager and the project manager was replaced by another project manager, the facility had a different set of expectations and different process they had to follow. Additionally, the timing of the review by our DTSC support experts was not coordinated. Please move on to the next slide. One more time. Not all employees were trained and taught the same process, which further delayed the processing of the permit application. To address this, the Permitting Enhancement Work Plan identified a goal of creating a new permit process flow chart for us. Next slide. The first step, or phase 1 of the flow chart improvement, DTSC hosted an event in July of 2014. This workshop or event consisted of 27 staff from various programs, including permitting, engineering support, geological support, Human Ecological Risk Office, Office of Legal Affairs, public participation, our own enforcement group. During this workshop, we took apart different existing flow charts and used by the project managers. We analyzed each chart and combined them into one chart that captured the best current state of the permit process. This occurred before any improvements that we made to the process. The important step created a baseline for what is happening and served as a starting point to improve the process. Since then, staff have been using this flowchart as a guide. In fact, most staff have the flowchart displayed in their offices and around the office. Next slide, please. One more time. Again. One more time. Thank you. So let's move on to the next slide. In September 2015, we began phase 2 of the flowchart improvement process. The goal of phase 2 was to better define, refine, and streamline the process by identifying steps that should be moved, removed, added, or combined, or deleted, or separated. We moved steps to make the process more efficient, removed steps that were unnecessary, added more needed steps, and combined or separated steps to streamline the process. Next slide, please. In phase 2, just like in phase 1, it was important to get input from the different DTSC programs. We also wanted to ensure the attendees felt empowered and supported by DTSC management. Director Lee helped kick off the 2-day meeting for the improvement exercise and checked in with the attendees midway through the process to provide further support and to garner feedback. Terry Hardy and I also attended the 2-day workshop as well as other meetings to offer support to ensure the attendees were getting what they needed. Since the first event of July 2014, our permitting staff have been testing the best current state of the flowchart and taking notes on areas for improvement. Other support programs were doing the same. This allowed for the consensus of the improvement recommendations at each program level to be shared with the larger team during the workshop and made the process much more efficient for us. The September 2015 workshop was in person and included about 30 attendees from the different DTSC programs that are associated with the permit process. Representatives from each program represented their improvement recommendations one at a time, and each recommendation was discussed among the group. Some of the recommendations that were too detailed for the flowchart were captured to include later in a companion document that will be used to supplement the flowchart. Since the September workshop, multiple video conference meetings were held to ensure completeness and accuracy of the flowchart. Next slide, please. Phase 2 required a lot of participation from DTSC staff in different programs. We now have a standardized improved permitting process flowchart that can be used by both permitting and support program staff. We are very proud of this. It's a great success. I would like to direct your attention now to the new improved flowchart on the wall. I have placed the previous flowchart and the new flowchart alongside each other to show you the vast improvements we made to the flowcharts. The bottom flowchart was designed part of the phase 1, and the top flowchart is the new flowchart that we are completing. The new flowchart has vast improvements, and we have benefited from the phase 1. The first is that we have one standardized permit process flowchart that was created by getting input from all program stakeholders. The benefit came not just from the final product, but also from the improvement process itself. By participating in the process improvement, the attendees were able to gain greater understanding of the permit process. Specifically, the support program staff were able to see their role in the process and how that role fit in the bigger picture. They were also able to understand the responsibility of the permit writer. This process and what the permit project managers did used to be just a black box for the support program. Now they are able to see how all the pieces fit together and how intensive the scope of the permitting process is. Because there were so many support staff directly involved in making changes to the process, we got a greater buy-in from them, which is a big win for us, for the permitting program. The other key benefit is that this sprint flow chart is a great step toward unified training program. Now, whether you are a new employee in Chatsworth office, Cal Center, or Chatsworth, you'll be trained in the same permit process. Next slide, please. The next steps. So as Terry said, we're not going to stop here. There's a lot of improvements that we're part of this process. We identified additional improvements that we'll be making. But now we're completing the documents to supplement the flowchart to provide more details and clarification of the steps. This improved process flowchart will also serve as the backbone to the internet-based point-and-click guidance tool that we have to create. And finally, we believe that continuous improvement and thus plan for future improvement exercises for the flowchart once the changes have been taken hold. In addition, we are creating a feedback tool for our internal website, on our internal website, where staff can ask questions, make recommendations, and work through a new improved process. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Comments for Permitting Program Division Chief Ghazi?
Questions?
Vice Chair?
I think you've done this, but is there a succinct, really brief way to describe the difference between the old and new flow chart?
Sure. The original flowchart we developed back in July of 2014. At that time, we wanted to create a baseline what the permitting process looked like. We gathered various versions of the flowcharts and put it in one place. They didn't have any improvements. It was just a baseline that we started. We want to make sure staff to start using that flowchart. The second phase that we did in September 2015, it basically brought in a lot more clarification to the process. It included the line items or boxes where the support programs will be participating in the process. So what we did here is, if you see the color coding, it's difficult to see from here, but we focused on a lot more in the pre-application phase where we had, there's a lot of work that the permit writers, public participation, and our enforcement group and our support programs would participate in the pre-meeting application for the facilities. That was non-existent previously, or wasn't done consistently. Now we have a process where the DTSC as a whole walks in and talks to the facility to make sure that we have a complete application before it walks into the in-house.
Okay, next question, did the people that are applying for permits or anything, did they have any input into this process at all?
So this process is an internal process.
Okay.
What we did in this flow chart was brought clarification how the process, how things should be done internally within the department.
Okay. And the final question, can you elaborate a little bit on?
Mike, I want to add, so it does bring clarification upfront to the facility because we are now going to meet with the facilities even before the application is submitted. So they will see the process and we will walk them through. So that brings clarity to the facilities as well. Okay. Upfront.
Thanks for that follow-up. Thank you. That was, I'm not sure I can quite envision what a point-and-click guidance tool is. Is there an easy way to describe that?
Sure. So what we have here, one of the photographs I showed you, each staff has one of this posted on their walls. What we wanted to do, basically it's boxes. You can't put a lot of information in the boxes. What we wanted to do.
Oh, like you hover over and it's
we hover over it. It gives you the regulations. It gives you the model letters, model documents. So the idea is to have all the information that you need for that particular step available to the project manager and anybody that's working on the project.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have a question. So this is really great work that you're coming up with these flow charts, but I was wondering if there is assessment of how the different departments in DTSC actually like this flow chart, feel that it's useful, in some ways feel that maybe it is adding too much more kind of red tape. So I was wondering if there's any assessment as to the quality and the, in some ways, how this is facilitating the whole permitting process.
Sure. So if you go back to the first phase, that was mostly designed by our permit writers. So it was mostly, the process was vision put together by our permit writers. Phase two, we had a year in between to take notes and learn lessons learned from it. One of the things we did understand that we need to bring in the support programs in the process. So they actually participated in the development of phase two. In fact, most of the steps that's added is because of the support staff or support programs wanted steps included in the process to better define and clarify the process.
And is the process going to be less tedious now following this basically flow chart? Would it be more efficient, basically?
Sure.
Would it be less time consuming?
So just looked at, it may look like there's a lot more steps in the process, but what actually this is that it brings more clarity to the process, identifies who the responsible parties and the stakeholders in the process. So that way we know who's, for example, if we have a Part B application that we're reviewing, there's a geological review needs to be done. Our geologists know that they need to come in early in the process, and this flow chart brings that clarity to it.
Perhaps unintended consequence, but maybe not, maybe intended consequence that immediately occurred to me is if you share this with the permittees, they're also going to act as a supervisor, make sure you follow all those steps and do it properly. So
Absolutely. I didn't go over the details of this flow chart. So if you look at from here, there's what I call the swim lanes. There's the rows that goes, the rows that goes across. Each row represents a different program. The biggest row is the permitting program, of course, but you have a swim lane for the facilities. There's a swim lanes for the other technical support staff on there as well. This is in a draft format. We're anticipating to complete that within a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and once we do that, we could share that with the
That was
panel
the question
as
that I
well.
had. So that draft stamp will be taken off shortly?
Very shortly.
So one last question. And when I look at this, it's very complicated. So when I look at the old one, it looks, a lot simpler and more efficient just in terms of the number of boxes. The new one looks extremely complicated, but yet it's actually more efficient.
The new one is definitely more efficient. It just brings clarity and identifies who's responsible for this, for the steps that I need to take. So the first one did not identify all the swim lanes for the support programs that need to be included in the process, and that this flow chart brings clarity who's responsible for their portion of the work.
if you're trying to get a permit and I show you the old flow chart and say, but then you say, but we need to do this too, and you say, well, where'd that come from? Well, that'll maybe be on the new flow chart.
But your point's well taken, that it's important that the regulated community understand this and feel that it's good and efficient as well.
Yeah. That's why assessments, I think, by all the stakeholders will be essential.
Questions for Permitting Program Division Chief Ghazi? Thank you very much. I do want to note, while Director Ali is in the room, we've got to take a quick bathroom break, so we're going to reconvene at 12:10. We recognize all the staff that you have in the room to make this presentation today. We realize that as a result, these people cannot be at their desks, working. And we are cognizant of that, and we are trying to do everything that we can within our power to be able to meaningfully do our job, which the legislature and the governor have asked us to do, while also allowing you to do your job. So there's going to have to be a balance, panelists and staff, with the amount of demands that we make on the department, during our meetings. I think the important key cornerstone to that is communication, so that we understand the burdens on you in a meaningful way, and that we can react and address them appropriately, because I see all the staff that are in the room today, and we understand that means that there limits them in doing their day-to-day. On the other hand, the other part of the communication is you must understand that we cannot do our jobs up here as a panel without this information from the department. So that is going to mean that your staff is going to have to be at our meetings. It'll be in a balanced and appropriate way, and if ultimately our staff also can digest some of this information and present to us. But it is unrealistic to believe that our staff could ever give a presentation, for example, on these permitting topics that is nearly as informative and comprehensive as your own staff. So it's got to be a balance between us doing our job and you doing your job. And the best way to do that is through good communication, to make sure that all of our meetings and the amount of staff time that you have to spend in doing it is appropriate. That being said, we do recognize everyone you have here today, and we're going to continue to improve that communication buttress our own resources and make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. But that being said, we're going to take a quick bathroom break. It's 12:07. Let's start up at 12:15, or actually just right before that. And until this time, this meeting's adjourned, and then we will pick it right back up with Senior Hazardous Substances Engineer Lorenzen. Oh, did I tell you? So, Gavin. Oh, God. Will you... Yeah.
actually mad that we all kind of like, because that just.
Heads up, so.
That is very exciting. That's actually the best news I've had all morning. Poor Dad. No, if he mentioned it, it would have been fine, but he doesn't need me chiming in.
Job, bro. Are we ready? We're going to reconvene the March 9th meeting of the Department of Toxics Independent Review Panel. We are in the middle of agenda item 9, and we're now moving on to Mr. Lorenzen. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the panel. My name is Wayne Lorenzen. I'm a senior engineer and I work in DTSC's permitting program. I would like to talk to you today about some improvements we have made in the permitting process using a process improvement system called Lean Six Sigma. Next slide. Oh, that one, that's fine. I'll start by telling you where we began with our Fixing the Foundation initiative and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. I'll explain what Lean Six Sigma is, and then I'll describe how we used Lean Six Sigma to improve our permitting process in 3 projects: reducing the time it takes to complete a technical review, reducing the time it takes to complete permit decisions, and reducing the number of notice of deficiencies that we issue to permit applications. Next slide. So where did we begin? In early 2012, DTSC launched the Fixing the Foundation initiative to address issues that threatened DTSC's ability to achieve its mission and to ensure accountability. Consequently, as Terry and Rizgar talked about earlier, DTSC prepared a permitting enhancement work plan. One of the action items in the work plan is to identify and implement solutions to reduce the sources of variation in technical reviews and reduce the time it takes to complete a technical review. So DTSC partnered with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development to join in a training and implementation program called the Lean Six Sigma program. The purpose of the program is to streamline permit decisions by addressing process-based issues that cause delay in services to internal and external stakeholders. In the first year, GoBiz provided the program to 11 state departments. Each candidate from each department identified a project in the form of a process in need of improvement for their department. And GoBiz provided 4 months of training, including 2 weeks of classroom training on Lean Six Sigma concepts and statistical analysis. At the end of the 4-month period, each candidate implemented improvements for their project and received certification as a Lean Six Sigma Green Belt. Next slide, please. So what is Lean Six Sigma? Lean Six Sigma is a combination of 2 systems that utilizes team efforts to improve performance and eliminate waste. Lean manufacturing is a management philosophy developed mostly by Toyota to eliminate waste by examining a process and determining whether each part adds value or does not add value. If it does not add value, it is eliminated as waste. Six Sigma is a set of techniques and tools developed by a Motorola engineer to improve processes by minimizing variability in manufacturing and business processes. The concept behind the combination of these 2 systems is a stepwise procedure to improve processes. There are 5 steps in the procedure. The first step is to define the problem and the goal. The next step is to measure what's happening now by collecting data before any improvements are made, so a baseline. The third step is to analyze that data to identify the most significant opportunity for improvement. This step is complex and includes the use of a number of tools, including statistical analysis software, to help a team visualize raw data. The picture shown in this slide is an example of one of the most common tools used during this step. It provides a graphical representation of the capability of the current process before improvement and shows characteristics about that data that will show how it can be used further. The fourth step in the procedure is to improve the process by identifying, testing, and implementing solutions to the problem. And the last step is to develop a control system to monitor the improvements and ensure that they are sustainable. This is a data-driven process. Everyone has preconceived notions about what a solution to a problem might be, but this process is blind to those notions. It focuses efforts on looking at the data and provides tools that guide the solution from graphical depictions of otherwise indistinct rows and rows of numbers. Our teams that went through this process were mostly surprised by what the data showed. The most significant opportunity for improvement ended up being hidden in processes we did not anticipate, and our preconceived notions were sidelined. And when we developed solutions that were based on the data, it was much easier to get buy-in from other staff affected by the changes. Next slide, please. In 2014, the permitting division was under the spotlight for how long it took us to complete permit decisions, which averaged at the time around 4.3 years. And we knew that the GoBiz training would help us tremendously. The flowchart in this slide shows 5 basic phases in the permitting process for those ending in a final permit. The pre-application phase represents the period before an application is submitted. The administrative review phase is when we receive the application and check it to make sure that all of the multiple required parts are included. The technical review is where permit writers ensure that a permit application meets all of the standards required under regulation and statute. These requirements range in complexity from the submittal of a map with the windrows to more complex requirements such as detailed cost estimates, which Tamara will discuss, and detailed engineering requirements for construction of liner systems. This slide shows such a map and a simple depiction of a liner system which must meet many regulatory requirements for approval. So then we prepared a draft permit and solicit public input before making a final decision, which in this example is a final permit. So in 2014, in our first phase for our first project, we looked at the time it takes to process a technical review, which is the most complicated and most time-intensive part of our permitting process. Next slide. So we measured what and how we were doing by collecting data from some of our databases. And I know this is hard to see, but it shows one of the most telling tools that we used in phase 1 of our process. These are called time maps. These maps display the amount of time different parts of the technical review took on the horizontal axis and how many hours were spent by staff for that piece on the vertical axis. I'll point out some revealing features of this map. The blue line in the middle of the map is our goal of 13 months to complete the technical review, and all the other boxes are activity categories that occurred between the start of the review period and the end, when we issue a letter to the facility acknowledging that their permit application is complete. The green box on the left is our initial review of the permit application. So we issued a notice of deficiency and the facility sent us a revised application. The red box shows our review of the revised application. As you can see, our review took more than twice as long as the initial review and took more staff hours to complete. A second NOD was issued and the facility sent a second revised application. The big light blue box shows our review of the second revised application. As you can see, it took much, much longer to review, and cost DTSC double the staff hours of the previous version of the application. These maps showed us that the way we were conducting technical reviews was inconsistent and oftentimes resulted in additional reviews that should have been resolved earlier in the process. Next slide. So our objective for phase one was to reduce the technical review time so that 90% of all technical reviews will be processed within 13 months. When we analyzed the data, we found that if we didn't improve any part of our process, we could reasonably expect that 80% of our future technical reviews would take longer than 13 months. So we identified several improvements based on the data. Our most significant improvement was the use of a permit completeness checklist that was not being utilized to its fullest potential. The checklist includes 1,082 technical standards that must be met before a permit can be considered technically complete.
Wow.
By requiring the use of the checklist, we projected that we could expect that 20% of future technical reviews would take longer than 13 months, as opposed to the initial 80%. The additional improvements we identified in the first phase would decrease that number even lower without compromising any public input on permit decisions. Our control system includes a spreadsheet that will provide a very basic red flag for permit applications that are falling behind and that may need additional resources. To maintain the sustainability of this improvement, we developed an audit system to make sure that the checklist and the control system are being used as expected. Next slide, please. So a unique characteristic of process improvement is that you should never be done. It's a continuous process, and DTSC continued our efforts by expanding the Lean Six Sigma process to identify the most significant opportunity for improving the entire permitting process.
That's not the kind of six-pack that I'm used to.
No. The technical review is just one piece of the permitting process, so we kept going with phase two. This slide shows a graphic representation of some of the data we looked at in phase two. The red dots above the red lines on the left show that the data representing the time it took us to make permit decisions is unstable. That means that our process has been uncontrolled. The time to make permit decisions have too many outliers. Each dot on that graph is a permit application. We found that many of these permit applications had multiple notices of deficiency and long periods of review for each response. Next slide, please. Although the Permitting Enhancement Work Plan identified a goal to reduce the permit processing time to an average of 2 years, we set a more robust objective in phase two, 90% of permit decisions to be completed within 2 years. We looked at the data in detail to determine the cause for delay, and the analysis showed that the most significant opportunity for improvement was clearly in our administrative review phase of our permitting process. It also showed that we had significant opportunity to reduce time by looking at the ways that we issue notices of deficiency. We use an administrative review as a quick check to make sure that all of the parts of an application have been submitted. By implementing the use of an administrative review checklist, we will be able to reduce the permitting process time for future applications by as much as 6 months. The use of the checklist also maintains and ensures the administrative review is protective of public health and the environment. We also decided that another Lean Six Sigma project should be implemented to look at how we could reduce the number of notice of deficiencies within the permitting program. Next slide, please. So that's how we started phase three. Similar to phase one, we utilized the next round of GoBiz training in Lean Six Sigma to train more staff in the principles of process improvement. In the third phase, our objective was to reduce the number of notices of deficiency that we send out by 50% per application. A notice of deficiency is a list of deficiencies that DTSC identifies in a permit application. NODs, as we call them, are important because we use them to ensure that applications meet all of the standards required in regulation and statute. They identify small and large issues and can be a very time-consuming process considering the review of subsequent revised applications that are submitted to address the issues. So what the slide shows is one of the Lean Six Sigma tools called a Pareto chart that was used for phase 3. DTSC staff looked at several NODs and categorized comments as either being administrative in nature or technical. As this slide shows, 86% of those reviewed were administrative by nature. Next slide, please. Then they broke down those administrative type of comments into 3 separate categories: comments requesting missing information, comments asking for clarification, or other types of comments. Of those administrative type of comments, 62% of those were related to missing information, which accounts for roughly half of the comments DTSC issued in the notices of deficiency. It's easy to see in this example how the most significant opportunity for improvement just jumps out begging for attention. Next slide, please. The primary improvements implemented in this last phase included requirement of a pre-application meeting between the DTSC permit writer and the applicant before the application is even submitted. During the meeting, the permit writer explains the criteria that will be used for approval of a permit application, which is the checklist, and discusses the preferred format for the application. By communicating expectations up front with the facility before the application is even submitted, we anticipate more complete applications at the initial submittal and less notices to the facility that the application has issues. And it allows us to be more efficient in our reviews. And because of this analysis, the improvements we made were based on ways that would eliminate or reduce the number of comments DTSC issues related to administrative items that are missing information. By working with a facility before the application is submitted, we expect to reduce our average number of NODs issued per application from 5.4, where it is now, to 2.7, which in turn will help us to meet our goal of 90% of technical reviews within 13 months, which in turn will help us to meet our goal of 90% of permit decisions within 2 years. And the Lean Six Sigma system allows us to jump back into our process and find the next most significant opportunity for improvement after those improvements take hold.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzen. Comments, questions from the panel? Vice Chair?
When's the first time that you'll be comparing the new process with the baseline?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, when do you anticipate, and maybe you've already done it, but implementing all the new processes and then comparing it with the baseline?
So we did that for the first phase and the second phase. That was part of the improvement process to see where we're at and where we need to go. I don't think we have a plan for setup yet for going back and looking at that data yet, but
isn't that part
coming
of
at
Six
some
Sigma?
point.
No?
What's that?
Isn't that part of Six Sigma to go back and, make...
It is, and
Run
we,
the numbers
we will
again,
be doing
basically?
that, but we don't have a date yet when we're going to go back and look
Okay,
at those.
okay, that part I understand.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Sure, I mean...
This is Riz Gargazi. I'm the division chief for the permitting program. So we do have systems in place to the metrics we talked about earlier. There is a metrics to measure on a quarterly basis the changes being done from quarter to quarter, how the staff is using the flow chart, excuse me, not the flow chart, but the checklist. So we are measuring that to see staff are ticking away at that checklist to make sure it does get done 13 months. and go back and evaluate that from the baseline that we started with.
There's some people on the regulated side that would really like to see this and really like to see the progress. I mean, this is, like Ingrid's been saying, we need this, but they've been saying the same thing about the permitting process. I've been hearing it for years, and I think just sharing it with them would be very productive for public relations, if nothing else.
So one of the challenges with the data is that we don't do a lot of permit decisions. So we'll have, 6 points of data for this year. So it takes a while to go back and look at that data to really evaluate, to see if you have enough data to show that what you're doing is taking hold, if you know what I mean. So you need a lot of data points to really dig in and see those improvements.
I understand that perfect, yeah. And that's why I was curious. I'm not asking to do, just the fact that you're using Six Sigma Lean, which a lot of them use, and that you're implementing it and doing it in this methodology, I think will be received very positively. The other one real quick, and it's almost, is Six Sigma 6 standard deviations, is that? Yep, I thought so. Okay, thanks.
Further?
No.
Dr. Campbell?
Yes, I was wondering, does one size fit all? You told me you have a checklist with 1,082 items on it. Is that necessary for all of the permits? And how do you streamline what is necessary for what?
We use the whole checklist for each permit. It is organized in a way that permit writers can easily drop out sections of it. For example, if there's no pieces of equipment that are identified, they go by those pieces of equipment. If the facility doesn't have a landfill, they're not going to go through all the landfill requirements. But we do start with the whole 1,082 items.
Is that time consuming though, to go through and kind of streamline what is necessary for each of the permits?
It's time consuming, but the checklist provides us an easy way so it points the permit writer to the regulation, and it gives them an efficient way to check the regulation and make sure that the standard has been met before moving on to a notice of deficiency.
Rizgar again. What it does, it brings consistency to the process. So it lays out the playing, gives you a level playing game plan for all the facilities to make sure they follow the process. And the checklist does get provided to the facility in advance before the application, part of the pre-meeting with the facility. We will talk to the facility regarding the checklist. We'll require them to use that as well to ensure that all the requirements that's needed in the application is marked off and it's provided in the application. The intent is to get an application that's robust upfront versus the project manager's.
And I don't know, but maybe this is something we can think about, but maybe during the initial phases, some of that can be streamlined, because it seems to me that if I get a checklist with 1,080 items on it, I would just say, oh, this is ridiculous. I cannot possibly go through each one of these. But if you have, for example, in my facilities, I only really require 200 of those items. So
Well, usually the people on the receiving end that's what they do for a living. I mean, so they're very familiar with it, and they say, okay, this doesn't apply to me, this doesn't apply to me. I'm not sure about this one. Let us drill down and make sure it applies to me, and that'll improve consistency. Whereas industries complain about, oh, you can't get a permit through Arizu because she's always going back, well, what about this? Whereas Vizier, he's so easy, that's who you want to write your permit, because he doesn't look at all, he's only looking at 300 of the 10,082, whereas you're looking at all 10,000. Yeah. So, I mean, I think, yeah.
But, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about is that it seems that just looking at the different phases and the fact that administrative missing information was part of the problem, can that be streamlined by making the process a little bit more kind of easy to some degree?
What's the staff response?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. The administrative piece is, it's something that we should be better at informing the facilities of what their expectations are. And that's why we've implemented procedures to go out to the facility and explain what the checklist is and what our expectations are, the preferred format for a permit application. All of those things will help us get a better application in the door before it's even submitted.
On the draft, I noticed that it says site visit if necessary in parentheses. Who determines if that is necessary or not?
Our plan is to have the same project manager carry out the whole process. So the process doesn't start once the application walks in the door. The project manager is very familiar with the process, with the facility, and before even the application is submitted to the DTSC. So the project manager has gone to the facility multiple times. In fact, that one of the DPMs that Terry talked about, the enforcement / permitting DPM, requires the permit writers to attend these site inspections with the enforcement folks. So the project manager is very familiar with the project and the facility in advance of the application coming in.
So just a time check, colleagues. It's 1:45. We're going to keep plugging through here. Just a couple quick questions. Mr. Lorenzen, how long have you been working in the permitting branch for?
I started in 2006, so.
Mr.
almost
Ghazi, how
10
about you?
years.
How long have you been working in the permitting branch for?
I was brought in 2013. I had worked in the permitting program for a year in the previous years.
Thank you. How long you worked for the department for?
Long time.
Okay, that's fine. Would you agree, and either of you can respond, as we indicated, one of the things that our panel is supposed to be doing is identifying metrics, either quantitative or qualitative, that will allow us to measure the department's progress in our recommendation. So this term metrics is quite an important one. Wouldn't you agree that in the presentation that Mr. Lorenzen gave, and this is for you too, Mr. Rolfes, that there's a lot of metrics in here?
Yes, there are.
The other thing is about the notices of deficiency. Can you refresh our recollection? Isn't there some sort of limit to the amount of notices of deficiency that any particular facility can get, and that there's some sort of penalty or potential penalty that can happen when there's more than 3? Can you refresh our recollection on what that is?
I don't have the correct citation, but it does talk about 3 NODs or less, and another area talks about 3 or more.
And then what happens if you have 3?
So the intent is to get a technically complete application. At that time, if the department finds the application incomplete, we could deny the permit based on technical incompleteness.
And some people are concerned that the department doesn't take that 3 NOD requirement seriously, and that the department allows serial NODs without bringing down the hammer of denying the permit. How do you respond to those concerns?
So the intent, again, the practice is trying to get a complete application in-house. And we work through, now we have systems in place through the checklist to ensure that the reviews are complete from our side. And in the past, the project managers did not do a good job in providing a complete set of comments to the facility. So what required multiple NODs, because they looked at one section, they came back to look at another section. We were remedying that through what Wayne talked about, is to make sure that we use the checklist, the 1082 points, to make sure we cover the whole application up front, so that way we're not going back and asking the same question or a different question later on.
Inspector, did you have a comment on that?
I do. I think the higher level answer to the question that you asked, Mr. Chairman, and this is Barbara Lee, I'm the Director of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, is that we are aware that there are concerns about the number of notices of deficiency that the department has historically issued relative to some of the permits that it processes. Our goal in reducing the number of notices of deficiency is to, in concert with some other steps we're taking to strengthen the permit program and provide clear criteria for permit denial or suspension, or revocation is to establish a firmer standard in regard to the number of notices of deficiency that the department would issue for a permit. But before we can do that, we have to have a clear and consistent process in place so that everyone is confident that when we set the standard, it's a standard that can be enforced.
Is that in part the violation scoring procedure?
That is one piece. There are a number of areas within the decision-making process where we are undertaking the establishment of clearer criteria for making those decisions. Under what how the violation scoring procedure that you're going to hear about speaks specifically to the question of how does the department consider compliance history in decisions about issuing permits. The department has had the authority and the obligation to do that. The department has done that in various ways over its history, but it has not been consistent, and certainly it has not been clear to either the regulated entities or to the communities around the facilities what those criteria are. And we are going through the process of establishing them in a more transparent way so that we can be held accountable for how we apply the criteria. That's also being done with notices of deficiency and some other steps in the process as well. But this is a process, and we have to go through all the appropriate steps to establish the criteria. It can't happen overnight, unfortunately, but we are working on it.
Yeah, and I think we've got a recommendation that asks that that be completed by the end of the year. I don't have it in mind. It would seem that as we get a clearer and more easy, firmer rules on this, that if folks still cannot meet that, that it is appropriate at that time to consider some of the penalties that are there for folks that do have multiple NODs and can't comply with what is now going to be a very clear and transparent requirement. I guess the last question I'd have is, on the flip side of this, you hear from the environmental community that, well, geez, maybe what the department's going to do is in trying to reduce the number of NODs is they're not going to be as tough as they should be in issuing the NODs because the department will shy away from the penalty that happens when you issue them. You've heard that concern too?
I've heard a number of concerns.
Have you heard that concern?
I haven't heard it expressed in exactly the words you chose. I have heard the general concern that in an attempt to make the process more efficient, we will make the process less effective. And we are absolutely committed to ensure that it is a very effective and protective process. And there are elements in it that speak to it specifically. If we were not committed to doing that, we would not, for example, be considering the violation scoring protocol. It would be much easier to be flexible about what we require if we don't establish clear criteria. And my goal is to establish very clear and durable criteria so that everyone can have certainty going forward about how we will be looking at permit applications and at compliance with permits once the permits are issued, and what actions we'll be taking in response to incomplete applications or non-compliance when we find it.
Thank you very much for that response. Any further comments on this topic?
Just to make sure I'm clear now, we're mixing two subjects there, I think. A notice of deficiency is you didn't fill out your financial assurance correctly, or I want to make sure I understand, whereas a notice of violation is you're not closing your drums. Two distinctly different things. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'm sorry if I confused the issue, Mr. Vizier. What I'm trying to speak to was the general concern that the steps that would make the process more efficient, like issuing fewer notices of deficiency, would somehow undermine the protectiveness or the effectiveness of the process. And we are not undermining the effectiveness or the protectiveness of the process, and we have parallel efforts underway that shore up and make more protective this process and others that we are involved in around permitted facilities. The notice of deficiency piece of the application is the critical first step, and what what we found through this very data-intensive and precise analysis of the process is that although everyone thought they knew going into the permit enhancement work plan where the problems were, it turns out there were problems in places that people weren't really thinking of. And in fact, the inefficient notice of deficiency process was causing a lot of delays, as well as, I think, concerns on the part of the communities about whether these facilities were capable of providing enough information and whether we were considering the right information in our process. And this effort goes specifically to that question.
To make sure I understand one more time, and I think I do, is that historically, let's say, the permit writer would get to, you said, well, you're missing this, or issue a notice of deficiency, and the facility would correct that, submit that information. Then they say, oh, okay, now you're missing this, and then they correct that, and now you've got a pre-site visit to go over all that with them in advance of even putting the initial permit application to make sure that they understand which of the 10,082 items are required for their facility and how to do it. Is that correct?
That is one version of what happened. There, as Wayne and Rizgar have explained, there wasn't any consistent way in which notices of deficiency were approached. To make it not to trivialize the issue at all, but to try to give you an analogy that's far simpler. If I am going to bake a cake or build a shed, I want to make a complete list of everything I need before I go to the store. That's the most efficient way to do it. And I want to make sure I've thought carefully about all the things I might need, because as you know, when you undertake a project, or whether it's a cooking project or a baking project or any project, the worst thing is to get started and then have to stop and run to the store and get supplies and then come back and realize, oh, I should have gotten something else. I got nails, but I didn't get screws, or I'm out of sugar. Oh, I didn't even realize I was going to need this particular spice. What we're trying to get to is a process where we and the regulated community and all of the members of the public who are interested know up front what we need, and there's a clear list, and we can go through and make sure everything has been provided. And if the applicants know ahead of time, this is the complete list. This is what you have to give us, and we sit down with them and explain any questions about what that means, we're much more likely to get that complete permit application in the door the first time, and we have this list again when we go through and say, this is what's missing, instead of doing it one item at a time, one trip at a time.
Thank you. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Actually, just wanted to say something amongst ourselves. I really don't understand the Lean Six Sigma. I would kind of want a little bit of clarification, but maybe I can just ask you if you by any chance have any, like what you were saying, a summary of the reports, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that maybe we can look at and get a better understanding of what this is.
Yes, we do have we have a PowerPoint presentation for phase 1, a report for phase 2, and a PowerPoint presentation for phase 3 that explains this in more detail, much more detail.
And the PowerPoint presentations kind of have the conclusion. So from
Yes.
this set of data, this is what we deduced.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll continue on now with our next presentation, which is from Tamara Zielinski, Senior Hazardous Substance Engineer. Welcome.
I'm a hazardous substances engineer with the permitting division. My assignment for the permitting division is to help the permitting department with maintaining a strong financial assurance program for all permitted facilities that include the cost of closure and post-closure maintenance for facilities, and create an ongoing program to review those costs on a 5-year cycle. Next slide. To accomplish this, I developed a work plan. The work plan includes a review process that you'll see in the DPM that came out between permitting and financial assurance, a tracking system to track the permit reviews, cost estimate reviews through the process, and then tools for the ongoing review program for a closure and post-closure plan checklist to make sure all the elements are in the closure plan, a cost estimate spreadsheet to calculate the closure and post-closure cost estimates, and financial assurance requirements identified for permits. So I'll go through those for you. Next slide, please. This gives you a general overview of how financial assurance and the closure plans and cost estimates relate. The closure and post-closure plan identify the activities that are required for closure of the facility and for the 30-year post-closure maintenance period. The cost estimate identifies the costs for those accomplishing those activities by a third party. And then the financial assurance mechanism is put in place to ensure that there's adequate funds for closure of the facility and maintenance for 30 years in case the operator is not able to. Next slide, please. Thank you. The closure plan and cost estimate and financial assurance mechanisms are all reviewed with this process that we've developed. It starts with an engineering review of the closure and post-closure plan. We identify if there's any deficiencies in the closure plan and if the cost estimates in the closure plan are valid. If those cost estimates are valid, then we can proceed down the left side or green side of the process, and the senior engineer will issue a validation memo for the cost estimate. The permit project manager will take that validation memo to the financial assurance department and make sure that the financial assurance mechanism matches the validated cost estimate, so we make sure we have enough financial assurance. If it doesn't, we'll issue a deficiency memorandum, and then we'll work with the operator to develop valid closure plans and cost estimates, and then we can issue a validation memorandum and then make sure they have adequate financial assurance. That's the process we go through. Next slide, please. We developed a tracking system to track the backlog of permits that were over 5 years old as of 2014, and future workloads for the ongoing program for review on a 5-year basis. So we identified those, and you can see the difference of the backlogs in the black, and then the future workload is ongoing. We have a BCP in place for the review of the 40 backlog closure and post-closure plans and cost estimates, and then we have a future budgeted, that's part of the current budget, BCP, for the ongoing program for review of the cost estimates.
This is separate than issuing permits. This is just the backlog of cost estimates over 5 years old?
Correct.
So it's 40 in 2014, it's 12 in 2015. Does that mean that you worked through 28 of them in between then? Is that what that means?
Next slide, please. What that means is we currently, as we track this, we've already reviewed 35 of the 40 backlog cost estimates, and we'll complete the backlog 40 by June 30th, 2016. And then as part of the ongoing review program, we'll be reviewing the remainder of them. We've already reviewed 16 of those cost estimates currently. So we'll continue on through as they become 5 years old, continuing to review them. In 2019, we'll be all caught up with 5-year review, and we'll just keep reviewing them on 5-year cycle. That answer your question? Okay. Next slide, please. For the ongoing reviews, to make them more efficient, we've developed tools. This is
first tool that I talked about, it's a closure and post-closure plan checklist, so we can ensure that all the closure activities necessary to close the facility are addressed in the closure plan. You can see that this is for the contents of the closure plan, and it requires that each hazardous waste management unit at the facility, that the activities necessary for closure in accordance with the closure performance standards are described. You can see in the red circle there, we included hyperlinks to the different types of facilities that require closure. So you can quickly just link to, if you have a tank system, you can link to 66264.197 and identify the tank requirements. If there's deficiencies, you can note them below. So the checklist basically provides the regulations and then hyperlinks so you can quickly use those regulations. Next slide, please. To expedite the cost estimate process, we utilized the individual spreadsheets that were developed by US EPA for the Cost Pro software. We put them into a workbook that's much more user-friendly. You can see on the bottom we have different tags for different types of facilities, for tanks, surface impoundments, containment buildings, et cetera, waste piles. So you click on the tab. If you have a tank system, you click on the tank system tab, and then you can fill out the cost estimate worksheet for that tank system. So facility may have several different types of units, so this is a workbook for a whole facility. Next slide, please. Okay, the cost, for example, this is a cost estimate sheet for a tank system. It includes removal of the waste material, flushing the tank, decontamination, removal of contaminated soil, backfill, sampling and analysis, transport of materials to a disposal facility. And if you'll notice in red below, we also include a 20% contingency just for additional costs that are unforeseen. But we also include, what's very important, contingent closure and post-closure as a landfill if necessary. For example, if a tank system doesn't have adequate secondary containment or it has a history of violations, there's a potential that there might be a leak from the tank system. So we include contingent closure and post-closure costs for capping the site if all the waste cannot be removed, and then maintenance for the facility for 30 years. So that's a contingency if we see that there may be a potential for a release that can't be practically removed. So next slide, please. These are all the financial assurance requirements. I put them all together in one table because they're throughout the regulations. It's for each type of facility: container storage area, tank system, containment building, surface impoundment, landfill, et cetera. And I also identified in red where you see there's contingent closure and post-closure requirements. For example, if all the contaminated soil from a tank system cannot be removed, then we require contingent closure and post-closure cost estimates and financial assurance. Next slide, please. This is just an example to show you that on the left are regular closure and post-closure cost estimate amounts. And then on the right, if it's required, there's contingent closure and post-closure. So that kind of gives you a relative idea of the amount of additional funds that may be put aside in our financial assurance if we consider that there may be a leak or the potential that the facility cannot remove all the hazardous waste and has to close waste in place. So we make allowances for that. Okay, and that's the end.
Questions, colleagues?
The only one that popped into my mind, we still have surface impoundments in California?
On occasion we do. Some facilities we do.
Dr. Campbell?
What is the amount of dollars on the?
It's just a relative picture there, just to kind of show a relative amount that we have closure, but because the contingent closure includes the potential for putting a cap on the facility and then maintaining for 30 years, it can be even more than the initial closure amount. So we do have adequate financial assurance in case we can't remove all the waste from the facility.
And how are these estimated?
We use that closure cost estimate spreadsheet. We look at the closure plan and we identify the activities like removal of waste, and there may be a tank system that's so big and has so many gallons of waste. So the removal to pump that out, put it in a transport vehicle and take it to the disposal facility, those costs are estimated, and we have that in the spreadsheet, along with the additional decontamination and all the items I listed off on the summary sheet there.
After 5 years, you revisit just to make sure if there's
Correct.
So I was wondering if there is closure and post-closure, for example, with the Exide facility right now, and the cost estimates are underestimated, would that site become part of the orphan site? What would be the, how would that be handled in some way?
Talk about it generally or?
In general, in general.
So that's the intent of this exercise we're going through, to ensure that we have adequate cost estimate and contingent cost estimate, so that we're not ending up where the state of California is paying for these closures. And that's why, for example, you brought up Exide. We do have, Tamara worked on that closure cost estimate. That's a robust closure cost estimate that we have, and the contingent closure cost estimate for that one is robust. So it ensures that we did thorough evaluation of the cost associated with the closure, and on top of that, we put in the contingency cost estimate for that.
I just, like, for example, Exide went into bankruptcy, and they're saying, I can't pay anymore.
We will not issue a permit unless there's a financial assurance mechanism in place. So the cost for closure needs to be put in place before the permit is issued.
Thank you very much. I have a bunch of questions.
This is Frances McChesney, the interim chief counsel for the department.
Hi.
And hi. It's very intimate here, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, additionally, if the cost estimate proves to not be accurate, the facility is still obligated to pay the cost of closure. Now, in the case of bankruptcy, of course, that adds a whole nother dimension, but just because it's not adequate doesn't relieve them of the obligation to pay the additional cost of closure.
But just for the panel, and this is one of the mechanisms, but you could have DTSC could have a check in their safe for the closure and post-closure of a facility. And so if they go bankrupt, that DTSC has that money to correct it.
Right, so the purpose of the mechanism is to pick the appropriate mechanism for that facility. There's various types of mechanisms to demonstrate financial assurance, and part of the process is to assure that that mechanism is appropriate for that type of facility.
Can you talk about briefly, that was one of my questions, what are those various mechanisms? And how do you determine which one to use, and which one do you usually use, and do you feel they're sufficient?
We sent this information to you, and it does define the financial assurance mechanisms and provides a good definition for you on that. That's the information that you requested by March 1st for the financial assurance mechanisms and the amount of the mechanisms.
Which one of these do you use the most? If you can answer that.
I don't think we can answer that. It varies, and you can see the type of mechanism is listed down in the information that we provided.
So you have to bear with us.
Sure.
Especially the folks from Southern California. And we know that Exide didn't have a full permit, but this issue of leaving the state holding the bag because the financial assurances aren't adequate is certainly on the minds of my appointing authority and a lot of his constituents. So this is a very important topic, and I hope you don't mind if you'll take the time to educate us a little bit now on some of these questions, Ms. Zielinski. Financial mechanism, cost assurances are required for closure and post-closure in what you've told us today.
Correct.
What does closure mean?
Closure of the facility basically means removal of the hazardous waste, decontamination of the facility, and removal of contaminated equipment and soil.
And what does post-closure mean?
Post-closure is if the waste has to be closed in place, then you cap the facility, and you have to maintain the cap for 30 years. There may also be monitoring for groundwater monitoring system in place also that would require testing and maintenance for 30 years.
And are either of those two things Strike that. And then what about what some people call corrective action, which is when you've got known contamination in the soil? Is that included in either closure or post-closure?
So financial assurances for corrective action is a separate type of financial assurance, and it's the department can require that financial assurance and typically requires it at the point of selecting a remedial action for any kind of releases. It can be required earlier, but it's typically evaluated at that time if corrective action is required, and it's either included in the permit or included in a corrective action order that's issued to the facility.
So we made a recommendation on this to the legislature that the corrective action financial assurances be timed with permit issuance. And we've made a data request to try to get a sense of the 118 facilities that are on this list, how many need corrective action. So sitting here today, we don't have the answer to that. We learned yesterday that we don't have that information yet. I know we're going to get it from you. But I hope that you understand where we're coming from on this, which is, and we want to get into a transparent, candid discussion with the department on this, that hopefully you can understand why we're asking, which is, and maybe it's not, maybe it's an issue that is not worthy of such attention after we get all the facts. But how many of these 118 facilities have known contamination issues that require corrective action? So we really want to get to the bottom of that. I know Mr. Law is working on that. And then if indeed there are many of those facilities, we want to get into a dialogue with you about why the corrective action should not be timed with permit issuance. And we understand from what we've heard, and we've heard that the department has responded to the legislature to questions in response to our recommendation, is that, well, the site may not be adequately characterized yet. So we're going to wait until the site is characterized, and that may not happen when permits occur. So I'm not sure we can get to the bottom of this today.
I can provide something.
Okay, and I've got a follow-up question, but go ahead.
So when you issue the permit to begin with, you're not expecting that there's going to be a release. And part of the permit is to have detection monitoring to determine if a release occurs. And if it occurs, that would be one time that you could then say, hey, facility, you must provide financial assurances for corrective action. So that could be in the permit to begin with, that if that happens, you have to have
and that's a different assurance than closure or post-closure.
Yes. So for
how many of those do you have?
I don't know the answer to that, but
Yeah,
let me just finish.
We need to know the answer to that.
Right, so let me just finish what could happen. So you discover that there's a release. So now you tell the facility you must demonstrate financial assurances for this release, which is separate from those other financial assurances that we discussed. Now, the issue that you raise is about how do you calculate the amount of the financial assurances. So that's where you need to develop the information to determine the scope of the release and therefore the cost. So it's not ripe at the beginning of the permit to know what the cost of remediating a release might be. So that has to be developed over time, as well as have trigger points that you need to revisit that at a regular interval. And those are the kinds of ways that you could address financial assurance for releases.
I understand that, but I also am concerned, these 118 sites are not sites that you're seeing for the first time. The barriers to entry in this business are so high. These are all, not all, but the vast majority of sites that have been in your system forever. And what we want to get to the bottom of, and we don't have to do it today, is if you haven't adequately characterized the sites yet, why not? It's taking too long. And if indeed you do issue financial assurances for corrective action, where are they? Let's see them. Are they on this? No. So we want to make sure that if you're permitting sites that are contaminated without corrective action, financial assurances, Why are they not characterized yet? Now, at the end of the day, if the facts show that all 118 of these sites are clean and there's no corrective action needed, then I guess we don't have an issue, and that's the best news possible. But if that's not where we are, I think we need, in a candid way, to get to the bottom of it and hopefully work together to make sure that next time, if one of these facilities doesn't do Chapter 11, but it's Chapter 7, and there is no money left, that we have financial assurances for post-closure, closure, and corrective action. Now, a little bit of this is off the cuff, it's anecdotal, and I know you're going to help us with Mr. Law get to the bottom of the facts on this, and it's those facts that can then help inform our decision-making.
Great.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand where we're coming from? Thank you
So
very much.
basically, understanding which of the facility, if any of those facilities have already corrective action and financial assurances for corrective action, and if not, how is that going to be addressed?
Yeah, and then, corrective action can mean that you've done initial investigation. It can mean there's an order, there's a voluntary agreement. However, and we can go on EnviroStore ourselves and look at all 117, and hopefully the information is on there sufficient to determine whether, what the situation is. But if you can help us with that, that would be greatly appreciated. And we don't necessarily need a presentation on it. This can be a data request that our staff can handle.
And to make sure I understand what the panel's requesting, we only want corrective action as it relates to permitted facilities or facilities that should have been permitted, as opposed to, there's a lot, I don't know how many, I'd guess an order of magnitude more facilities under corrective action orders that never required a permit. That's speculation.
But the regs only require financial assurances for this 117. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Mr. Krakoff, your request was to give us the list of facilities, RCRA facilities that have corrective action. We're preparing that. We'll give that to you next week.
So it's limited.
If you're asking for something else,
It's not the full corrective action program.
so you want...
Oh, no, not at all.
Your
But
request
the
was...
financial assurances that you're talking about today, we're talking about the hazardous waste facility permit facilities, right?
Right.
Right, that's what we're talking about.
So you mentioned RCRA facilities. We have more than RCRA facilities, so with the list we're going to provide you
Do they require financial assurances under the regs?
requires corrective action. That's correct. So we're providing you a complete list of all the facilities that have corrective action.
Okay, I'm so sorry, and again, this is education, but you have this list here. This is the hazardous waste facilities. This is a list of 118. These facilities require closure and post-closure financial assurances. You've given us that information. Now we're also talking about potential corrective action financial assurances. Is there another set of facilities that your regulations require financial assurances for?
Your request was not specific. You said, give me the list of facilities, RCRA facilities. Our universe includes more than RCRA facilities. We have standardized facilities as well that are non-RCRA facilities. We'll provide the list for those as well.
Do they require financial assurances?
Absolutely.
How many of those are there?
There are 118 sites. So 118 sites do have RCRA sites, or RCRA sites are in there, and non-RCRA sites are in there.
All right, so there's 118 RCRA sites. There's a smaller group of those that are hazardous waste facility sites.
Correct.
Okay.
There are 118 sites. A subset of that is RCRA sites.
But you're giving us all 118.
It's all in there.
Great. And that's what you're going to talk to us about in the future on the corrective action side as well.
We will give you the list. That's what you asked for. We'll provide that next week.
Or the data, whatever it might be. Is that clear now?
Yes.
Thank
We're
you.
not including permit by rule,
Right.
which also requires financial assurance, yeah.
Correct, though,
true?
because I am a little confused.
many
So
goes up?
corrective action,
No, there was 30 in San Diego.
does that
Cupa does.
require
Not the
financial assurances as well? I mean, I thought that was part of the permitting, the corrective action, but how is that related to this document, which is the financial assurance, the corrective action?
So just
I
to
don't know, I'm just,
yeah, to
because I'm a
summarize,
scientist, I don't know.
There's financial, the facility has to demonstrate financial assurances for closure,
Right.
post-closure,
Yes.
and if there's a release, to have financial assurances for corrective action.
Okay, and that's the
And
one
all
we
three
don't
of them
have.
involve creating an estimate of what the cost might be, and then having the financial assurances sufficient to cover that cost.
So you would be happy if there's just one more column here with the sum that is put aside for corrective action? Is that the
For the
missing?
financial assurance, basically, right?
Yes, but if there's also facilities that need corrective action for which there is no financial assurance.
Right, so you want to know which facilities.
Which of these facilities are
that
contaminated?
need corrective action
Right.
and have financial assurance or don't.
Right.
Okay.
So that we know whether these facilities are getting permits without having corrective action for contamination. Okay. I'd like to move on, if possible. I think we're on the same page. Just a couple clarifying things. So you have this work plan on financial assurances, correct? Can you provide us with a copy of that, if we don't have it already?
It is publicly available on our webpage, but
Great.
we can provide a copy.
Mr. Rolfus, if you can get a copy of that. Okay, and then if we can just go back to this workload chart with start from 2014 to 2015.
One more.
One more, yeah. Okay. So the backlog was 40, then it was 12, now it's 5. Next year it may go up to 18, then it'll be 14, and then in 2019 it'll be 0. Is that what this shows?
Let me explain. So the BCP that we had received 2 positions to address the 40 backlog permits. Those are the facilities that had permits over 5 years old. We wanted to make sure that the cost estimates are valid and we have adequate financial assurance. That exercise is going to get completed end of this fiscal year in June of 2015. We also looked at future workload that's coming down the pipeline. We don't have the resources for that, but we wanted to make sure we're planning for it. So we have the workload that's coming down the pipeline of 12 this year, that additional permits that are going to be over 5 years old, 5 next year and so forth. I'm sorry, we're in 2016 already, so 5 this year. So that workload is also being absorbed right now. However, we're planning for it, and the attempt is to complete those as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. So what this seems to me to say is that currently your backlog, which you're defining as cost estimates over 5 years old, is 5 facilities. Is that what this means?
Those will be 5. So the facilities are issued every 10 years. So 2016, you'll have 5 of those facilities will have a permit that's over 5 years old. And
But that's less than 40, right? That's not added to 40.
that is added to the 40.
Yeah. Maybe I can explain it. So the 40 is what was a backlog that hadn't been done at 5 years. So there were 12 that came due in 2015 that were now 5 years old and needed to be reevaluated. In 2016, there's 5 that now are 5 years old, need to be evaluated. In 2017, 18 new additional facilities that'll be 5 years from their last review. And then in 2018, it'll be 14 facilities that are in 2018, 5 years from their last review.
Let's go to the next slide then if we can. Kind of. So we're sitting here today, it's 2016. How many facilities have cost estimates over 5 years old today in 2016? If you can estimate, I mean.
35 from the 40. So you have 5 from the backlog and plus 16. So you have 21 facilities that we need to do the cost estimate reviews.
Okay, so you have 21 as we sit here today, and you're hoping that by 2019, with these resources and with all your new procedures, that will be down to 0. Okay, so that sounds like a metric to me, Larry. Okay, is that clear, staff, colleagues?
Yes.
Okay.
Although we got to be careful about how many metrics and what we.
No, I'm just saying, is this clear?
It's a good metric.
Is this clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of the things is maybe like in the previous slide would have been a little bit easier to see what's going on if you had the 40 there and then added, the numbers. Kind of, so we understand it's
Mr.
not being
Chairman,
reduced.
with your indulgence, I'd just like to clarify one thing.
Sure.
We have set for ourselves a target of evaluating cost estimates every 5 years. So we are going through all of the facilities to make sure that they have had their cost estimate reviewed within a 5-year time frame, and we will have completed that first pass through in 2019. But we will continue to review cost estimates on a 5-year cycle. So there won't be 0 going forward from there.
There'll be new ones.
There will be new ones every year, and I think that that's what the staff is trying to explain with this chart. There were facilities that had not been reviewed in more than 5 years, and that was the original 40. and we have almost completed the review of that original 40. And each year, as new facilities hit the 5-year mark, we are trying to review them. By 2019, we will have cycled through all of the facilities, and they will all have had a review within the last 5 years, but then we will be in a new 5-year cycle.
So the 5-year review is not required by statute? That's an innovation that you brought on because you think it's the right thing to do?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that sounds like a very wise approach. Okay, now we talked a little bit, maybe this is the right time, about the BCPs. I understand, haven't had a chance to review them, that there was a bunch of new BCPs, which I believe are now public, where the department is asking for some budget changes relating to its work. If you have those in mind, how many of those relate to permitting?
There is just one that relates to permitting, and it includes in it 8 positions there are 5 that are what the staff refers to as permit writers, but are actually engineers and scientists, not strictly speaking simply writers. And then there are 2 positions that are working on cost estimates, and then there is an attorney.
There are 6 positions in permitting. One of them, out of the 6, one of them was a supervisor, and the other 2 are a legal, an attorney, and a planner.
And the old budget change proposal that you had that came in 2014, 2015 for the 5 limited term, those might otherwise expire, or those are still on?
The 8 positions that are requested in the budget change proposal are making permanent positions that would have expired at the end of this year. So if the request is not approved by the legislature, those positions will expire and we will lose them.
So colleagues, this might be something that we should consider in terms of our own recommendations. If we want to respond meaningfully to that budget change proposal, that might be something that we can consider.
Oh, absolutely. But we haven't done that yet. So.
I don't believe that, well, the budget change proposal didn't exist yet. I think we made a recommendation to maintain Ms. Hardy's cost recovery, folks. I don't think we made this recommendation because we hadn't seen it yet. But, and I know we haven't reviewed it as a panel, but we should perhaps in April. Okay. So colleagues, time check, it's 1:30. Thank you very much, Ms. Zielinski, for this. It's extremely important work that you're doing. Extremely important, and the people of the state are really need these good, solid financial assurances. So the fact that you're going into it, the fact that you're willing to have this discussion with us on the corrective action and finding ways to make sure the program is the best it can be is perhaps one of the most important things this department does.
And it's a difficult job, having tried to do it for a very simple site.
So thank you very much. Before you sit, one last question. On the chart that you gave us with the 118, there's closure amounts and then post-closure amounts, but some facilities don't have the closure amount. Some facilities I don't see a post-closure amount. In other words, not every box is filled in, and I see some are exempt. Why would that be? That not every,
Some facilities do not require post-closure, and some facilities have already been closed are in post-closure.
Okay, thank you. So if we have more detailed questions about any particular site, we'll follow up with you. So colleagues, we now have Mr. Markson, and then after that, we would have Mr. Tucker and Mr. Kahara, and then this presentation will be completed. It's 1:30. We had hoped to get this item done by 3 o'clock, plus we have to hear from the Navy as well as from Ms. Brostrom and any other public comment. So it's 1:30. Do you want to take a half-hour break for lunch and reconvene at 2 and finish this up? Or do you want to just plug through?
No, let's take lunch.
Okay. So would that be okay, Mr. Markson and Mr. Kahara, Mr. Tucker? We'll take you up at 2 o'clock. Then the Navy will be directly afterwards. And then we will hear finally from Ms. Brostrom, and then we'll get on with the rest of our work. We're going to go till 5:30, and we'll just do our very best, colleagues. But obviously, this is very important that we get through this, and focus on it and ask all the questions we have to. So we're adjourned, please, till 2 o'clock.
I see the Navy in the back of the room.
Yeah. I just keep asking questions. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about. Oh, well, I know it's important.
That's the one that was just made.
Yes.
Right.
That's been re-upped. There's also,
What do you mean re-upped?
I mean, that they have.
I should not have said 8.
Right.
And the cost recovery.
Cost recovery, we're not talking about. For mine,
Affirmative writing.
yes.
If we're going away, now you're trying to keep the 8. So are you working with Mr.
request.
I don't drink, so.
We're ready when you are, Mr. Markson. Okay. We're back on the record, the March 9th meeting of the Department of Toxics Independent Review Panel. We are in the midst of agenda item 9. We have Mr. Markson here, Deputy Director of the Office of Communications. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice comfy table we have here now. So for the viewers who are there is a change in the room right at the moment. So as the chairman mentioned, my name is Jim Markson. I'm the Deputy Director for the Office of Communications at DTSC. Ana Mascareñas would be here today, but she's down in LA and she's doing some very important work in the community around Exide, so she could not make it. So my comments represent her office as well. I'd like to give you a little bit of a little overview about the environmental justice and public outreach components within the permitting enhancement program. But I wanted to start with a little bit of context so you see where it fits into the larger picture of other efforts that we have underway. Next slide. Some of this I talked about in December when we met, so I'll go through it very quickly. The public participation program is a key component of our permitting and site cleanup efforts, and it's been that way for the better part of 30 years. During much of the time, public outreach has been very closely aligned with the principles of environmental justice. For instance, in the early 1990s, the program first recognized the need to include and consider inequitable risk and cumulative impacts in our community assessment process. The goals of public participation remain much the same, but there have been changes in those last 30 years. Next slide. In the 2013 independent analysis of the permitting program, CPS HR Consulting, which was referred to earlier today, indicated a lack of coordination between the technical decision makers and support groups like public participation. In a separate 2014 independent review of the public outreach program itself, CPS reported a number of issues of concern to the public. These included public participation often happens too late, public comments are not incorporated into final decisions, members of the public feel their concerns have no impact on our decisions, lack of standardized process for scoping and planning projects. The permitting enhancement work plan was created to address these and other programmatic issues. Next slide. Specifically, the work plan includes key initiatives designed to expand the information we provide to the public about our permitting decisions, create a more robust public engagement process, and enhance the environmental justice and enhance environmental justice consideration. We've seen some progress in meeting these goals. In January 2015, we began posting quarterly summaries of permit activity at our facilities on the public EnviroStore site, providing the public access to timely information about the department's progress in processing permit decisions. Next slide. And here you see that. I know you can't read that, but that's what you see when you pull up that screen. But that is updated regularly to provide people who come to the site with the status on a particular permit. Because we recognize the permit process is very technical and highly complex, we created a more user-friendly informational page on the Permitting Division public website to make the hazardous waste permitting process more understandable and accessible to the public. Next slide. And that's a picture of the page, and it shows you how to get to the EnviroStore page showing the status of the permit. With the help of the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, OEHA, we launched a user-friendly web application that overlays hazardous waste permit facility information with CalEnvirusGreen census tract data. As you know, CalEnvirusGreen is a very useful tool that helps identify California communities that are disproportionately burdened by multiple sources of pollution. The tool is intended to provide the public with information on the locations of each permitted facility and the area's ranking on CalEnvirusGreen, and we're seeking feedback on the usefulness of this tool and any modifications we can use to improve it. Next slide, and you'll see that there. So that map shows you the CalEnvirusGreen data with the overlay of our permitted facilities, and you can zoom in and click on any one of those dots and get to information on the specific permit. Next slide. This is a slide of our permit flow chart, which you'll see, this is a portion of it. The whole thing is on the wall over to your right. The work plan also calls for the development of a new engagement strategy to identify and involve stakeholders earlier in the permit process, particularly in communities disproportionately burdened by multiple pollution sources. This involves facilitating meaningful understanding and dialogue within a community on the facility's potential health, environmental, and other impacts, as well as more clearly reflecting public input in final permit decisions, essentially closing the loop. Key components of the flow chart that's up on the screen are a preliminary community assessment to identify the level of public interest and needed involvement, and this is very early on in the process. I know you can't see it up there, but maybe in your handouts you can probably see it more clearly. Use of the CalEnvirusGreen data to help us make those decisions, and of course early public workshops. Let me just set the setting here a little bit on the permitting process. Unlike the site cleanup process, which is sometimes very prescriptive as when public participation occurs, the permitting process doesn't have the early public participation components within statute or regulation. The practice of the department has in the past to try to do that when the community assessment shows there's a need to do it. This permitting flowchart proposes actually placing it in our permitting manual and in the process that we use to have earlier public involvement. Currently, statute requires the facility owner to have a pre-application meeting with the public when they submit their permit application. This proposal would have a DTSC component to that, which would offer a public meeting during the administrative review period. These are draft changes under review by the focus groups that I will talk about a bit later in my presentation. Let me stress, we are committed to early public involvement in the permitting process. The process flow chart on the screen is a proposal, and we're seeking public input to help shape the final form of this early public involvement, which will then become a permanent part of our permit process. Next slide. Let's see. The permit enhancement work plan calls for the development. Let's see, I want to back up. Within the permit process flowchart, we're proposing to have enhanced community assessment where we can understand the needs, issues, and communication preferences within the community. And I can't stress this enough, having an accurate and well thought out community assessment really zeroes in on what the community's concerns are, who the community leaders are, where forms exist that we can use to reach out to the community, how best we can get information into the community's hands. Development of a public participation plan that identifies the department's commitments to engage and involve the communities, and I've always looked at the public participation as just that, a contract with the community as to how we will perform our public outreach throughout the process, and opportunities for workshops and meetings well before decisions are made. So that's the early opportunities for public engagement. Next slide. The work plan calls for the development of enhanced review procedures for facilities in vulnerable communities with multiple sources of pollution. This review could include such things as a list of potential environmental health concerns, or a list of potential mitigation measures that could be incorporated into permit decisions. This is an issue that we recognize is of great importance to the environmental justice communities as well as the regulated communities and our co-regulators. And we're committed to moving forward in collaboration with all those who are interested in this issue. At present, we're putting together concepts that address the work plan's goal. And once we have those concepts and they're further developed, we will commit to engaging the public in discussions at such things as workshops and other effective forums. Next slide. The other key component here outside the permit enhancement work plan, where we are also working to enhance our public participation, is something we've called, and I know we've discussed this, the Public Participation Modernization Project. So the work I just described reflect commitments within the permit enhancement work plan, and they came about after a careful analysis of our current permitting process. Recommendations to enhance our entire public participation process came about through a similar analysis. To assist us in gathering public input on how we should enhance outreach and address environmental justice within the permit process, as well as our overall efforts to enhance public participation, we combine these two efforts under a single statewide effort. Our vision for this effort is to go directly to the impacted communities in California, listen to residents, and better understand how our processes can be realigned, enhanced, or renewed. We're seeking public input on specific tools, mechanisms, policies, and procedures that we can implement to enhance our outreach and engagement processes, and that reflect the needs of communities and how communities actually communicate with each other and with other agencies. To facilitate this effort, as you know, we've contacted with the UC Davis Collaborative Center. And the center has done a lot of initial outreach. The reports are available, and I believe they're on your webpage as well. Their summary report and preliminary ideas for improvement was posted on our site in January. Next slide. Some key issues that were identified in the early phases of UCD's work include distrust and lack of transparency at DTSC, lack of meaningful opportunities for public involvement, lack of confidence in our public participation process, lack of resources for public participation, lack of responsiveness. And again, these were gathered by UCD from stakeholders that they interviewed and met with. 27, next slide. 27 potential actions were indicated by UCD in its summary, including early outreach, community-specific public participation plans, support for community reporting platforms such as the IVAN platform, community training, citizen guides, and so forth. One of the ones I want to underline there, our culture change, was mentioned by several participants in the UCD work. Since the summary was published, UCD has conducted 2 focus groups and is organizing 5 more around the state. The focus groups are designed to obtain specific suggestions on how DTSC can improve its engagement process. These groups are being asked very specific questions such as, what specific practices would be most useful to inform and engage the community about potential decisions and early on in the process? What specific policies would you like to see rewritten for DTSC's outreach program and wording on those policies? What specific tools might be most useful to your constituents, and how might you use these tools to involve existing community networks, information sources, and communication channels? And I want to underscore this. Communities don't communicate the same way that we do often. State agencies tend to be very old-fashioned in their communications, public noticing, public in newspapers, fact sheets that are mailed through the U.S. mail. A lot of communities don't do that anymore. They have much more effective networks, and we need to be able to tap into those. Next slide. UCD is committed to completing the focus groups in March so that we can have final specific recommendations for change by the end of May and begin incorporating changes into our processes, policies, guidance by the end of June. Next slide. We haven't been standing still at all. In response to the need to update our outreach and engagement efforts, we have taken specific actions Enhancements that have already taken place include streamlining and standardizing the development of mailing lists, which probably has been a bane to some of those in the audience there. They sometimes get 2 public notices, sometimes many more than that, sometimes they don't get any and there's no rhyme or reason to it. We needed to standardize and streamline that process. Holding regular internal meetings to review our progress in meeting permit commitments. We now have regular meetings to do that. Piloting the use of technical advisors to assist communities, and Exide is an excellent example of that. Using community networks as a channel to inform and involve neighborhoods, and we're also using this at Exide very effectively. That's part of what Ana is doing today. Focusing on Spanish-speaking news media outlets where appropriate based on community needs. Sometimes this is a very effective tool for community members to obtain information about a project. There's a lot of trust there in the media that they utilize. Increasing our use of social media to alert the public on important information and events. This is a very effective tool in many, many communities. These changes and the changes that will come about in the following months will be evaluated for their effectiveness using the feedback we receive communities and those who participated with us in the modernization process. We fully intend to set up metrics for ourselves and have surveys and other feedback mechanisms with communities to ensure that we're gathering meaningful feedback that can be used to then make the next set of changes in our processes. I want to thank all the members of the public who have given so much to this project. Many of you out there have participated many times, and I know this seems like a very long process, but it's a very worthwhile process that will yield some very good results for communities. We're committed to bring about the needed changes and build public confidence in our decision-making processes. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, panel members?
This is more for the panel than for Mr. Markson, but our metrics for measuring public outreach. Metrics for measuring public outreach. Are we working on refining those, or is it time to bring it up? Or
I think that's our third quarter.
Yeah, and I think that
okay.
I was actually thinking along the same lines as you. I just made a little note for myself, develop matrices, but I was thinking that since DTSC is kind of working on that right now, along with the UC Davis information that they've received, they identified 27 action items, and you mentioned that you're going to be developing metrics for measuring your success on those plans. So once those are kind of in some way drafted, if we could kind of look at what is being looked at, that will help us and assist us also.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And if you have feedback that you want to give beforehand, I'm certain we can get it to UCD and make sure that they include that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did have some stuff, colleagues, in our January report related to the UC Davis plan. We had 6 recommendations relating to public outreach, and we had 3 data requests, and those data requests were all timed in June.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, just a couple of quick questions, Mr. Markson. Thank you for the presentation. So we hear things from members of the community, and I'm just wondering if you could give me some feedback on how you respond to those questions. So, for example, on Enviro Screen, this is good information, helpful information to be able to look on Enviro Store and to see the list of all the facilities, and then be able to drill down on Cal Enviro Screen and determine the different environmental burdens and other things, and the scoring and that kind of stuff. And there's information that can be provided in a certain degree of transparency so folks can understand more about the permits and understand more about the communities that they live in. How do you respond to folks that say that that's not enough, that it's not enough to say, okay, this is a facility that's going to be getting a renewed permit in an area that is, red and Enviro Screen? How do you respond, or how does the department respond to those folks that say that the fact that it's located in an area that has a high ranking should be one of the factors that goes in to determining substantively whether to issue the permits, and that EnviroScreen should be integrated into the permit decision-making, not just procedurally, but substantively. Has the department thought about that, and is there a response to that concern?
The answer to your question is yes. It's been that's an issue that has been raised by community members since EnviroScreen was first developed. I want to go back to the flow chart that we were talking about a minute ago. We are going to be using the EnviroScreen data within the assessment process. That's going to play a role so that we identify those communities that are most infected. But you're talking about more at the end process when you factor in impacts. And that is one of those issues that the concepts we're still working on that we would like to introduce, when those are complete and have a more robust dialogue. So we're in the phase where we welcome the input, and the focus groups would be a good place to be able to get some of that input as to what factoring should occur.
Yeah, particularly for new facilities, it really seems to be something that the department should really be thinking about. Another question that was related to this cumulative impact, concentration of facilities in the environmental justice communities. For example, we've heard, and I think we're going to hear again today, that the 3 Class 1 toxic waste dumps are in Buttonwillow, Kettleman, and Westmoreland, and that these are very high-ranking, EJ communities, and that this is a practice which disproportionately impacts communities of color. One of the things that the department, I think, or that state law potentially can use to address this is this notion of statewide hazardous waste management plans, that each community in California is supposed to think about their different hazardous waste management plans, and that can be a way to more equitably spread the burden, and that DTSC has a role in that. Is that something else that we should be looking into to address the concerns of some of the EJ communities? I see the director's here for this question too.
I came down, Mr. Chairman, because Jim Markson is my deputy director for communications, and the questions you're asking are really not communications questions. They're really questions going to the heart of the interpretation of the statute and the authority the department has, and how we are looking at the standards to which we adhere when we're reviewing permits. And so I don't think it's fair to ask him to answer those questions. You're asking some fairly broad questions. I am not prepared to talk about the hazardous waste facility planning requirements. I know they exist. I haven't had time to delve into them. It's something that I would give some thought to, and perhaps at a future time we can talk about it.
Just for the board though, they're talking about 25-130, that they were last done in my office with a typewriter. And I've got a copy that's about that thick. When I used to have that office, I left it on the shelf and look at it every now and then for old time. But it's been superseded at least twice in the county of San Diego by different land use planning laws. I think it's pretty much obsolete, the requirement for it and the implementation of it. I think it was sunsetted actually. That's what, but it's still in the law. So I'm not, there's no more longer requirement for counties to have a hazardous waste management.
It's unclear to me what the reason that I am not prepared to answer it is. It's something we're looking at, but I don't have an answer for you today about the current scope of the statute and what we're doing with regard to it.
I appreciate that. I just think this is an education process for the panel, but what we are hearing from the EJ communities, and maybe Ms. Prostrom will speak to this today so we all can hear it, is that the EJ communities are concerned that the permitting decisions of the department should substantively consider environmental justice and cumulative impacts in a way that is more robust than today. So if we can collectively think about strategies to address those concerns, whether it be through more enhanced use of EnviroScreen, or whether it be that each of the different counties in the state think about how they are going to bear the burden of this, and whatever other strategies there might be, I think that will help to address these concerns that we're hearing quite a bit. That's what this question.
Mr. Chairman, we are working on identifying ways to better address cumulative impacts and environmental justice in our permitting process, as well as throughout other programs the department implements as well. I have had some conversations with the Secretary of Cal EPA about Cal EnviroScreen when that tool was created. Cal EPA was very clear, as was the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, that the tool was not intended for use in permitting decisions. So we're looking at other tools that we could use. Cal EnviroScreen can certainly inform our understanding of the community around facilities at the time that we're undertaking review of their permits, but my understanding is that that tool was specifically not intended and is not considered to be sufficiently granular and specific. For example, it considers multimedia issues, and it isn't clear that we would have the legal authority to take action on a permit for a hazardous waste facility based on other air impacts in the area.
Understood. I think that's my understanding as well. And this panel can make recommendations for legislative changes. It's a very, very tough area. But nothing that I've seen in this presentation includes substantive things that are going to change this problem. So there's a lot of procedural stuff, and that's where a lot of the EJ stuff ends up being, is procedural, transparency, other things. But in the end, whether any of this is going to change the concerns that we're hearing, that these facilities are very frequently cited and permitted in low-income communities of color, whether any of this is going to change that, I think is the question that we're hearing from the EJ folks. So it's a question that hopefully we can all tackle together in a smart and forward-thinking way. Any other questions for Mr. Markson on this topic?
Yeah, thank you very much for giving us a succinct date on when exactly you will get the recommendations for action. I appreciate that it's going to be May 31st, so we're still going to be here, and that you will begin implementation by June of this year. So we will actually be able to see if some of these procedural items are functional or not. So thank you so much for giving us this timing. It's very essential for us.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize that of the 27 recommendations, I'm not proposing that we're going to tackle all 27 of those issues right in starting in June. We will have to prioritize those issues and identify the resources to do them. Some of them will probably be much easier that we can do very quickly. So we will put together a work plan for how far out that goes, but we will start implementing in June.
Thank you very much, Mr. Markson. Okay, we're going to bring up now Josh Tooker, the Legislative Director, Office of Legislation, and Keith Kahara, the Chief of Enforcement and Emergency Response Division in the Hazardous Waste Management Program. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Krakoff. Good afternoon. I'm Josh Tooker, Deputy Director for Legislation at the Department of Toxic Substances Control. We're here to present a new concept that DTSC is developing to assist with making permit decisions. Next. Thank you. Under existing law, DTSC has broad authority to deny, suspend, or revoke a hazardous waste facility permit. While providing an agency like DTSC with discretion to make decisions is important, there is public dissatisfaction about how DTSC has exercised or failed to exercise its discretion. Both the public and the legislature have asked DTSC to create clear and objective criteria for making denial and revocation decisions that are based on valid standards of performance and risk. As part of the Permitting Enhancement Work Plan, we developed an approach to quantify compliance history that would provide clear and consistent criteria to be used when making a permit decision. We are calling this the Draft Violation Scoring Procedure. Next slide. The primary goal of the Draft Violation Scoring Procedure is to clarify how a facility's compliance history would be used as a basis for determining when violations support denial of a permit application or revocation of a permit. This would become a tool for DTSC's permitting and enforcement divisions that would inform the decision process in a consistent, transparent, and accountable way. I'm going to turn over to Keith Kihara, Chief of the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division. Next slide.
Sorry. Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon. As we were developing the idea for scoring violations, we looked at existing methods and processes for addressing hazardous waste management violations. So as a starting point, we used the administrative penalty regulations found in Title 22 of the California Code of Regulations. And those regulations were developed using elements of the 1990 RCRA civil penalty policy. Next slide. This concept would be applied to permitted hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, and only to Class 1 violations found during an enforcement inspection at operating facilities throughout the state. We are proposing Class 1 violations for scoring as they are by definition the most serious violations. Next slide. Under the proposal, for each inspection, Class 1 violations would be categorized and assigned a score. Next, the scores from each inspection would be totaled over a period of time. Let's take a look at each step in more detail. Next slide. Following an inspection, the report would be reviewed to determine if there are any serious or Class 1 violations. Class 1 violations are defined in the Health and Safety Code as violations that represent a significant threat to human health, safety, or the environment, or violations that could result in hazardous waste not being managed properly. A hazardous waste release is either prevented or is not prevented, or if a release occurs, that release would be detected early. Inadequate maintenance of financial resources to pay for closure and hazardous waste releases, or preventing emergency or other corrective action cleanups for a release. And finally, Class 1 violations also include less serious Class 2 violations that are chronic or committed by a recalcitrant violator. Next slide. Class 2 violations are deviations that don't meet the criteria of a Class 1 violation. An example could be a failure to adequately document hazardous waste training. Minor violations are a subset of Class 2 violations and are generally violations that are corrected during an inspection. Next slide. After Class 1 violations are identified, each violation is evaluated based on two criteria that are defined in the regulation: the extent of deviation and the potential for harm. So let's look at the extent of deviation first. Next slide. Extent of deviation means to what degree does a facility not comply with the requirements. When we look at the deviation, we consider how closely the facility complied with the requirement. Was the requirement completely ignored, which is a major deviation, or was there partial compliance, which is a moderate deviation? Or if the facility mostly complied with the requirement, it could be classified as a minimal deviation. Next slide. The second criteria we would evaluate is the potential for harm that the violation poses. The harm, whether actual or potential, is based on site-specific conditions. We look at the type and amount of waste that the facility handles and the hazardous characteristics of that waste. We consider where the facility is located. Is it near a stream? Is it near schools or housing? We also consider the actual or potential harm to employees at the facility. We identify what actual or potential threat there is to human health or safety, the environment, or to drinking water. As with the extent deviation, we also classify the potential for harm as either major, moderate, or minimal. Next slide. The scoring matrix we are proposing may look familiar because it's based on the administrative penalty matrix found in Title 22. We adopted this feature from the 1990 RCRA civil penalty policy. There is an axis for extended deviation and one for potential for harm. The values shown in the scoring matrix are used as an example for discussion purposes only. We've not developed actual scoring formulas as of yet. Let's take a look at how violations would be assigned a value. Next slide. So let's say we've completed an inspection and 3 violations are found. For the first violation, we identify the potential for harm as moderate and the extent of deviation is moderate. Next slide. So using the matrix, a moderate deviation and a moderate potential for harm would receive a score of 15. Next slide. For violation 2, we identified the potential for harm as major and the extent of deviation as moderate. Next slide. Going back to the matrix again, you'll see a moderate deviation and a major potential for harm would receive a score of 20. Next slide. And for the third violation, the potential for harm and the deviation were both classified as major. Next slide. So from the matrix, you can see that a score for a major would be 25. Next slide. After each inspection, the Class 1 violations would be totaled to get an inspection score. Using the examples, the sum of the Class 1 violations found during this inspection would be 60. Next slide. We are proposing that the scores from each inspection of a permitted facility would be summed over a period of time. We anticipate scoring a permitted facility on an ongoing basis, but the scores for a permitted facility would be summed for no less than a 3-year period. No action thresholds have been proposed or developed. We want to see facilities get lower scores. Higher scores would be a concern. When finalized, this tool would help DTSC determine whether a permitted facility needs to have additional inspections and oversight from the enforcement staff and or guidance from permitting staff to comply with the permit or regulations. Next slide. In addition to the matrix scoring of the violations, there are other factors we think should be considered in the draft proposal. Some of these could be included in a qualitative way as we consider whether a permitted facility's permit application should be approved or denied, or whether the enforcement record of a facility warrants consideration for revocation of the permit. What is the violator's intent in committing the violation? Does the facility show a pattern of repeating or recurring violations that pose a threat to public health, safety, or the environment? DTSC considers environmental justice important. If the facility is located in an environmental justice community where residents are more likely to bear a disproportionate burden of environmental impacts, how should this be considered in the permit decision process? Permitted facilities generally are subject to multiple regulatory programs. So DTSC could consider how the facility complies with other agencies' requirements. For example, we could consider their compliance history with air quality management district rules, regional water quality control board permits, certified unified program agencies, and US EPA. Next slide. Are there less serious violations that should be considered? Should we consider a compliance history for the facility of more than 3 years prior to a permit decision? Does the facility show a willingness to correct violations in a timely manner, or is it reluctant to return compliance or fail to cooperate? These factors could be considered in the process. At this point, I'll turn it over to Josh. Next slide.
Thank you, Keith. At the direction of Director Barbara Lee, we reached out early in the developmental phase and conducted informal feedback sessions with community groups, legislative representatives, and representatives from the regulated community. We've met with the Kern Environmental Enforcement Network and the Los Angeles Environmental Justice Network. We met with legislative staff in November. In December, we spoke to representatives from the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, and in January, the California Chamber of Commerce hosted a meeting where we were able to present this concept to more of the regulated community, specifically some representatives for permitted facilities. Also, we provided contact information to the attendees to ensure that they had an ample opportunity to submit additional questions, comments, and suggestions after the presentation. Next slide. We've received significant public comment during our outreach sessions. Many of those comments fall into 4 general categories: presentation, scoring methodology, time period, and other considerations. I'd like to share a few of the comments we have received. We received a positive response to the outreach sessions, and the attendees requested additional outreach once the concept is further developed. Most of the comments related to the heart of the concept, the scoring methodology. Specifically, the need to define clear objective metrics for the potential for harm and extended deviation criteria to eliminate discretion and improve consistency. Some of the comments focused around the numbers and the matrix. They identified that the matrix values need to be based on sound, statistically based formulas. In addition, the scoring method must consider variables such as differences in the size and complexity of each permitted facility and include a metric that would be higher than the designation of a major for violations resulting in a release from the facility that immediately impact human health and the environment. Next slide. As we explained in the presentation, by law, we are required to evaluate 3 years of a facility's compliance history preceding the date of the application. So we asked if this time period should be extended. The response was a recommendation that violations should be counted during the full term of the permit. Other comments in this category suggested that facilities that improve over the term of the permit should be recognized for that effort. Another frequent comment related to inspection facility. Some facilities are inspected more frequently than others, and so the comment recommended including a factor that would equalize for inspection frequency. And the final category of comments covered other considerations. Most of the comments included the recommendation that other environmental laws and regulations be considered in the decision to renew a permit or to allow a facility to continue to operate, and that the process for including environmental justice considerations needs to be developed further in order to provide productive feedback. Next slide. We plan to move forward with development of regulations to implement this concept, which will be refined and updated to reflect recommendations, comments, and feedback from these outreach sessions. The remainder of 2016 will be focused on refining the concept to create clear and consistent criteria when evaluating compliance history for permit decisions. We would like to move forward into the formal rulemaking process in 2017. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions?
I'm still thinking.
I'm okay at this point.
So thank you very much for this presentation. Now, and we, just a note, colleagues, we have some recommendations related to this VSP in our timing recommendations in our January report. Mr. Tucker, it's good that you're up here. So there was some legislation that sort of touched on these issues, AB 1075, and then I think more generally SB 673, which isn't only related to sort of violations. How does all this fit in with the department's obligations under AB 1075 and SB 673? Are those different tracks, or does this fit in with what you're doing on that?
Thank you, Chair. We have received several comments on those pieces of legislation, and so we're still in the process of evaluating the bills that are recently now law, as well as our next steps of moving forward. So we'll be taking all that in consideration. I believe there is a timeline for the implementation of SB 673 of adopt regulations by 2018, so we are working on that as well.
Okay. Well, we're going to be following those with interest as well. Anything further, colleagues?
Well, it did occur to me during your presentation that environmental justice areas would be considered equivalent to like a day school, or because of the population characteristics, as my understanding of the concept, make them more receptive to harm, I guess, for lack of a better word. So it's somehow, number one, I like your approach. It's consistent with prior regulations and well understood and categorized, but to maybe weight that more heavily and somehow in the formula might be a consideration. Now, the only other thing that pops into my mind, and I'm sure you've considered this, but the tension that's going to develop when you're talking about renewing and taking a permit away versus an individual inspector and putting them in that position as or their supervisor or even your legal staff is I don't know how, do you have a plan or how you're going to address that particular challenge? I mean, I could see that going to immediately to litigation. I mean,
I think in this time frame, we're still in the early developmental stage of this, and so there's many things that we need to work through.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, if these violations come with real harsh penalties, you know, you're going to have tough inspectors that are willing to do what they think is right.
yeah, and I think you a lot of these facilities would welcome a $500,000 penalty over closing the facility. I mean,
Figure that out. I think this outreach to the regulated community and others is quite important on all the things that you're doing. Anything further?
No, none here.
Okay, thank you very much, and I want to thank the department for all this presentation. It was extremely helpful to us. I think we're going to move on now to the presentation that we have from the, let me get the presentation out here.
Get some public comments.
I think we're going to do the public comment at the end. The folks from the Navy have been waiting patiently. So do you have that presentation?
Here.
So the Department of Defense is here. Mr. Friedman, the Navy Region Southwest Government Affairs, reached out to us and indicated that they wanted to give a presentation on their RCRA Part B permanent facilities. If you want to, you can come and sit over here. Take your time. We do have a PowerPoint presentation that is here, and we really thank you for coming and welcome getting some education from you. I also will note, this is for our staff, please sit and we'll get you going. You know, we don't have representatives of the chamber here today. Mr. Jacobs from his organization, Mr. Roge from the Manufacturers and Technology Association. These are the folks that really, in addition, of course, to folks like the Department of Defense, are really impacted by these permitting plans that the department has. So for Larry and for Eric, I think it is important that we make sure that all of this stuff, we get this to those stakeholders and encourage the chamber and the other folks to weigh in on all of this as we're making our recommendations. We need to hear from them too, and they're not here today. Mr. Sampson and some of the others that have been here in the past, I'm sure they've got a million other things going on, but we do want to hear from them, so let's make sure that we reach out to them. So that being said, Mr. Friedman, welcome, and the floor is yours, and we've got a PowerPoint, if we can please load that up.
Let me start by thanking you for the opportunity to present some information and recommendations to you, and to also thank you for the hard work you are doing on admittedly difficult issues with significant time constraints. I'm here with Michael Huber from our San Diego headquarters. Mike is responsible for our program to coordinate environmental issues with all the military services in California on behalf of our Admiral, who is the DoD Regional Environmental Coordinator for EPA Region 9. I don't know if you just want, you have the presentation, if you just want me to continue.
For the benefit of everybody and perhaps for the folks on the webcast, let's see if we can get it up. Just bear with us for a minute.
We're currently getting it set up, sir.
I know all the Navy's equipment works perfectly every time, but we're not quite there yet.
That'd be a definite no comment.
Terrific. Please go ahead.
The military operates several Part B permitted facilities throughout California, which serve a number of important purposes. Nuclear aircraft carriers homeported in San Diego rely on a mixed waste facility to support maintenance after long deployments around the world. China Lake is the Navy's premier research and development facility, serving not only the United States national security, but also those of allied governments. Part of China Lake's mission is development of next-generation propellants and other parts of weapon systems. As with any development effort, sometimes things don't work as planned, and we need a safe place to dispose of research materials. China Lake's facility also supports training for detonation of unexploded ordnance and explosive materials. Finally, our Part B facilities allow for efficient storage and disposal to minimize transport impacts to surrounding communities. We've been involved in the RCRA permitting process for decades and offer our overall perspective. We will use some specific examples to illustrate and support our recommendations. First, the process is long and arduous, irrespective of the facility's compliance history, the complexity of the permit, and the scope and breadth of the facility. Each renewal takes numerous years to complete, and we don't see any clear accountability for delays. The military has a total of 7 Part B facilities in California. The table shows the effective and expiration dates of the permits. We're going to focus on 2 of the Navy's facilities. The Naval Air Station North Island Mixed Waste Storage Facility, which supports the aircraft carriers, took 7 years for a permit renewal. China Lake's renewal application is still pending after 5 years. If you drill down in EnviroStore, you will find numerous permit modifications and inspections. Yet the public doesn't have easy access to many of these documents. We'll explore these subjects next. Let's focus on North Island's mixed waste facility. It's a single storage building holding containerized waste contaminated with low levels of radiation. Aside from full compliance with federal low-level radioactive requirements, we fully comply with California's hazardous waste requirements. It is located well within the boundary of North Island's large landholding.
You know Vice Chair lives in Coronado, right? Did you know that? You do, right? He knows the area well.
Well, yeah, Mike Huber knows me pretty well.
Let's look at North Island's permitting history. The facility had no changes to operations from the initial permit, yet the renewal application took 7 years to complete. Per EnviroStore, there was 1 notice of deficiency issued, which the Navy responded to within 6 weeks of receipt. This brings up 1 comment and recommendation. From the table, only the documents with the blue hyperlink are publicly available. Thus, while the public can see the NOD, they cannot see our response. If the goal of this process is transparency and allowing the interested public to fully understand the process, we believe all these steps should be available for public review. This is North Island's inspection history. There have been no violations in the last 10 years. There has never been a Class 1 violation. The clean facilities inspection history does not justify the long permit renewal timeline. And again, these are directly from the DTSC database. Shifting to our China Lake facility, the permit includes 1 container storage unit, drum crusher unit, and 2 tank storage units at the hazardous waste storage and transfer facility, 1 container storage unit at the new PCB storage building, and 2 treatment units for open burning on a burn pan and open detonation on the ground surface at the Burrow Canyon OBOD facility. China Lake is the Navy's largest facility in the world, comprising 1.1 million acres, or the size of the state of Rhode Island. The open burn, open detonation facility, shown as the green star, is well within our boundaries and far from the nearest receptor. In fact, it is 7 miles to the nearest property line and 10 miles to the nearest town, which is Trona. As I stated earlier, this facility provides critical support for the military's ongoing research and development of next-generation weapon systems, ongoing evaluation of current systems, and training for EOD and UXO disposal. Here is China Lake's permit history. The renewal application was submitted January 2011. There have been no NOD issued to date. The CEQA process was completed September of last year. In the 6 months since completion of CEQA compliance, a public hearing, the last step of the permit process, has not been scheduled. I would point out that the CEQA documents are not hyperlinked, so they are not available to the public. Once again, we believe they should. Though 6 months may not sound like a long time, it is 1/6 of the time a pending Senate bill would allow before terminating an expired permit. In this context, I would suggest that a single 6-month delay can be significant. To conclude, the Navy agrees that DTSC's permitting process needs reform and improvement. We believe this process needs improved transparency, including populating EnviroStore with all documents, agency and respondent, so the public can understand the true context of delays. Posting of these documents would help explain blank spots on timelines. Finally, DTSC should account for any delays. Greater emphasis is needed on timelines and procedures as these delays add up in this complex multi-step process. Thank you for this opportunity to present this information, and Mike would have a few concluding remarks, and then we'll be available for questions.
Okay, and thanks again for having us here. My name is Mike Huber. I'm on the staff of Admiral Rich as the DoD Regional Environmental Coordination Program Manager. While this is a Navy presentation, I work closely with the other services on a daily basis, and we can also represent DoD as needed. And we also work very closely with the local CUPAs and our experience that they've been lean organizations that work very efficiently. As Randy stated, the 7 permits we have are essential to the national security mission. And that's a point I don't want to have lost here. And this is my first IRP meeting. I've been very encouraged by the presentations I heard this morning from DTSC regarding the Permanent Enhancement Work Plan and the overall work of this IRP. And we're optimistic that these efforts will succeed in streamlining DTSC's internal processes and improve the transparency. And in support of this work, we will continue to provide input at the appropriate times from our perspective to support this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. So stand by for any questions.
Panelists?
Well, the one I have is actually for DTSC. When I was, we always posted, made the respondents' response to our documents available because I thought it told the whole story better than leaving gaps. And so I don't understand. Is there some technical reason or legal reason why that's not happening? I don't.
We don't want to catch you off guard here, but if you don't mind fielding that question.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, if not.
We can address it later.
This is Rizgar Ghazi. Typically, we don't post in EnviroStore the draft documents that we send out that goes back and forth. What we do for the public side of the house, we have the final version of the documents. But it is in EnviroStore. All the drafts are in EnviroStore for the internal website.
Okay, thank you.
So we are hearing this EnviroStore question, something we should perhaps make sure we're all on the same page with. Other questions? Campbell, anything?
Well, I think it's a question of organizing material also. Should draft documents be part of the hyperlink so that the public knows what's going on? Would that be part of the transparency problem, kind of make it a little bit better communication between all the different stakeholders? It seems to me from all of today's proceedings that there is a degree of lack of communication here between the different stakeholders, whether or not it is the Navy or DTSC or the People's Senate. How can we organize everything in a manner so that there's a little bit more of these communication and transparency that would make it easier to see exactly where the data is, what is being done, what are the timelines with all of the projected plans and decisions. I think that's something that is important, and I don't know what is the clear answer to it. It just seems like there is a little bit, like just from the presentation here, that there needs to be some idea of why the permit that was expired in 2011 is still pending. If there is a little bit more of a communication of why the timings are so, just so long, so prolonged, then it would kind of maybe be a little bit easier to kind of move forward and try to remedy that to some extent.
Well, if I could just quickly respond from our perspective.
Thank you.
I understand the discussion of draft documents, but one of the examples we used was our response to the notice of deficiency. We would not consider that a draft document. That is our official notice, an explanation of what we think now makes a complete application. So the question we're raising is, if a member of the public is wondering why is it year after year after year, and they see there's they can read the notice of deficiency, they can't read our response. Okay. So that's part of the, our comment. The other question is something like the final CEQA compliance, which was issued in last September. That seems a fairly critical public document to determine, okay, it's now March, we haven't heard anything, there's been no public meeting. Why should they be able to look at that final CEQA document and actually see what it is and what the status is? And again, since the public doesn't have access to that, it doesn't explain the delay, and it's just part of the whole, okay, we're 5 years past that now. So we're not suggesting every draft back and forth letter be included, but there certainly are some major milestones that should be included.
Thank you. So it's not just a question of drafts, is it?
No, it's not. In those two examples, I think it's clear. It's not. Those are final steps.
So thank you very much for coming. It's so valuable, to get folks in the regulated community that, have the willingness to show ways that the program, can be improved. I hope that we get that from other stakeholders in the regulated community as well. I can see why some folks may be hesitant to come and express their concerns, and we very much appreciate your willingness to tell it like you see it. Why do you think you're having such delays on the permitting? You're living through this. Is it a question of resources? Is it a lot of the things that were discussed today?
I'm not really sure the specifics of it. I think it's just, we're no different than the others. So I don't think these permits have been particularly controversial. Certainly the North Island permit, I think we're probably not on the priority list, and they just haven't got to them until there was some attention focused on them. So I don't think it's nefarious. I don't think there's an issue there. I think in general, it just adds up to the cumulatively, you end up with the problem that you have today.
So with your facility where you've got an approved CEQA document and you haven't heard it for 6 months, where do things stand?
We don't know. We do know that DTSC was out doing an inspection last week, and whether that's related or not, and whether they're waiting for another inspection. But again, that was last week, and the final CEQA was done in September. So.
And are you getting some consistency in one of the innovations that Mr. Ghazi is talking about, which certainly seems sensible, is to have this, to try to have one program manager handle the thing from soup to nuts. Are you seeing that implemented yet at your facilities, or are you seeing a lot of turnover?
I think there still is turnover.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess the last thing that we'll say is we really hope that you can be a partner with us in trying to help us with our mission and help to educate us. There's a lot of this permit enhancement work plan. There's some drafts. Mr. Ghazi indicated that they're going to be going to the regulated community to talk all this through. It'd be very helpful if you folks are willing to participate in that process and give us feedback I think as you know, we're going to have some meetings in April, and then we're going to be having to draft some additional recommendations on this permitting piece. So to the extent that you could help inform that decision-making, in April, and, giving an honest assessment of what you're hearing and help the department help us, I think that would make all of your effort and time in coming up here even that much more valuable.
Yeah, we definitely stand ready to help, and we're committed to, this process.
And I would also add, we do a lot of work on the site mitigation side. I mean, that we have a whole unit and the base closure. So if you have, to the extent that you might have questions about that, we would need a different set of people to come up. But we do, we're a very good, steady customer of the department, and we want to make it work. And we share the goals of safe handling of this, and we share the goal of cleaning up contaminated sites, especially with the base closures, so that they can be returned to productive use by their communities. So we would certainly, desire to be part of that.
Thank you.
We'll make sure you get your bills. Anything further for the folks from the Navy here?
No, but I very much appreciate your comments, and thank you for participating too.
Yes.
Well, thank you for letting us speak.
Okay, so please, we hope maybe we can get something from you in writing in April, a little bit more with some other recommendations and thoughts on this. Would be very helpful. Thank you. We have other public comment on this item?
I believe Ms. Broadstrom wanted to have
Okay.
a presentation.
Is that it?
And we have one email.
Okay, great. Ms. Brostrom? We'll give you 10 minutes if you need it. And we also note that we did receive this letter from you, I think dated today. Turn your mic on.
Ingrid Brostrom with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. And I wanted to make a couple of observations about some of the presentations that we heard from DTSC today. The first, I think I brought this up last time, but in terms of DTSC's work plan and permitting enhancement plan, I noticed that it's very process-oriented. And I really would like to urge the IRP to figure out an outcome-based matrix or assessment tool to determine that the whatever 170 steps that they're taking actually is going to result in better decisions at the end of the day. And I know that DTSC has said that they've already made a considerable a movement toward finishing a lot of these steps, and I can tell you that we have not seen different outcomes. I don't think we've seen a speeding up yet of permitting, and certainly some of the biggest outcomes that we on the environmental justice side have is hazardous waste facility and permitting decisions disproportionately impacting communities of color. And Chairman Krakoff, you recognized this a little bit before, so I'm not going to reiterate the same points that he made. But we need to see better decisions, and I really want there to be a focus on outcomes, not only on process. One thing that I would urge is we do have permitting processes underway right now that really highlight a lot of the issues that we have from the EJ movement, and one that I think should be a test case, something that this panel should look at closely, is the Fibrotech decision. This permit process has a lot of similarities to Exide in that this one has been issued a permit, but has expired decades ago. So it's been operating on an expired permit for several decades. It had a remediation order dating back to the 1980s, 1988, I believe, with hexavalent chromium at 3 million times the state public health goal found in groundwater beneath the site.
Which site?
Fibrotech. It's in Los Nietos.
Santa Fe Springs, yeah.
Santa Fe Springs.
You know if they've got a financial assurance for corrective action?
I do not know. I do not know. We have a long history of noncompliance. There's 11 Class 1 violations since the permit last expired, as well as 8 Class 1 violations in the last 5 years. We have over 3 notices of deficiency issued for the site, yet it did not trigger the mandatory denial proceedings. It's located overwhelmingly in the community of color. It's adjacent to houses and it's in a residential area, and there's been no EIR. So, I mean, this is a good example of a lot of the issues that we have. And we believe DTSC may be making a decision soon. We hope it is a permit denial. But it's something that I want the IRP to know about, because this is a good example of our issues. For the notice of deficiency issue, I think, I believe Chairman Krakoff correctly asked, whether there was a trigger, and you did not receive the proper information. So I wanted to give that to you. California Health and Safety Code 25200.8 states, and this is verbatim, if an applicant does not respond to 3 or more of these notices of deficiency regarding the same or different deficiencies, or responds with substantially incomplete or substantially unsatisfactory information on 3 or more occasions, the department shall initiate proceedings to deny the permit application. So California Health and Safety Code 25200.8. So this is an issue that we have recognized, which is there are statutes that DTSC has just chosen not to follow, and this is one of those examples. I have an issue with DTSC leading with its goal as reducing notices of deficiencies by 50%, rather than as its goal to receive, better and more complete applications. When you put a numeric goal like that as your objective, you can see where it leads to conflicts, whereas you don't want to find a notice of deficiency if it's going to get you, if you're going to not make your goal. So I would rather them have a different objective, which would not lead to potential conflicts. And I will also note that DTSC doesn't have discretion not to follow this law. And if it needs to change, it needs to change. But until that point, it needs to follow its statutory obligations. And one way to really incentivize compliance with, getting good information up front is comply with this law. That'll create some incentives for applicants to work very closely with DTSC to make sure that they're not running the risk of an initiation of denial. I also quickly wanted to talk about the matrix, the enforcement matrix or violation matrix. It is one step that DTSC is making in the right direction. I believe very strongly that DTSC has suffered because it has too much discretion and there's no standards that anybody can really use to keep it accountable. So having a scoring matrix, I think, is the right way to go. Of course, it's going to be all in the application, and also ensuring that if there is a scoring matrix, how can we remove as much agency or staff person discretion as we can. So I'm a bit nervous about the qualitative descriptions of how serious is something, and I really would like to see more prescriptive, what constitute a serious or moderate or minor types of violations, and so that we can have consistency. So we want consistency of application and clarity for accountability's sake, I think both from the regulated side and our side, to make sure that DTSC is using the right criteria. So those are the comments that I had on their presentations. Things that I would like to also highlight for this panel is this disproportionate impact in vulnerable communities, and how can this panel help ensure that we're in a direction that we can start avoiding this or addressing these issues. One is DTSC has not responded, though it's been informed many, many times, of its civil rights obligations under California Government Code 11135. We've raised this issue a number of times. It is an agency that receives state funding. It does make decisions. Those decisions are having a disparate impact based on race. And these are all things that can be well documented. And yet DTSC has failed to explain why it doesn't believe itself subject to these laws. So it's something that I would like to have the IRP's help in determining, you know, and who is responsible at DTSC for looking into this. I feel like it's one of those things that's falling through the gaps because nobody's tasked at DTSC with looking at their civil rights obligations other than internally.
How do you do that when it comes to permit decisions? I mean, this is a really tough question. I know you know that. How do you do that?
I mean, I think their legal department should have some role in it. You know, we've brought it up in numerous permit applications as applied to those permit applications, and they seem to not know how to address the question. In fact, they kind of just say this is not the right place for it. We're only looking at permit conditions. And I don't know that that's accurate. I think they do have a responsibility, you know, when they make their permitting decisions. I mean, we can wait for litigation, but I mean, that's never the best.
135 stuff, litigation-wise, hasn't been, you know, a super-duper fruitful area of the law, although it seems like it's being developed, you know, further by folks like yourself.
Yes.
You know, they can consider, let's say, you know, you can consider EJ in your scoring procedure. You can consider EJ in your public outreach, you know, procedures.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you, you know, deny a permit? I mean, how do you make a permit decision based on EJ factors? How do you have some creative ideas on how they can do that?
Well, I do think Cal EnviroScreen is a very important tool for that. I understand it's not perfect, but it does bring together a lot of state data in one place, demographics and vulnerabilities. So we have a good idea where those EJ communities are, which were overburdened, and where facilities are located. So I think Cal EnviroScreen is one. And of course, 673, which its whole purpose is to deal with this issue, which is we need DTSC to look at vulnerability of nearby communities in permitting. And so I am hopeful that over the next year or two, through rulemaking with 673, we can address this issue. But I haven't heard anything yet, and I'm that DTSC is going to do the analysis that we're looking for. I believe that they're still reluctant. I think I heard it today that they don't think that they have the authority to look at vulnerability in permitting. And we've tried to do that through statute now. I've tried to show that through the statewide hazardous waste management plans, which specifically allow DTSC to look at suitability of location in their statewide plans, which they just haven't done. I've found a number of places in statute where they clearly do have the authority to look at site suitability. So this needs to be resolved, and I'd rather do it outside of the court. And I did want to talk about the statewide hazardous waste management plan. You know, it was noted that DTSC has not complied with this ever, and local jurisdictions have not complied either. But it has not sunsetted. It is a real statutory obligation that remains valid on the books. And again, I would like the IRP's help in determining and getting an answer from DTSC as to why they believe they don't need to do it or why they haven't done it. Again, this is something I've brought to their attention for a number of years now. And so, you know, to hear that they aren't prepared to answer that is frustrating because this is something I've pushed for a while. So they've had a lot of opportunities to think about it. I'm sure they have some opinions, and I'd really like to know what they are because it is an obligation. And I think if we don't have a statewide hazardous waste management plan to guide the whole state's determination of where these things should be located, how many we need, where is it suitable, then if that law is not the right one, then let's make something better. And again, the IRP does have legislative, can make legislative recommendations. And so if we're relying totally on counties or local jurisdiction to determine whether or not it's safe for hazardous waste to be brought in, I don't think that's right. And so that needs to change. We should have hazardous waste management plans. We should be looking holistically at the state in terms of where these facilities should be located. And we have it or in statute, and if it's not good enough, let's make it better.
Heard somebody say that watch what you ask for, because the counties that are more amenable to hosting these are the ones that are going to do the plans. What do you say to that?
Well, I do think DTSC is DTSC has their expertise in hazardous waste. Counties do not, generally. And so, except for San Diego. And so we need a statewide agency looking into and really being prominent in the decision-making process. And you might know that I'm not a huge fan of DTSC, and so I say this aspirationally, that DTSC is in the right position to do this. But I don't think it's right to leave it up to local jurisdictions.
Okay, just a few more minutes, Ms. Bostrom.
Yep. I think you covered the cumulative impact stuff already. I do think the coronavirus screen conversation is an important one, and I think we are still figuring out what it should and should not be used for. I disagree with Director Lee's interpretation of that it should not be used for this purpose. I know that it was created for 535 funding. But again, this is all public data. It's in one place. And for us to close our eyes to a very, very important tool, I think is not the right decision. But those are some bigger conversations. The other thing I wanted to finish off with a conflict of interest, an internal conflict of interest in how DTSC views its own duty. And that, I got this from the CPS permitting report that if you haven't read it yet, I really encourage you to, because it really highlighted for me that there's some internal consistency where DTSC on the one hand believes it has a duty to maintain hazardous waste capacity, and on the other hand is tasked with being the enforcer and in closing facilities down when they're not living up to their expectations, their permits, or they're putting communities at risk. And so there's an inherent conflict there when you have permitting and enforcement with different goals and conflicting goals. And so, I looked a lot into the legislative history of RCRA to determine really where should DTSC, where are DTSC's priorities and goals, and it really is first and foremost, and public safety and health. So I think there should be some more clarity there, and I would like DTSC to address that conflict. And the report actually had statements from managers saying that compliance should be easy and economic. And this came from a value that, we got to keep everyone operating at all costs. And I don't think that's the right approach. And if we do have top managers with that perspective, I think it's going to lead to some dangerous results, and already has. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bostrom. We are, as you know, doing some recommendations in April, so we encourage you to get, to us some of the metrics and some of the things that you would propose and the folks that you are representing in that report. I also will note that we are planning on going to Kern County we're going to talk about it in a second, in April, and I think you're going to be helping facilitate that and working with our staff, so thank you for that. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I just want I know you give it a lot of thought. If you have suggestions on what are measurable outcomes for permitting, we'd like to hear them. Because that's not it sounds easy, but it's a struggle to come up with a valid, measurable outcome as opposed to output. So appreciate it. And real quickly, just among the panel, on the potential for harm and potential an extended deviation, a lot of experience using it on the enforcement side, and I always used to, here's me, this is just me talking, okay? If something's disposed of in the trash, it is hazardous waste, that's a major, that's a complete deviation, illegal disposal of hazardous waste. But on the other side, potential for harm, and, I'd have inspectors say, okay, I drew a line, I said, 2 alkaline batteries, 2 fluorescent light tubes, 2 half-empty aerosol cans, that's minor. 55-gallon drum of sulfuric acid in the preschool backyard, that's major. But, so there is, although you'll never, there's obviously an infinite spectrum in there, but there is some room to provide examples for the staff, although, as I've learned, those things, well, I think 20 years ago, the alkaline batteries and fluorescent tubes in the trash would have been the normal operating procedure. So, and probably the aerosol cans too. So we do evolve over time, and we are making progress. And of course, a lot of that is due to everybody in this room's interest in protecting the environment and public safety. I mean,
so the list that we have of the 118 facilities with cost assurances, those are the ones that are permitted.
Correct.
So I couldn't find Fibrotech, for instance, on there.
Correct.
And so those are the facilities that I would imagine are functioning with expired permits. And is that a list that we'll need to get and see if there is any kind of a financial assurances for ones that are not currently permitted, but are still.
It's on there. It's on there.
Is it where?
It's with the PH.
So these
I
are.
want to make sure it's a comprehensive list.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do we know when the actual permits have been renewed? Is that
Column,
Thank
which
you.
is not on here.
Fibrotech with pH? I didn't know, so.
Comprehensive. We can make sure our staff is confident that what we're getting is what we need. We have another public comment on this item?
Yes, sir, we have one email.
Go ahead. Is it a long one?
No, it's not. It's a little off topic due to the length of the presentation, but we'll go forward. Dear IRP members, I just want to acknowledge and congratulate the community members living in and around Exide who fought tirelessly year after year, engaging local government, regulators, and the state legislature for environmental justice, all while suffering the ravages of toxic poisoning. We are happy to see the cleanup at Exide is being funded. This is a perfect example of why it is so important that the DTSC ensure financial assurances are in place prior to permitting. Respectfully, Sonia Villanueva, the People's Senate. No, sir.
And we're only 34 minutes behind schedule. Let's pull out our agendas, please. We're now on to item number 10, organizational, operational, and administrative matters. We have 2 documents that have been posted on our website and for which we've been working on quite a bit that I think are the main topics for discussion here. These are the work plan for 2016-2017, which, remember, Dr. Campbell worked so hard on with our staff, Mr. Rolfes, and then we have the procedures, which I believe Vice Chair Vizier spent a lot of time on working with our counsel, Deb Barnes. So we have these 2 documents before us. These seem to be the major topics for discussion. Why don't we start off with the work plan, if that's okay, colleagues. Do you want to briefly introduce this, Mr. Rolfes, or do you think that we can go through it ourselves? Okay. So, colleagues, this looks to be in excellent shape. I do have a couple comments on it, but my hope is that we can approve this document today. So I've got a few comments. I don't know if you want to hear those or if you folks have any comments on it. How do you want to proceed?
Go ahead and voice
Okay.
your comments. That's fine.
Okay. I have a couple just very, very general comments that would sort of be like formatting. I'll just mention these quickly. For tasks and meeting dates for the February-April timeline, the second bullet, no, forget that. The last bullet, it says submit a progress report to the governor and the legislature by April 27th. I do think that report, which is the quarterly reports, are progress reports, but they're more than that too. They can have recommendations or other things. So we repeat that language. We call them all progress reports. I think we can maybe delete the word progress and just say submit report, or we can, that's one comment. Also, I don't know if the word governor should be capitalized. Deb, you have a thought on that?
I think it's up to the IRP's discretion. Certainly, if you said...
What does the blue book say about, no, it doesn't matter?
I believe we use the California Style Manual predominantly in the Attorney General's office, but if you refer to Governor Brown specifically, it would be capitalized. If it's a generic governor, then it would not be capitalized.
All right, so it's okay to leave it uncapitalized, you think?
I don't see that as a big issue.
Okay, so that's the two just sort of typographical type of things that I have. The other is moving on to April. We have in all the different boxes like the specific dates for the meeting, May 14th, June 8th, June, whatever, and then this goes all the way through the end of 2017. And I think I would prefer, because we're probably going to have some flexibility in the actual dates, that we delete the specific dates and just call it the May meeting, the June meeting, the July meeting. That's another comment that I have. Any thoughts on that? You want to leave in here May 14th, June 8th, June, or do we just, yeah?
I don't think we need to be that detailed.
Right. The other thing then also is the second to last bullet in the April-July row there is the review IRP expenses to date. I think we should refer to it as the budget. It's going to be expenses, and income and kind of, figuring all that stuff out. It's not only going to be expenses. Those are sort of the generic comments that I had. Again, just to summarize them, maybe call it something other than a progress report, maybe just a report. The governor issue, we can leave that not capital.
Quarterly report.
Yeah.
I think it's a quarterly report. I think call it a quarterly report.
Any problem with that?
No.
Okay, so quarterly reports, we'll call it. We'll leave the governor not capitalized, and then we'll take out all the specific dates, and we'll just say, instead of expenses to date, we'll call it review IRP budget. Does all that make sense, Larry?
It makes sense.
Okay, great. Then I had a few specific things that I do want to talk about with everybody. So starting with the first quarter, the February, April, a couple quick things here. Do we want to add in here that we will review the budget change proposals that are made? There's 5 of those right now. Do we feel like we want to weigh in on those during this February to April time period, or maybe the April to July time period? These are the change proposals where the department is asking for some variations from the governor's budget. I guess they generally come out around this time. So I'm wondering if we want to include that as one of the tasks that we have, is to review those and comment on them.
I apologize. I've been checking. I'm clearly missing some pages here. That's that 135. I've got the odds, but not the evens. I was saying, we're not worried.
You want to work off with me?
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm wondering if we want to include as some of our tasks reviewing these budget change proposals.
It would almost be a subtask. I mean, does that make sense?
You mean it'd be another bullet?
No, I mean, and where's the budgeting quarter, if you will?
That's in...
oh, that's pretty far down.
Right.
Yeah, I got it. So, thank you, Larry. sometime probably prior to the May revise, almost every year, we probably, maybe April, we should look at things like that.
Yeah, and then there's the May revise too. So do we want to put something in there for that April to July period to review budget change proposals and the May revise?
I think that would be good for each year.
Yeah.
Yeah, for our 2 remaining years, yeah.
So in that April to July period, we would add a bullet to review and potentially comment on the budget change proposals and the May revise. Does that make sense, Larry?
It does.
Okay, and that would be in the April-July 2016 and the April-July 2017 time period. The other thing that I have is, and maybe this doesn't have to be in here, but I want to raise it. You know, there's a lot of people, both inside the department and external, that would probably be helpful for us to talk to. You know, the former director of the department's retired staffers, environmental people, business, types, but maybe folks that don't come to our meetings, but folks that would be probably helpful for us to hear from and see what they think. I think, our staff, now that they're, getting through the minutes, may have the ability to sort of reach out to some of these people, or maybe they can, work with some of the board, the panelists to reach out and talk to some of these people. Do we want to put in here anywhere, contact individuals, who, may have.
But that's a part of it. Solicit, collect, and discuss information from affected residents and other stakeholders.
Right.
That's kind of encompassed in that, I think.
But we could just ask our staff to say, hey, why don't you contact any past directors you can find, see what maybe the question would be as simple as what do you wish you'd done that you hadn't done, what do you see can still be improved on?
Soliciting.
Fine, okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds good, okay. What about site visits to the different branches? Do we want to do that ever?
I think that's important, yes,
So what different branches or?
of DTSC.
Say, if it's appropriate, another directors here, to say, listen, the chair of the IRP is coming to visit Chatsworth, Dr. Campbell is coming to visit Cypress, if any of the staff want to talk to them, or just
you
to.
mean do that independently outside of a meeting?
Right.
Oh, I like that idea. Okay.
I would only want to do it if it's an appropriate thing to do at the right time, and I don't think it would be, for us to visit each office once, hopefully would be something doable. Do you have any thoughts on that, Director?
As far as our official communication with you as a department, it does go through Chris Law. We have not made any attempt to dissuade employees from contacting you on their own time, but we would not be hosting that as a function of their work time.
What about allowing us to tour the different branches to sort of see what's happening outside of the mothership? Do you think that would be a good idea?
To see the physical facility?
Yeah, to sort of see how things go. I mean, we, to be overseeing a department but not physically see or tour even one of the branch offices seems like we wouldn't be getting the full picture that we could. Same reason that you go to your branch offices and talk to people.
Well, I go to my branch offices and talk to people because they report to me and I direct the work that they do, which is a little bit different from the relationship that this independent review panel has with the staff of the department. If you choose to show up at an office, you obviously are free to do that. But again, we have tried to set up a process to provide information to you in a way that will be the least disruptive to our getting our work done. As it is, the preparation of material for the panel is turning out to be a considerable demand on our resources. And while the legislature did provide resources to the panel for the panel to get some of this work done, it did not provide any additional resources to the department to do this work. And so I am concerned about further disruption of the work that we do need to be focused on. if this is something that is of great importance to you, I will work with you to get you what you need, but I think that in terms of overseeing and making recommendations regarding the programs, I'm not certain that visiting an individual office is going to provide more information to you about the programs themselves.
Thank
now, again, I am not saying that on their own time, the people who work for the department, I am not interfering with their ability to reach out to you, as I think you have seen. You've heard from many of them. And they are, free to continue to reach out to you on their own personal time, but not as a function of their work for the department. We have our own official process set up for providing information to the panel.
Thank you for your thoughts and opinions on that. Colleagues, what's your response to that?
Well, I've spent time in many of DTSC's offices, and they're mostly cube farms. I mean, and so other than...
It's the people that matter.
Yeah, it's the people that matter, and you talk to them, get something, and then what are we going to do with it? And then we get a whole another set of subjects to research, perhaps. I actually think, although it's got its own set of problems, which I don't think going on an inspection would be more beneficial for the panel to see what's actually done. But then there's personal protective equipment, training, and all that might be barriers for that. But I think we could actually.
I've always wanted to be like you, so I could dress up and pretend I'm an inspector.
Exactly. You learn a lot more with seeing them in action, and what they do and how they interact with the different.
Yeah, I think that all that is correct, and so I feel if we don't, in our 2 years, if we never, we're going to go to hopefully Kettleman City, and we're going to see a regulated facility, and hear from everybody, but seeing how the department functions, talking to people isn't, to me, certainly is valuable. But we have any thoughts, Dr. Campbell?
Yeah, well, I do like our meetings thus far, but they're very formal. I don't know to what extent. I know that it is okay for DTSC personnel to come and discuss things with us and call us personally or email us, but I don't feel that it has been really easy for them, other than just emailing us, to let us really know what's happening internally with people who are actually doing the job. Thus far, our interaction has been mainly with the administrative branch in some ways. I do kind of want to know what the other staff members feel. I do want to get a sense of what they feel is dysfunctional. We get the overall view from the administrators, but we do not really see the underlying current in some way.
Number one, Director Lee's point about the work hours is important. There's they've only got, again, so many of these problems are because they didn't have enough work hours to take care of them. I think Randy didn't say it, but I mean, in practice, said, well, they hadn't got to us, we don't have any problems, because they hadn't got to us because they don't have the people to get to them. But he wouldn't opine on that, and I appreciate your question, but I've worked, that whole dysfunction, I've been on inspection with DTSC, we've done enforcement actions together, collaborated, technical work groups, all this, again, for for 20 years, but very closely for the last 10 years. And dysfunctional is not a word I would use. Please don't, regardless of what we're hearing here, there's some significant problems. And I think DTSC's making a lot of strides, but you don't turn a ship around this big that quickly. The biggest problem from the very beginning is too high turnover at the director's position, and not enough give them more to do without the resources to do it. And I don't care what organization you're in. If you have a boss that changes every year and changes directions, and they give you more work and not anybody to help you, you're going to start to underperform.
So the question in front of us is, do we want to try to explore getting out to the branches? And obviously, Director Lee has some concerns about that. That doesn't mean that we can't explore it for perhaps our, second quarter, April to July. And at the end of the day, if our explorations don't go anywhere, so be it. But I think I completely agree with what Dr. Campbell's saying, which is, sitting here in these very formal proceedings is not the same. It's not the same.
And quite honestly, we have gotten a few emails now that you talked about in your chair's report regarding the scientists who feel there is some discrimination. And we had another email of someone who has reached out to us regarding a workplace that is less than ideal. And I think that these factors need to be considered at some point by us. I mean, we cannot just kind of sweep them under the rug and say, well, every kind of organization has these problems, let's give them time. We need to determine what those problems are. And we may need to really determine if that is the reason. I mean, you can have a small little crack that can eventually become a big gap. And we don't want it to topple down the entire organization. Okay, it's the little building blocks that hold the whole organization together. And if there are problems in that vast building blocks, then we need to determine that. And we have to see if it's a big
Deb,
issue.
we can't get involved, and I don't think Dr. Campbell is talking about getting involved in, individual issues that people have. We have no interest in or authority to do that. But, hearing from folks, digesting sort of the overall thing, that then can help with some of the larger recommendations. Is that appropriate?
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just remind the panel that in your statutory authority, you really do not have any authority to delve into any individual personnel issues that DTSC may or may not have. I think that the statute in 57014 of the Health and Safety Code really provides the panel with the authority to look at issues or perceived issues within the department from a higher level, a systemic level, as it were, and then make your recommendations to the legislature, governor, et cetera. So I would again echo Mr. Chair's admonition that it's really not appropriate to get involved in individual personnel issues at DTSC. I know this panel wants to support DTSC in its efforts to ensure that there is a work culture that's not discriminatory, that provides equal opportunity to all, regardless of race, religion, et cetera. And I know that's a highly held core value of this panel. And so to the extent that that will play into your recommendations to the legislature, that certainly is appropriate. I also would, as you debate this issue about when and if to go to the individual DTSC offices, I would just encourage you folks just to keep Bagley Keene in mind. If you go more than one person, then it does have to be open to the public.
One person at a time.
Right. And then any reports back to the panel from that one individual would have to be here in public session. And I know the panel's aware of that.
And we could go through staff as well. Yeah, and the intention for me to go to the branch offices is not only to invest, it's for all sorts of things. What are people's opinions on site mitigation? What are people's opinions? It's all the substantive stuff too. Well, I think we have to take this discussion to a close here. Do you have an opinion, Council, on the advisability of going to the branches and whether it's appropriate, based on what you've heard also from the director?
Frankly, I think that's really outside the purview of what I'm here to advise you. I was not appointed to be on the panel.
How about legally?
I think legally, as long as you followed Bagley Keene considerations and admonitions against any non-public discussion between one or more panel members, whether it's through the staff or directly between the panel members. I don't know of a legal prohibition in terms of your statutory authority in looking at issues or perceived issues within DTSC. Obviously, fact-finding is a part of that, but I think it can be a fine line between general fact-finding about issues on a systemic level versus, however valid they are, getting involved in individual personnel issues. This is not, for better or for worse, or depending on one's opinion, this is not a whistleblower board. There are other provisions in state law for that. Any communication with any of you is publicly accessible. You can't keep things that are secrets. You can't keep confidences from employees from DTSC or any other entity. So I would just really encourage you to keep those admonitions in mind. In terms of the director's thoughts, I think I understand where she's coming from. I also understand where you're coming from. And I think there could be a tension there. But I think as long as you follow the legal admonition, it's really up to the panel's determination whether you would like to delve down into the individual DTSC branch offices. I, of course, remain available to assist you in ensuring, if you do decide to do that, to make sure all the legal T's and I's are dotted. Yes.
So do you think there's a way, I mean, we have to wrap this up, do you think there's a way to strike that balance, Vice Chair? And do you think you want to put something in here that says we will explore this?
Three thoughts occurred to me. One, and I need to reread that letter on the alleged discrimination, but it appeared to me that they were talking about scientists versus engineers, and then the relative makeup of the type personnel. But throughout the Western world, engineers make more than scientists. I know I'm a scientist. I mean, that's a fact. Compare a chemist starting salary out of college to a chemical engineer starting salary. I mean, that's and I don't even know that DTSC has control over their employee salary. That might be done at the statewide. But I mean, that to me, that's way outside the scope of our thing. I don't. Typically, the vocal people who come to you, they're either going to be passionate one way or the other, and you're going to get, and then we could potentially, if we see all 1,000 employees, we got 1,000 different opinions. And finally, though, the one thing, we might, if this is a big concern, maybe a anonymous survey might be, and that would be less disruptive to the workplace, and Director Lee might be amenable to something like that. I'm not sure, but that might be a different approach.
So just to summarize what you're saying, you don't think we're ready to explore the option of a site visit yet?
No.
Okay.
But I
What do
think
you
it's
think?
something that we should consider. And I definitely think that, again, this is going to be perceived by our other stakeholders as us obeying the DTSC, okay? So let's be really careful. We ask for a opinion, but we need to think kind of independently of what would be ideal for the administrators of DTSC.
We've got a law we're supposed to follow.
Exactly.
And that's what we're doing.
I
It
agree.
did
I
not
agree.
lead, there's no indication. I
But-
think that's a big stretch.
All right,
But
well,
I think
just have an orderly discussion here. So Vice Chair isn't ready to do it. Are you ready to do it?
I think it's something we need to consider.
Okay, so the answer is you want to explore putting something in here saying that we will explore with the department the propriety of visits to the branch offices.
Depending on what our stakeholders feel. I mean, the people who work for DTSC, I mean, the internal individuals are also our stakeholders, I would imagine. Providing a workplace that they deem safe and collegial and productive is important for the big
Right,
picture.
but the question we have right now is whether we put this in the work plan. That's the question.
I think that we can revisit it, and I would want to revisit it, but wording it in the work plan as is, I don't think is necessary, because I think it does follow under the whole idea of solicit, collect, and discuss information about this different areas from the stakeholders. I think they are part of the stakeholders, so we can revisit it again based on what we already have in there. I don't think we need to add terminology.
Fine, so that's, okay. Can we tell our staff maybe to think about this between Mr. Rolfus and Mr. Law, perhaps?
About adding it to the work plan, or just
about what it could look like?
planning something possibly in the future?
Exploring
Sure.
it without putting it in the work plan, does that
Sure.
seem fair?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. The other comment that I have then, the final comment is, if you look, colleagues, at the very last recommendation on the last page, it has this, the very last bullet references Health and Safety Code 57007, and that's like an end-of-year task for 2017. I also feel that should be an end-of-year task for 2016. That same bullet should be put at at the end of,
Isn't that a biannual report?
uh,
I thought that's the reason we did it. It was required every 2 years.
but I think it's due, it might be due this year. And if it's not, let me see 1 second. 5/7. No, that's not, yes, it is. That's the biannual report. Mr. Law, is that when that's due? Do you have yeah.
I think it should coincide with when it's due anyway.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. So Larry, can you figure out when that's due, and whenever it's due, it'll be in that quarter? Okay, so those were the only comments that I had. Are there any other comments from the panel on the document?
No.
I think it's very useful for the stakeholders to see in advance so they can prepare presentations or papers or whatever they think is appropriate medium to communicate with us their concerns. And so as much as possible, we should adhere to it. But at the same time, I think we will have to be flexible at times to include emergent issues, which I think we're going to discuss later on in this agenda item.
Good. So do you think there should be a little proviso in here somewhere that says what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's fine too. Okay, so to summarize the comments that we have this little proviso that this is flexible. We have, right, we have that. We have calling it a quarterly instead of a progress report. Oh, sorry, yeah. So we have a little proviso in here that this is flexible and it's guidelines. We have the change from progress report to quarterly report. We're taking out the specific dates for the meetings starting next quarter. We're calling it the review IRP budget instead of expenses to date. We are including the in the April to July 2016 quarter a review of the May revise and budget change proposals, and we're also doing that in 2017. We are determining what the appropriate quarter is to deal with the 57007 report. Okay, so that's, I think, what it is. Can we get a motion on that?
I can make a motion?
Okay.
What's to approve the
To
work
approve this?
plan as amended?
Yes.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says aye. So we have a work plan. Larry will make those final changes, and then it'll be up on the website.
It will no longer be a draft then.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Thank you very much. The next document, colleagues, is the meeting procedures. I know that Deb Barnes worked on this quite a bit. This one I have very, very few comments on, but I do have a couple. But I'm more than willing to defer and let the other panelists raise their comments, or I can just jump in very quickly.
I've reviewed it several times. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have that in front of you, Mr. Rolfes?
The procedures?
Yes, sir.
I do,
Okay.
somewhere.
Mr. Chair, before you get started, I also want to say that Larry was very instrumental in coming up with this product.
Great. Yes, he was.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Rolfes, just a couple comments on this. The heading, where it says Independent Review Panel IRP, well, let's give it the full name, the Department of Toxic Substances Control Independent Review Panel in the heading. Okay? And then in the first paragraph, where you say, these procedures are expected to evolve as the Department of Toxic Substances Control's IRP, you probably can delete Department of Toxic Substances Control there. Okay?
Right.
At the bottom of page 2, panelists, we have so much work to do. I think it's going to be increasingly difficult for us to do this in 1 day a month. I feel like either we have to go to 2 days a month, maybe we can make it 1 day in NorCal, 1 day in SoCal, or we can do 2-day meetings wherever it might be. I really think we have to consider 2-day meetings. It's just a frickin' rush every time at 4 o'clock. I'm biting my nails off. So I think we have to think about that. Or, bottom of page 2, we can start doing some work through committees. I know we're not ready to have that discussion right now. And, I know committees is hard, and it requires Bagley Keen. So maybe you don't get that much bang for the buck. But, either we have to meet more, or we've got to have more people doing, more work, or we can have subcommittees of one that then can bring decisions to the board for final approval. But I just want to raise that issue and get a little bit of feedback on it. Both the timing and the subcommittee question.
I think at least once a quarter. I prefer 2 consecutive days. I think it's the most efficient use of time and money because, we don't have to,
Right.
And committees of one, if you will, on the reports on these documents have worked out pretty well.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah. So but I think
those can be very ad hoc in nature.
Yeah, and so I don't see any reason to change anything there. Actually, we're quite successful, and with staff on board, full staff, I think we'll get better at it. But it'd still be a good way for us to get the first draft out. Like I gave, what was this? I think that was 2.5 pages, and it both grew and also became much.
So we are going to, I think, we're talking about having a 2-day meeting in Kern County next month, one day to visit Kettleman and the other day to meet somewhere in Bakersfield to do our work. But in general, I think, and I think you're right, that on a case-by-case basis, we can assign committees of one to do things. Assigning a committee of 2 doesn't really help us because it's just as much work as if we all met together, basically, because there has to be 2 of us. So anyway, that's just a comment. The next thing that I have is on page 4. In the meeting dates, regular meetings shall normally be held on Wednesday of the second week of every month. I think we should put something in there about that, however, they can be changed, and we may also have 2-day meetings, something like that. Okay. The next topic is on page 5, meeting reports. So the way that this reads, colleagues, is in meeting reports on page 5, the second sentence. It says that staff reports will be posted early enough so the public can react, and that the public should get a chance to post documents up to 2 days before the meeting, which I think means they can provide documents that will then be posted to the website, I think is what that means. And we use the word documents there. Then the next paragraph, starting all writings, now we've switched to the word writing, so we should either use the word writings or the word documents. So we should be consistent. And then in the middle of that, it says, to ensure that all IRP members have the opportunity to fully study and consider all such material concerning any matters should be submitted 5 business days prior to the meeting date. So we've got the 2 days, then we've got the 5 days. So I think it should be, one or the other probably. It seems to me maybe we should just, do the 2 days. Hopefully our staff reports will start coming out 5 days, or before, but to say that people have to give us stuff 5 days beforehand for us to consider it probably is not, not necessary.
I think that's to consider it in order to place it on the agenda, I would imagine, or no?
The agenda's 10 days before, so yeah.
Okay, then you're right.
If I may, that was my suggestion for a starting place for discussion for the panel. I could see a difference between a response to a staff report that's online versus a more extensive report or publication that we've seen with some of the presentations here. So it's really up to the panel what time frame they think is appropriate. We also have the catch-all in here as soon as practicable so that the panel has flexibility in whatever circumstances it thinks is appropriate to accept documents late or to say this document is we just don't have time to review before this meeting.
Well, would it be okay to say, listen, the public should try to get us stuff 2 days before the meeting, and if you get it to us 2 days before the meeting, we'll put it up on the website. And if you don't, then we may not do that, and it may be more difficult for us to consider. Is that okay?
I think you certainly could. I would just from my own experience with getting items up on websites, there are issues that can happen with technology. I would say every effort shall be made, or something to that effect.
Okay, so I had that comment.
So documents instead of writings, we didn't.
Yeah, I think so.
Documents.
Yeah, documents, yeah.
Documents instead of writing, Larry.
Yeah. And then just we'll give some direction on this 2 days thing. The next, it's very almost done. The next page, page 6, under meeting content, the last sentence. However, the IRP reserves discretion to depart from this content. I would say or order. The content or the order. Okay?
Didn't we say order earlier? No?
Yeah. Just, what do you mean?
Okay, well, I agree with the including it in there. I thought it was.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think too, in terms of meeting content, I think it might be helpful, and I can certainly work with staff, it would be a simple language fix, that the discretion to depart from this content implies that you can, if need be, move things out of order. You could drop things from your agenda, but you can't add things unless there's very specific circumstances.
Right, Bagley, right. So just clarify that, okay? Also, we may, I think eventually too, we may also put a staff report or a staff that Larry can say, this is what I've been working on the last month, like a staff report.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
You want to put that in there? Okay.
In the meeting procedures?
In meeting content.
Yeah, I mean.
That'll be one of the items.
You have to, but it means that you could.
Yeah.
Sure.
So staff report or staff update or something like that.
Got it.
Okay. The last thing I have then is meeting minutes. It says that draft minutes of meetings will be published at least 48 hours prior. So that means Monday morning. Instead of saying shall, should we say, what should we say here?
We'll try.
Will normally?
Make every attempt. We can come up with some language.
Okay.
But
Will normally or something, yeah.
Okay, that's the only, those are all the comments that I have.
I've got one that actually came up, and I was going to address earlier, but it makes more sense to talk about here. At top of page 6, unless otherwise specified, endeavors should limit oral presentations 5 minutes or less per individual. If there's a way to say that about email submissions too, like 2 pages or less, or I think help.
Oral presentations or emails submitted by webcast, something like that. Yeah.
you could certainly put that out as a consideration. I just would encourage the panel to ensure that it retains the flexibility to admit if somebody writes a 4-page email that can be read. And here's where I think the panel should strive for is just equity in terms of verbal presentations and email presentations. If you're going to give 5 minutes for a verbal presentation, it might be wise to consider giving the same amount of time to an email presentation.
Okay.
Would be my suggestion.
That's where I was going with that, and that would not preclude them at a later date giving a full-on presentation.
Right.
But it's pretty disruptive to get some of these long, and they're, quite frankly, for me, they're hard to assimilate.
Okay. So any other comments?
No.
Okay, so let's just summarize these comments, please. The one is on the heading, we're going to put the Department of Toxic Substances Control. Okay. Page 4, I'm sorry, pardon me. Where was the comment that you just made, Mike?
On the top of page 6.
Oh, 6, okay, sorry. Okay, so page 4 is meeting dates in the middle there. We're going to indicate that the dates of the meetings might be flexible, and we may also do 2-day meetings. On page 5, I think we're going to, under meeting reports, we're going to change the word writings to documents, and we're going to direct our staff to work with Ms. Barnes to, basically say, if you can get us something within 2 days, we'll endeavor to put it up on the website and get it to us as soon as practicable, okay? The next is on page 6, under meeting content, we're going to put another little thing there for staff report. or staff update. And then the last sentence will also change to say that we can depart from this content if legal, or the order of things. Under the next thing, and then also at the top there, we're going to, at the very first paragraph on that page, we're going to indicate that the oral presentations, and emails that are read will be for 5 minutes. On the meeting minutes, instead of saying shall be published, we'll endeavor to publish at least 48 hours. And those are, I think, the only comments. Is there a motion incorporating those amendments and directing our staff to finalize?
One more quick one. Do we want to put in that we will have a 2-day meeting, or is it too early for that once?
I think it's too early for that, but I think we have to strongly consider doing that.
Because the more for logistics, both for scheduling webcasts, and for the public participation, the further in advance they know, the better, simpler we make life for everybody. That's my only.
I'm proposing that we do it every time, but we can talk about that. Why don't we talk about that in the future when we get the future schedule? Is that okay?
If I may, Mr. Chair, while these procedures are certainly helpful in adding to transparency and giving the public and DTSC and other stakeholders notice of what the panel, how the panel intends to run, you still have the flexibility, as long as it's properly noticed, to have a 2-day meeting, whether or not it's in the procedures list. So I just want to ensure that you know.
Understood. Okay.
You still have that option.
So do we have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, what's the motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve this procedures, this DTSC Independent Review Panel Authority Composition and Meeting Procedures upon changes that we just discussed.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve these with the amendments. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
And the Chair says aye, so those are adopted. Okay, so we've adopted a work plan and a meeting procedures. You'll finalize those, put them on the website. Thank you very much, Mr. Rolfes, for all of that. So colleagues, a time check. It's 4:20. We can work today until 5:30. So that's an hour and 10 minutes to do site mitigation, which I think we should try to do. Do you agree?
I do.
Okay, I know the director may have to leave, or it has left, so Mr. Law may help us on this. So we'll take a 5-minute break till 4:25, and then we'll reconvene and finish up our agenda. Okay? Thank you.
Got a couple of comments on orders.
This one. Whatever it is, that's what we. Okay, how about 5:20?
Yeah, really, because she's got to go pick up her bag at the hotel and then go to the airport. Always traffic this time of day. What?
Oh, that's a long way to go.
Watch it now, somebody will driven up to the collection car and walk in. This is really-
Okay, we ready to go?
What does it look like on this mitigation?
That's it.
Couldn't find it to save my life. I don't know what I did with it.
Okay, colleagues, we're back on the record. We wanted to make sure, there was no public comment on item 10, correct? So, but we did have one other issue at least, or two to address. Translations. Mr. Areca, you can chime in on this too, because you've been very helpful in trying to think this through. So, we're paying translators about $1,500 or something like that every day. And I think this is the third or fourth meeting consecutively where we have not had a single person need translation. The procedures that we just approved indicated that, I think it says something about we may have translation. It may hire a Spanish translator. We have been every time. Should we do it more case by case, or how do you want to handle this?
I think when we look at the budget, we lay it out. This year, we basically got $50,000 for 7 months. Next year, we're not going to meet twice. We're not going to stay within $50,000 and meet twice at every meeting and have a translator. That's not going to happen. So I think we've got to say, we need a 10-day, and whatever the logistics are, an advance request. Have a translator may be made available provided it's requested 10 days in advance or whatever the time frame is needed. Stop, because it's
It ranges from anywhere from 1425 to 1825, depending on how the rush and how we have to get somebody on site if they're not on site, or traveling and hotel costs for the translator.
That's almost an additional meeting day for translators.
That nobody's using. Larry, you have something to say on that or no?
No, it's just that what triggers the hiring of the translator is the agenda, which is done 10 days before, and then it takes several days to get the agenda in Spanish, which would be where most people would see that they should request a translator.
And by then it's too
And,
late.
the process to get a translator takes apparently at least 5 days. So the timing, unless we got the minutes out, much earlier, not the minutes, the agenda out much earlier, it doesn't seem like we can do it on a upon request basis.
Thank you. Ms. Brosher, do you have any thoughts on this? You can see the dilemma that we're in here.
Yeah, one thought I had is, as somebody who's got a lot of relationships with the people that work with DTSC, I usually have a good idea of whether or not there's going to be Spanish-speaking people. But I don't want to say like, I'll tell you, because of course I don't know everybody, and there could very well be people that come without my knowledge. I would say generally, if there are, Spanish-speaking people coming that need translation, I would be very happy to tell you, and we would probably capture a great deal of the meetings where that happens.
But you won't know that far in advance either, and they're telling you we need at least 10 days notice.
Yeah, 10 days is a lot. If there's a more expedited way where there could be a hiring.
So
I'm sorry. A possible alternative, this dude in San Diego, is that, okay, find out who's on the floor that speaks Spanish, and let's get them in here. And I suspect, I know that could be disruptive, and people in this building might not like it, but within this building, there's probably 100 Spanish speakers.
We're told that there's problems with that as well. If it's not in somebody's job description,
Got it.
and there's that issue, and then also, people have other jobs to do too. So we're told that's
Did we put it in your job description?
It's not. You probably should have put it in there, but.
Okay.
I think that for the present, we should
Immediately, right?
immediately.
All right, so let's think about that. Okay, that's a translation issue. Do you have any further issues, Vice Chair?
Well, the one thing I wanted to screen is a list, a comprehensive list of our requests for information, recommendations with dates, so that we can compare and say, sometimes they say, okay, we asked for the same thing in two different, twice, or let's get rid of this one and replace it with this one, or we're asking too much.
All right, so I think we already actually have that. Mr. Law has something like that. You put together a little Excel spreadsheet with what we requested, whether it's been withdrawn or whatever. So let's put that together. We'll keep refining it, and we'll bring that to the meeting as part of our packet, please.
And one final one, and I apologize, I'm a little late on this, but on page 4, the work plan add, in addition to source reduction program, add consumer products program.
Say it again, come again.
The April through July 2017 frame, develop recommendation on DTSC source reduction program and consumer products program.
Okay.
Do we need a motion on that?
It wouldn't hurt to have a motion on that.
So you're saying that revisiting now the work plan on page 4, the April to July 2017 quarter, wherever it says source reduction program, to add there and consumer
products program. They're closely related. I
understand.
And I think arguably the consumer products is taking source reduction as the most important thing for DTSC.
So there's 4 places where that would occur. Is there a motion on that?
Well, I would like to include that consumer product, that we consider the consumer products program in addition to source reduction.
And amend the work plan?
And amend the work plan to reflect that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Member Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. Okay, so we're going to do that too. Did you catch that, Larry?
Yes.
Anything further?
No, I
Okay,
apologize.
so now let's introduce the site mitigation stuff. These are draft recommendations that were published last month. We didn't get to them, and they also, in large part, were published the month before. We didn't get to them then either. These could be inclusion in either a supplemental report to our January report or to or in our April report. If we agree on some stuff, perhaps the sooner the better. Site mitigation is not expressly covered in our statute, but it does say that we're supposed to make recommendations on the DTSC's programs. Site mitigation is about a third of the staff, and perhaps even a little bit more of the funding. So certainly it's perhaps, if not the most, one of the most important programs that they have. So I prepared this and want to see if there's something in here that we can talk about. Also, there might be some opportunities to address some of the site-specific concerns that we've heard from folks and that Dr. Campbell had mentioned that we did not want to see fall through the cracks. So there's a narrative here which talks about the Brownfields and Environmental Restoration Program. That is the site mitigation program here. And I took some of this information from stuff that Mr. Law provided to us. In particular, they have this voluntary cleanup program, which is done outside of the orders and enforcement piece. And that includes the California Land Reuse and Revitalization Act program, which provides certain incentives and certainty to that voluntary process. That CLARA law is set to expire on January 1st. It also mentions that the DTSC under this program has the responsibility of some of the Superfund cleanup sites like Casmalia and Stringfellow. Also, it talks about the Orphan Fund, mentions that in our report we talked about the potential shortfall in the DTSC site remediation account funding for the orphan sites. Part of this program also is the schools. They're involved particularly in school siting to make sure that new sites are cleaned up. And I think if there's discovery of contamination at school sites, they're involved in that too, even if the school is existing. This also includes the military base closure program. We heard from the Navy on that a little bit today. That's not what they presented on, but they indicated that's a big piece of their work as well. There's 331 staffers in this program. These are in the 5 different branch offices. Then there's a discussion here on Exide. This was prepared before we got our presentation on Exide, and certainly before the governor proposed this extremely large funding for the off-site cleanup.
Well, he was anticipating your recommendation.
Yes, I think that once the governor saw this draft, there was a compelled to action. Then we also mention in here the last part of the narrative that we've received comment from these different communities, Ag Park, Jordan Downs, SSFL, that there were concerns about things like fugitive dust, the accuracy of sampling, and the issue of disposal of radioactive waste above background levels. So it was based on this that these proposals were made. I'll run through them quickly. The recommendations to the governor and the legislature would be, there it is, funding mechanism, including new fees and increased appropriations to the DTSC to fund necessary investigation and site remediation of residential properties affected by Exide Technologies lead contamination. That is exactly, at least the appropriation side, what the governor has done. How the governor is going to pay for that, whether that's all going to come back from enforcement against Exide, is a question. But perhaps we could amend this to say we're supportive of what the governor has proposed. But please be aware that there's this CEQA issue out there. The next is there has been legislation introduced, SB 820, from Senator Hertzberg from Los Angeles, Van Nuys area, that removes the sunset for the CLARA law that would allow that to continue. So those were a couple recommendations for the panel's consideration. Recommendations to the DTSC include the following. One is this idea of trying to convene the agencies and publish a strategy by January of next year on how, in appropriate cases, they could deal with this fence line aerial deposition monitoring during site mitigation, where there are adjacent sensitive receptors. We've heard from the folks at Jordan Downs that are upset about fugitive dust. We've heard about the folks from Ag Park who are upset about fugitive dust, and perhaps this could be a way, not in a site-specific way, but a way to try to make sure the department is thinking about that. The next is this issue of transparency on the website. Right now, if you want to find out information on a particular site, if I want to know what the cleanup levels are at Ag Park and what they found with the sampling, I have to go on EnviroStore, download the documents if they're there. I've got to go to the tables at the end of the documents and try to piece it all together. And maybe for some particular sites, to enhance transparency for sites that are of particular public concern and inquiry, maybe there could be an easier way to do that so that the public can sort of see what the cleanup goals are and what the sampling results show. The next is the question of providing raw data so that the public can sort of see it, and once the data is sort of verified, that's something that came out of the, several of these have, but this came out of the People's Senate report or recommendations. The next are the data requests, these, again, just to clarify, I think Mr. Law knows this, our data requests, even though, they don't necessarily mean like a presentation. It can be a presentation of, it can be a provision of data from Mr. Law to our staff, and then our staff working with us can figure out how we want to digest it. It doesn't mean there has to be a formal presentation on all of these. In some cases there can be, but I think that's the intent, is that we just get the data and the information and then we figure out what to do with it. But these would include, again, timed to the quarter when we are doing site mitigation, which, by the way, now is pushed back from when we proposed this. I think we pushed back site mitigation formally to 2017, although we don't have to wait that long on some of these things, and we reserve the right to make site mitigation recommendations before then. But we requested here reports on disposable requirements or radioactive waste above background. It might be a Department of Public Health requirement. There might be DTSC rules, but I think we wanted to get some certainty on what the rules are. The next was this concept of averaging. We've heard from folks, particularly at Ag Park, that they're concerned that DTSC is giving clearances to sites where, even though there's hot spots on the site that would be above the cleanup levels, that they are allowed to use averaging and say, well, it's above the level here, but it's below the level here, and if you add them together, essentially, it is below the cleanup levels, and that's kosher. Apparently, there is federal guidance on this, and DTSC has indicated that this is appropriate way to do things, but I think it might be helpful for the concerns that we're getting from the community to get a response on what the justification is for that and why that's proper to do, if it is. The next is a site-specific recommendation for a data request. This is the results of the follow-up sampling at Ag Park. I have reviewed what I've seen on Ag Park, and apparently there was a cleanup standard of 0.26 part per million on the site, and there was initial sampling done, pretty comprehensive sampling it seemed, that supported a no further action determination on that site, and then the department should be given credit for, in response to community concerns, requiring additional sampling, but at least from what I've seen, the additional sampling was far above the, Ag Park was far above the 0.26, in some cases hundreds and hundreds of times higher. So it might be helpful to get a reporting on how that happened and what can we learn from that. What are the gaps in DTSC site mitigation standards that allow things like that to happen? I think we have to be cautious not to let the most problematic sites drive everything. If we react to the most problematic sites and use those sites to inform all of our analysis, that might not be appropriate. But on the other hand, to not learn from these problematic sites is probably equally inappropriate. So I feel it is appropriate to talk about some of these specific sites in terms of lessons learned, if appropriate. Finally, the last, maybe for Autumnwood we would do something similar. Although, at least from my initial review of the Autumnwood stuff, the results at Autumnwood did not jump out with the in the way that the Ag Park results did, at least for this person. The last is Exide. This was a report based on what's going on with Exide, including the funding piece for later in the year. So those were the potential site mitigation recommendations, and we've got about 40 minutes to talk about those and see if we feel if it's appropriate to pass anything on at this point in time.
I do think that it's appropriate to
What?
we are going to focus on I don't know what, oh, this is something that we were considering on putting in our January report, but we didn't get a chance to really be able to discuss it. But I think that maybe we should include this along with the permitting recommendations in our April report.
Talk about any specifics, or
Yeah.
Ms. Zia, do you have a
Yeah.
general comment?
No, I've got, specifics and general. I mean, but I'm okay with the report. But I guess mine are more specific than.
Okay, why don't we start, why don't we just page flip in the beginning? Is that okay?
Oh, I was just going straight to the recommendations. I'm okay with the preamble.
Okay, I think we'll have, if we are going to put anything about Exide in here, we'll have to sort of update the Exide narrative. Okay.
Good point.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I think we could strike the first recommendation. Do you agree about Exide?
Can we support what the governor has proposed in terms of the funding?
That'd be better. Perfect, yeah.
Okay. I don't think at this point in time we want to wade into or have the facts to wade into this CEQA piece, and I want to be, hesitant to wholeheartedly endorse every aspect of this, given the concern that we're seeing in this letter about the CEQA piece. Without weighing into that, hopefully we can be part of the solution on that. But I think for now, can we just make it just a support of the funding piece and be specific about that?
I would be okay with that. I am, we got the Porter Ranch example. We waived a lot of regulations here because it's an emergency, and that's the way the waiver is going to expedite the cleanup, which to me is important. That's what I'm hearing. But I have no problem of avoiding that issue. Is fine with me.
Okay, fine. Any comment on that, Dr. Campbell?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So the next is the Hertzberg thing. I know we haven't talked about it a lot, so if we're not comfortable with the recommendation, I understand that, but I do think we should be aware that this is happening. It's a very important thing, the CLARA. And by the way, we're just talking about these now. We're going to hear from the department if you want to comment on any of these, but let us talk about them first, and then we can come to you on them. So I don't know, but anyway, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what came to my mind. Oh boy, SB 820. Why didn't I ever go and look at that and see what it says? I'm not all that familiar with the California land. Well, I'm not familiar with the California land reuse and right. Is that the brownfields? The thing that deals with brown?
Yeah, it's a thing that deals with brownfields that was designed to provide some certainty in terms of sort of numeric levels that you could sort of be on one side or the other of. Without having to do full-blown risk assessments, and then also if in certain situations you came to the table, you could get some limited liability relief. But if we're not prepared to talk about it now, we could, sure.
Sure. What that statute does is allow a, quote, innocent purchaser to acquire property, and then if the cleanup is complete in compliance with DTSC and water board requirements, then they get a full release of liability. So it's just creates certainty for people acquiring property that they aren't responsible parties for at all. They have to demonstrate that they're not responsible before they could enter into this agreement with either DTSC or the water board. And then they complete the cleanup, or someone else does, and once that's complete to our satisfaction, they get this release.
And also,
they have to comply with all the applicable laws. There's not any exemption for that.
Has it been working? I mean, basically.
I've been involved with many of them, and they're working quite well.
Thank you, Ms. McChesney. I think what we, also colleagues, if we're going to put this in our April report, we still have time to talk about these a little bit more in April.
Good point. But I'm kind of, based on that. And
stay up here. We may need you some more. Okay?
Yeah. The fact that we can have time to look at it. But it seems to me in the back of my mind, I remember this being a good thing that was going to sunset.
Right.
So
why don't we keep that in there tentatively, and maybe we'll revisit this quickly in April, once you had a chance to look at it more closely.
Okay.
Okay.
The next one, it's occurred to me that I listened to so many of these concerns about, let's call it the offsite consequences of permitted facilities and also of remediation. That might be a good thing and a relatively inexpensive solution to solving a lot of the community's concerns about stuff coming over into their property. A lot of these things, I mean, how much is it going to cost? $176 million. It might be a whole lot better with the permits as a permit condition that we have aerial monitoring. Site disposition. I don't know exactly how to rephrase that and rewrite it, but I think we could be, when appropriate, that maybe should be a permit condition. I don't know if there's going to be any.
You're talking about site mitigation or like during permitting or both?
Both.
Yeah. So what this idea of aerial monitoring as part of permitting in appropriate cases is something that we talked about the last time, and it should be something we should think about maybe in terms of our permitting recommendations. One of the things that's on the website somewhere is part of the permit for Quimetco, if you remember that, Eric, and there was some discussions in there about fence line monitoring. So that's permitting. This piece here has to do with, during site cleanup, and it sounds like that in theory this might be something you'd be willing to entertain.
Yeah, I'm going to go to I think it was after 2007 fires for cleanup. We had aerial monitoring of, we went down to sites, but we put up aerial monitors to make sure that, because we knew some of them would have asbestos and lead and contaminants of concern, to make sure that we were operating safely. And I mean, the county did that on its own. I don't think if you have specific contaminants, you limit it. Our ER guys could go around with sensors and put them, they could do it in a heartbeat. It's not that expensive. You can't sample for everything, but if you limit it to specific contaminants, it's very doable. And I think that would go a long way to, at least if I lived in a community, give me a comfort level.
Okay, so that one tentatively is on board. We'll come to the department and to the public for comments on this.
What's
Do you have any,
feasible and how to reword
do you have any more comments on that? It sounds like you're talking about deposition monitoring, then you could maybe say like for certain parameters.
Yeah.
You have any comments on that one at this time? Okay, the next one is this issue of publishing on the website. Any thoughts on that?
The only thing I would go there is to make it clear that I think what we're talking about here is something that any member of the general public could read and understand.
Right.
I think we need a little bit more clarity
there. But I think that in that goal, maybe we should have assertion of the dates, because it's not enough to have cleanup goals without really estimating of what those cleanup goals, the dates or estimates of dates.
Or timeline and stuff like that.
Exactly.
But that's a separate topic.
Is it?
Cleanup goals could be, in other words, they're standard.
But if you have a goal, you have to kind of have an estimate of how long that.
No, I mean, they applied it to every facility in the state of California.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What I meant, well, not always, but generally that's right.
Yeah.
But I think what I was meant to say, the word goals here, I meant was the cleanup standards. So the public can know how much of the stuff's going to be left in the ground is kosher. But I think you're right. Maybe that could include a little narrative on what the site status is and proposed timelines.
I don't disagree.
I think that's something we'll need.
But we need to somehow emphasize, common.
Okay, what about the raw data question? There seems to be actually generally consensus among all parties on that.
Yeah, we need to have the raw data available to the public.
Once verified.
Well, number one, I'm not sure what raw data means. That's my number one concern.
Okay.
Number two is, wouldn't these be public records?
We may hear from Ms. Brostrom on this. Why don't we wait and see what her thoughts are? Because this is something that came out of their
Okay,
report.
But yeah, and I mean, I'm okay with, but I mean, what I'm getting at is, in general, when there was people wanted to regularly access our public records, I try to make them as publicly available as possible to avoid that process. You know, but that would be my only concern.
Understood.
There, you know, if it's part of the record, I don't see why that. You know, I don't understand the problem with that.
Okay. Anything on the site mitigation data requests?
Yeah. Now this one, I think, and I don't know that these are the right words, but I think we need a presentation on the protocols, and this is the only way I can use it. I got to speak to the language, SW846, that are used by DTSC and US EPA for both sampling and analysis of different contaminants, and how they, and we want to include there, and how that leads to, you know, something I want in there, and I'm not sure how to weave this in, but, you know, I want to know more about no further action and urban background. Yeah, and
Sorry, which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about, I'm kind of lumping them all together initially. You know,
Okay.
I'm a background presentation on the program and how it works for us.
Okay.
You know, this is the SW846 protocols. My understanding for Ag Park is US EPA did their own sampling plan and sampled different locations of DTSC, and then they a step called digestion before they put it to analyze the contaminants, and they use different digestion methods, which would, you know, which could likely lead to different results. And so, why? And then we go to the specific questions, you know, to get the background, and then we say, we're concerned that about reports that radioactive waste at above background levels been disposed of from Santa Susana Field Laboratory, is that correct? Has been disposed of at sites that weren't permitted to accept this waste. We're concerned, well, the follow-up sampling at Ag Park, let's see, how do I want to do that?
Mike, instead of data request, you're suggesting that we have a presentation request in this case?
A background presentation request so that we can understand why they could, US EPA could use one digestion method and DTSC. PCBs are under toxin, quite frankly, and I didn't go there.
All right, so you want a background presentation on sampling protocols.
Sampling and analysis.
Okay, an analysis protocol. So there's that. Okay, that's a presentation because that's pretty freaking complicated. Doesn't have to be that long probably, but okay. And then what about these other things? Are these separate data requests?
No, I think that I would also like to have, like, for example, the first point, the disposal requirement for radioactive waste. Maybe they can give us a background presentation also about how they actually, the methodology they use to measure the radioactive waste and what is considered above background levels, and then how do they treat that waste.
So you actually
that
want
would be
an oral
presentation
presentation on that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about these concepts? How about the rest of it?
Yeah, and averaging, I think I agree with you that we need a presentation on exactly that works, and also the methodology used for the sampling at Ag Park, for example.
Because averaging is just the wrong word. I mean, that's what they do. Yeah, you don't. You don't.
All right, so would you take out the averaging and just make it a presentation, or a data, what is it, a presentation or a data request on Ag Park? And I mean, what's the purpose of it? What's the purpose of a presentation?
For us to really understand the methodology, the scientific methodology used for not only sampling, but also the data analysis, and then the final reports of it.
Sample analysis.
What is sample analysis?
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Right, but also, it's not just the sampling. It's not just the analysis of the sampling, but it's also the conclusions that you reach from that, right? So for example, if averaging, for lack of a better word, is allowed,
Yeah.
that's different than sampling and analysis, isn't it?
Well, it's
No,
part
it's
of it.
part of it. You develop a sampling plan, and then you get, it's just like, using the word averaging is saying like on the exit polls that Nevada was incorrect because they averaged the results.
But that's just what Penny Newman said when she was here. She says, that doesn't matter to the child that eats that, lump of soil. So if there are rules that govern this, I think we just have to be clear about what we're asking for.
Yeah, and that's what, that would be the background presentation. On the specifics, at least from what I heard, I want to know why, what went wrong when DTSC and USDPA come up with different results. Hear that.
I do want to know the general methodology. Today we talked about a plan, a flow chart for how to do the permitting, for example. We kind of have to have a general understanding of what is done with site mitigation in terms of sampling, and that has to be very consistent.
Okay.
Well, you got to be careful there, because for each different, like like for the X-side, the sampling, there were some of the open field, they would do it entirely differently. So
that could be part of the presentation.
Yeah,
Exactly.
if you have
But we need to
temporal
understand that.
depositions, you sample differently.
Exactly.
And so, but
Let's understand that.
Okay, so let me just say, what you're saying is you want a background presentation on how the department sort of samples and analyzes and makes conclusions, generally on that. You want a separate presentation on radiation?
I think that can all be included in that one presentation.
Okay.
Because
So would Ag Park?
But they're two different.
and Ag Park, it would all be the same though, if you think about it, Mike, because we're talking about sampling, and then they can delve into how sampling can be different based on the type of pollution that is going to be encompassed, whether or not it's radioactive waste.
Right, but then where you dispose of it is a different question, isn't it?
Yeah,
Exactly.
but they're two entirely different standards.
But couldn't they be subsets of a similar presentation in theory?
I think it could be included in the same presentation, but with the thought that they're going to be two different presentations.
Okay. And what about the idea that the director feels that these presentations are very, very difficult for her staff and very cumbersome, and that they rather do data requests than we can figure out what to do with? How do you respond to that concern that she has, that she doesn't want to keep doing these presentations?
My only data, and if we don't understand what we're reading, I don't,
Fine,
Yeah,
I understand.
we need
Okay.
to I would imagine that in order to make the reports and in order to come up with conclusions, that this has already been done. Now it's just a matter of putting it on slides and presenting it to us to some degree.
Okay, what about X-side? Do we want to get an update in a few months on what's going on with X-side? Probably, right?
Yes.
Well, they post that regularly, but I think for the panel to consider, maybe even once a quarter, I don't know.
Right, okay. All right, okay. So this is sort of our general thoughts on this. I think what we're proposing is to kind of think this through. We don't necessarily have to approve it today. What we can do is refine this, take public comment on it, even up to the next meeting, and that can be part of what we approve at our next meeting. So I don't think we have to take comprehensive votes on this right now. Did DTSC have any comments on any of this, or any strong objections or things that we need to hear at this point in time?
Any better way, if you understand what we're asking for, a better way of saying it?
Or if you have any of your own things you'd like to add?
Hi, this is Frances McChesney again. On the recommendations for improving site mitigation on page 2, some of those 3 issues are quite complicated, and I would recommend that you hear some responses from the department about what you actually ultimately want to recommend. For example, the cleanup goals. They're in statute. The department has how they determine cleanup goals, but the cleanup goals will vary from site to site quite a bit depending on lots of factors. So it would be great to have the department kind of weigh in on how best to present that to you so that you can understand, and then what you would recommend for the future. And then on the aerial, the fence line monitoring,
That's typically identified in the, in the CEQA document, like as a mitigation measure to assure that that dust suppression, dust is controlled, and then where appropriate, monitoring is required. And so you have inappropriate cases to have monitoring. I think that's reasonable, but I wouldn't want you to have at every site you have monitoring, because it actually can add quite an expense, and oftentimes it's just not appropriate or necessary in the situation. So the way you've worded it I think is great, but if you get too you have to have it, it could create a lot of concern for all the different types of sites.
Is it consideration or for appropriate sites or?
Right, and the way how you've worded it is that the department should convene regulatory agencies and publish a strategy and how inappropriate cases to require monitoring, and I think that's fine. The air districts, the water boards, others can, have that same issue before them. And that's what I had to say.
Thank you very much. Any public comment on this? Ms. Brostrom, do you have anything to say?
Can I mention something really quickly, just between us, amongst the panel members? For the permitting, we have 1082 action items, and whatever is not pertinent is kind of considered, okay, well, this is not pertinent for this facility. I don't understand why we don't have a similar thing for site mitigation, that you kind of have a very thorough site mitigation guidelines, but that based on the site that you're mitigating, there can be sections that you don't have to really
I don't know that they
consider.
don't. We haven't had that presentation yet.
Yeah. The other item is I've heard enough here to know that the evidence is that they have those standards and they're not being followed.
Those are the things that we really need to
Does
determine.
that make sense?
Yeah, well, we need to determine
The
that.
waste pile is supposed to be covered and it's not covered, or it's supposed to be wet and it's not wet.
Right, or they're supposed to take monitoring things, but because they don't have at Ag Park, apparently they didn't have the things in the right place, and so the monitoring results were worthless because they had one downstream, upstream or down, whatever.
Yeah, so we need to.
Yeah, all right.
determine these.
Well, I think the sense of this
Go
is
ahead.
that we're going to refine this, and
Who's going to refine it, Larry, or working with one of
why
us?
don't we figure that out after we hear from Ms. Brosco,
Okay.
or any other public comment. Please go ahead.
Great.
Just a time check, we got 20 minutes, Arizu.
Sure. Yep. No.
So in terms of things that I think are missing, is trying to capture and measure the time issue, because what we've seen in a number of remedial action cases is from the time of discovery of contamination to the time a remediation plan is adopted and cleanup starts can be decades. The two cleanup sites that I've worked in the Central Valley, there was 2 decades between the discovery and the actual adoption of a remediation plan. And so capturing the time would be, yes?
Adoption or implementation of the plan?
Adoption.
Okay, so it still is probably had an additional delay.
Yes, I understand that cleanups take many, many, many years, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just even beginning the work. Also, the time between where there's suspected contamination and investigation, and then when those get reported back to the community. In Delano, we figured out that the contamination was discovered in 2006, and the community was first notified through a Prop 65 notice, which is required 72 hours within the discovery of contamination. That was given to us in 2015. So it was 9 years and 72 hours later.
So what is it? That's a failure of the department to issue orders, or what is it?
What we're asking for is having the investigation or suspected contamination trigger some sort of notification to the public.
Do you know who in that case was required to make the Prop 65 notification?
It was a DTSC staff person.
Okay, so that's an omission. I mean, that should have been done according to California law, right?
Right, and I think what DTSC would say is like, well, we weren't, we were doing more and more investigations, so they had about 6 rounds of testing, all of which found the contamination before the Prop 65 notice was issued, and then the community was eventually notified. And I really do appreciate the recommendation for the easy-to-read matrix of cleanup goals and sampling levels. I understand that there are state standards, but what we want to identify and what would be very useful for the public is to note the difference in cleanup standards. Or the different, how far each site is going to get cleaned up. And I know there's going to be big differentials because I've seen them. And what we want to measure is, are there good reasons for those differentials? And we want to make sure that more fluent communities aren't getting higher cleanup goals. So seeing that data, rather than just hearing how DTSC does it, would be very key for us. Likewise, seeing an overlay in terms of the amount of money spent on cleanups with Cal Enviro Screen was something else that we've been seeking. One thing I wanted to comment on is that there was some discussion about whether or not the DTSC request should be requested as an explanation or whether or not there should be data requests. And I'd like to point back to the beginning of the meeting today where relying on DTSC to interpret its own data is one of the biggest problems. As the public, we think that if the IRP can help in just getting more information out there, not with any explanation or interpretation from DTSC, but we also have our own expertise and also have a role in interpreting that data. So if we only look to DTSC to interpret, then we are deprived of the opportunity to just look at some of the data that we'd like to see out of this process and come up with our own, use our own judgment and experiences to determine what that data means for us.
So you are suggesting that not only should we have a presentation maybe of DTSC with their sampling methodology and everything like that, but that raw data should also be collected. So we should keep that basic.
Well, I don't understand why it's not available. That's where we would look, because to my understanding, that would be public record subject to the California Public
Yes,
Record.
so the raw data is not available?
Yeah, I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about rather than for the specific request for the raw data, which is a different
Okay, so leave that aside.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, we got a 3-hour presentation on permitting today.
Yes.
Are you saying we shouldn't do that?
I'm saying that in addition, getting whatever data you can without having DTSC overlay of interpretation would be very useful for us. Because I think we'll have different interpretations seeing the same data, but you're only going to hear DTSC side unless we can, also have an opportunity to get some of this data from our, to look at as well. In terms of the raw data request, well, one thing I did want to note is you use the language once verified. And I think what has happened in some of our communities is we have gotten the data from the laboratory and have been able to compare that with DTSC's data. So that data has not been verified by DTSC. It's actually the laboratory's data, and that's when we start seeing the discrepancies. And that's the data we would like to have access to. And in some cases, we have had access to.
Are you talking about access to the data or access to the samples?
Samples.
Okay, let's make that distinction, because to me, data means the lab analysis.
Yeah.
Talking about the samples, okay. The raw samples.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
And not only those that DTSC said, this is what we believe.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Time is up. No, I'm just kidding.
And the last and probably most important request is that we would ask you formally to reconsider the People Senate report recommendations, specifically site mitigation, because that is, of course, where most of our communities are looking. Where most of our communities, are involved with site mitigation and have specific recommendations for DTSC that we're waiting to hear back on. So I do think this is an opportunity to revisit that in this particular field. And as I think you've heard, we see that the IRP could really help a lot in rebuilding the community trust and having some accountability if it includes it as a recommendation here.
May I ask, may I make a suggestion? I mean, I've read that People's Senate report, and one thing that I had a problem with was that it was a little bit general. If we could have some specific factors that the People's Senate is asking for, and how maybe the DTSC has not addressed it. Exactly when was it, when did the People's Senate ask for a certain thing to be done, the response and lack of response, and what is the suggestion, kind of. Yeah. That way we can kind of have a clearer idea, and even if you could give us a presentation of that, it would give me a better sense of what you're asking, because when we put our recommendations in, I think it's going to be good to be very precise about that. Yeah. And kind of have a good justification for it.
I think we would be very open to doing that. I do want to make sure that that we're talking about the same document, okay, which is the roadmap to confirmation, which is different than the actual People's Senate report, which gives ideas for reforms for the entire agency. The document I'm referring to is site-specific recommendations.
And I've seen that was in the letter to Director Lee,
yes,
right?
It was, yes. But again, if there are, if you'd like us to come back, being very specific with what our requests, I think we'd be open to that.
Thank you. And then what has been done based on your requests? Because Director Lee mentioned to us that she has addressed some of those concerns. And if you could kind of explain what has been addressed and what hasn't been addressed, we kind of know where to go from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry, is that it for you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think we're hearing, well, we should be able to finish on time. We're hearing, some concern and frustration from folks that feel like, we can't do enough, and that, we're the only game in town, and yet it can't accomplish that much. But I hear that, and we're listening to it, and it's probably right. All we can do is chug through these recommendations like we're supposed to do. That's really that's what we can do, and I think that that's a big part of it. The other part of it is just sitting here. There is no other venue where the director has to sit here if she chooses, or at least her staff, and present to us and listen, and where the public has an opportunity in public to, in a setting that's webcasted and in theory, quite open and transparent, to, to raise these things and to have them heard. So, I think that there's a value inherently just in that. Aside from the recommendations, aside from the other stuff, the fact that everybody has to listen to what Ingrid is saying here today, and really there's no other place to do that. So I know that this is not easy for folks to come. I know it can be a time suck, and ultimately you have to decide whether you think it's worth it, and whether it's worth your time to do the kind of presentation and update that was just asked for. But I think at the same time, all we can do is provide a venue to do that, which, I think part of the idea is that there's no other venue to do that. So, we'll try to make it valuable, but my sense is it is valuable. I do believe the department's taking this seriously. I do believe that they're listening, and I do believe, that there is value to it. And that's really, panelists, all that we can do is turn out these reports on time and as good as they can be, and as fair as they can be, and then have these kind of hearings in an open and transparent way. That's all we can do, and so we'll try to do those things the best we can, and hopefully folks will realize that there's value to it, but ultimately that's a decision, the time will tell. So it sounds like we've got a bunch of comments here. Do we want to send these on to staff to work on them, and then bring them back in an agendized item that will have the opportunity in a very precise way for DTSC to make any final comments, the public to make any final comments? We'll publish them and make it clear to everybody these are going to be approved, and this is your chance. If there's other things you want to add, send it in. That's an open offer for everybody, the regulated community too. Do we want to assign one of us to work on staff with this? I'm happy to do it, or I'm happy to have one of either of you folks to do that.
Going skiing one week and fishing in 1 week in April. Other than that, I'm available.
So is that a
I don't have two boys at home to.
is that a volunteer then?
Yeah, I'll work with Larry on that. I think I understand what we want. The one thing I heard that I don't see in here at all is the consideration of having split samples and set aside
Well,
for
you and
third
Larry
party.
work on you and Larry work on these comments. Hopefully, you took pretty good notes, and you'll put something together. If there's other things that you're hearing from people that you want to throw in there too, throw it in there. Now, let me ask a question, Deb. If let's say that now Larry and the vice chair work on this, and they've got another draft similar to our procedures. What happened last time is that draft, like our procedures, was sent to all the panelists, and then Larry sort of worked on it and made a final staff proposal. Can that still be done with these recommendations, with Mike working on them, or is that a Bagley-Keene issue?
I think that what you could do is that Mike could work on putting in the suggested comments with Mike and Larry can work on that together when they feel that they've got a version that reflects the comments that were discussed today or that come in from the public or other stakeholders. They could certainly, Larry could send out the most latest version to all the panel members. However,
it can't go back to Mike at that point.
It can't go back to Mike. The panel members would then have an opportunity to review it prior to the meeting, but any conversation between the panel members, whether it's through Mike or directly, through Larry or directly, would have to happen in the open session.
And then any changes that want to be made in response to what gets back, that only Larry can do that, not Mike, right?
Well, what would have to happen is that the panel, any changes from Larry to Mike can go direct, but any changes from the other panel members would have to come through the open meeting.
You mean from Mike to Larry?
Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. The other change would have to be at the open meeting?
For example, you could...
So let me ask this question. Mike and Larry work on this. They get all the comment. They do the best draft that they can.
Correct.
Then Larry sends it out to the other panelists, say, do you have any other comments? We individually send those. Oh, that's a Bagley-Keene issue.
Yeah, you can't.
Correct.
But that's okay. I mean,
Correct.
See what we're dealing with?
Yeah. But if you see, I think that Larry can incorporate all of your comments that he agrees with, because he and I are going to work, and he's going to get the spirit of what I want, and then we can do it, and then we can talk about it in open.
April.
If you've got suggestions.
So the bottom, so what? So we're not going to get to see it then? If Mike works on it, we can't see it. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that once Mike and Larry get to a point where they feel they're had the next iteration of the document.
Right.
They could send the document to each of the panel members as preparation for the next meeting. So you could
we then comment to Larry, who can edit it again?
No. You have to give Larry your comments in open session.
Okay. The one thing I do on this, I was just popping
Time
up.
check, 5 minutes.
I know. On the preamble section, on the exide section, I would ask you to rework that because you're closer.
Yeah, I just think Larry just update it to include the governor's announcement, basically. The narrative. Okay, fine. All right. So good luck. You and Larry are going to work on this to incorporate all these changes, and also please try to solicit stuff from the regulated community, from the People's Senate. If DTSC has comments, let us know. But please make sure that you understand that once this thing gets published, to approve it in some form or another on April, whatever it is. And so if there's comments, it's important we get those, Mr. Wall. Any further public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, anything further for the panel on this?
The one quick thing is popped in my mind, because Ingrid's in the room, I want to say it, is it for the sampling thing? How many people do you give the split samples to? How do we manage? That to me seems to be the hardest part for that.
It would be, I would imagine, an objective third party.
Well, listen, you know what? If you're going to take on, or whoever it is that's going to take on the responsibility to do these things, Ingrid, you can call Mike and talk to him about it.
Oh, that's true. You can. And I would call or email. I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have to move on. Okay, unless you really have something to say, you're the one that has to go. Okay. Okay, next, we're on to item 12, future meeting schedule. So, Mr. Areca, what is it that we have proposed? What days?
April 6th, site visit, Kettleman Hills facility, and April 7th, a meeting in Bakersfield. That's the proposed.
And the April 7th meeting would be a time when we are considering primarily, almost exclusively, our permitting recommendations and the site mitigation recommendations. It's going to be the meeting to draft that report. Whatever comes out of that, we already will have 10 days with whoever's designated to finish that report and get it out, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the plan, 2 days in Bakersfield, right, basically?
Yes,
Are we
sir.
going to have any, for the day one, any type of public meeting?
Maybe like a little bit of a convening, yes, probably.
Okay.
But right, we would like maybe get like a conference room or something, or is that not possible?
I would have to run that by Deborah Barnes and a few facility places.
Could be ADA issues?
There could be ADA issues, but boards and commissions, state boards and commissions have site visits all the time, or frequently. But if the more than one of you are together, if it's two or more, that would have to be noticed to Bagley Keenan, open to the public. So the site visit itself would have to be open to the public. And then obviously if you wanted to have some follow-up that same day, that would have to be open to the public.
Right.
You can also do wrap-up the next day about your site visit during your regularly scheduled meeting.
But you have already worked extensively with Mr. Areca to sort of plan this, and we already are aware of all this.
Correct.
We think we can get it done. Deb is confident that we can get it done. Just the question is, whether we want to do that. Now, I don't know, it's going to be during the day. We may get people that are concerned that they can't participate because it's during the day, but you know what? We're not going to take a visit of the landfill at night. So, we can only do the best we can. I know you're talking also, you were reached out to early on this, Ms. Brostrom. I know you've got a lot of stakeholders in that area. And ultimately, that's the plan. If staff, if you're, in the end, if between now and then there's serious objections or we just can't do it or it's going to be a waste of time, then we'll just do the day 2 or something and not day 1. You can talk to me about that as the chair. I can help you make that decision if that's okay. But I think that's the general plan. Is that okay for everybody, those 2 dates?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that? Is that a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday?
Wednesday, Thursday.
What are the dates again? Make sure I got it on my calendar.
6th and 7th.
Wednesday is the 6th and Thursday is the 7th.
Right, and it would be the site visit the 6th to the Kettleman Hills Hazardous Waste Landfill, and then the 7th would be a meeting in Bakersfield where we do our business. And we would probably want that meeting to be a full day, like 9 to 6.
Correct.
Okay? We don't need to start at 10 because we'll all be there. Okay. Anything further then on that meeting schedule? Okay, so that'd be where we go. I don't think we need a vote on that, do we? Okay. Well, there's no closed session today, so we're going to dispense with items 13 and 14. Was there any public comment on that last item? No, Ms. Brostrom? Okay. And now we are ready to adjourn. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I make the motion.
There's a motion from Dr. Campbell. Is there a second?
A second.
Any objection? This meeting is adjourned.
So April 6th and 7th.
Yes, sir.
Jason, thank you publicly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.